the throttle up.
Hello? 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 What's this place? Where are we? Hello? Oh man, I thought a KSP stream would tell you were gonna get work done, but here we are. Hello, Strimmer. Yeah, it's me. It's Mr. Strimmer Man. Mr. Strimmer. Mr. Strimmer Man. Hey. Hey. Anybody here like math? Like who has a postgraduate qualification in mathematics? Anybody? Anybody? I have something to burn your eyes. Okay. Like calculus? Oh, I no reason. You only like Terrence Howard math? Yes. 2 plus 2 equals gravity. Yep. Yep. That's fair. That's fair. Anyway, just make an open call for that. Here, you know, This is Dean Hall. Dean Hall is the CEO of RocketWorks. They make stationeers and Icarus. Do you have or know someone who has a postgraduate qualification in mathematics and wants to help make custom technologies that allows RocketWorks to make Insert Rocket Space Game? You'll be working on a custom cutting-edge tech stack. I combined tech and stack to say tack. All right. I must know if it's for n-body physics. Probably not. But no. Yeah, Cryo, it'd be nice if KSP had a sequel, but you know. Hey. Anybody have any idea who that guy is on the left? Oh, it's right in the title. Sorry. Hey. Yeah, that's Dean. We know Dean. Dean's cool. Who's that guy? See your last. You landed a model rocket. Impressive. Most impressive. He is the one who harvests. So, if you like math and rockets, you know. How about that satisfactory 1.0 release date? Well, Rage Quit, I know what I'm doing in September. He needs to buy the KSP rights. That would be kind of cool, but... Tessa, I'm playing one of Dean's games right now. How'd that Chevy turn out? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, here, let me put that up there. Let me put those up there. I'm gonna show those again for Space News. That there. Starlink has already moved back. It was at 10 o'clock. Now it's at 10:39 tonight. That's good. Call it not Kerbal Space Program. How's the cardboard-aided design going? Well, the cross member is in, for what it's worth. For what it's worth, 5x5, okay. Oh, I'm bringing up random things. The U.S. soccer coach is likely fired today. Soccer, U.S. All right. So the cross member's in, and I haven't done any more CAD today because I got to measuring things after the stream last night with the cross member. Right? What'd you do to adapt the cross member? Oh, nothing just yet, Cherokee. Nothing. Yet. I put the cross member in and just cinched the bolts down for it, just to kind of see where everything lives. So, I actually noticed let's see, how can I explain this? I don't have the parts to show you because they're in the stupid car. So, all right, here's what I can get. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. And it's hot in there. Okay, so you'd be nice to that car. Oh, I'm being nice to it. Don't worry. Way better than any third gen needs should be ever treated. So, okay. If you look on the stock crossmember over there, that rusty thing with the 2 holes on the top over there, left side of your screen, it's that big metal thing, right? I was just next to it. There are engine mounts. They are right here. See these 2 things? These little blocks right here? That and that. Those are called clamshells, okay? Now, I have one of them right here, but this is not a clamshell for a small block Chevy. All right? The Gen, what is it, Gen 2? No, it's Gen 1. It still would be Gen 1. I don't know. Small block Chevy, right? They made that motor for a long time, first of all. Gen 1 small block, yeah. All right, so the Gen 1 small block has clamshells like this, but the clamshells on the older small block Chevys bolt to the engine crossmember. See them right there? These are the old ones. They're shot. This is a vulcanized rubber bushing. Basically, this thing is designed to dampen out motor vibrations. And there's basically a metal tube that goes through here and a bolt that goes through here. And that clamps onto the motor mount like this. See? And then a bolt goes through, and when the engine's vibrating, this bushing, that vulcanized bushing in there dampens it out. It basically makes it so when you're driving the car around, it doesn't sound like this. If you have a solid mount, anybody that's driven a car with a motor with a solid mount knows that with a solid mount, it sounds like this. Driving around. Not good. So, here's the thing. This is for a newer GM engine called an LS engine. An LS engine is similar to a Gen 3 small block, but they're not the same. They're not the same motor at all. So here's the thing. For small block Chevys, right, the clamshell is mounted on the crossmember. See it right there? You can see them. They're mounted on the crossmember. On an LS, they're mounted on the engine. So GM switched the engineering around. They switched it, I don't know, for whatever reason. And this is supposed to bolt to the motor, right? And then this piece bolts to the crossmember. Right? And they go together. That's right. Most motors are held into cars with like 3 or 4 bolts at best. For a small block like this and an LS, that's just 2. Just 2 bolts. Yep. That's it. That's all you need. Doesn't need much. Despite being insanely heavy. But that's all you need. So, here's the thing. I can't use this. This bolts to nothing. So, that's what came with the kit. Now, here is the LS, the lower LS motor mount. The clamshells, I've noticed this. This is the part that bolts to the crossmember, okay? This bolts to the crossmember. Straightforward stuff. This is the right-hand side one. You can tell it's the right-hand side one because of the way it is. So, this bolts to the crossmember. So, I have bolt holes. We have 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, here's the thing. Here's what I've noticed. The small block Chevy mounts, the LS motor mounts are actually shifted a little ways back. So if we were looking at the car from the side, right? If we're looking at the car from the side with the front facing that way, the LS mount is here, and the small block Chevy mount's probably like 4 or 5 inches, or like 10 centimeters forward, right? It's not that far. What I did notice, though, and this only happened, and this is the reason why I put the crossmember in, because I was trying to just look at stuff and see where kind of the chips fall.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Here's what I've noticed. Small block Chevy clamshells have 4 bolt holes in it, similar to this one, but it's a little bit of a different shape. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. These other ones here are where they pressed this piece of metal on to sandwich the rubber that's in there. So there's They basically, these are like kind of rivets, so you can't really use those. So just 1, 2, 3, and 4. Here's what I noticed. The clamshell mounts for a small block Chevy line up with these holes. So the distance between, on a small block clamshell, between here and here is the exact same distance on the LS mount here to there. Now keep in mind, I said that the small block Chevy mounts are actually more forward. They're shifted forward a little ways comparatively to the LS. So once again, if this was the front of the car was going this way, the small block Chevy clamshell winds up right around here. But here's the thing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The two left holes on the clamshell line up with this hole and that hole. Like perfectly. It like almost like GM reused some engineering when they engineered this new engine. The LS motor from General Motors was based off of lessons learned from the small block Chevy. It does retain some similarity, not a lot, but some similarity. Not to the point where you can swap parts, but it was based off of the lessons learned. Think of it like this. If the small block Chevy to General Motors is what the Merlin engine is to SpaceX. The LS motor is a Raptor engine, comparatively. They took lessons learned from that power plant from the small block Chevy and used it for the LS and used it on the LS engine. There is some geometry retention here, geometric retention. What I mean is that these holes are lining up. The cross members in the car right now, and 2 bolts on the small block Chevy clamshells, which are these parts right here. I bought a new pair because those are hosed. There's no use using those. They have 4 bolts. 1, 2, 3, and 4. The back 2 bolts, these ones right here, line up with the cross members bolts right there. Now, here's the thing. Okay, that's good. You could just bolt 2, right? No, you can't. Yeah, I'm never doing that, JDG. Ever. I'm never trying to build anything that I build in KSP1 and KSP2 ever again. Yeah, I'm never playing that game ever. Ever. Just take that wish and just put it on the hopium shelf. That's never happening ever again. All right. So yeah, the small block, the back end, the 2 back bolts on the small block clamshell are lining up with the LS motor mount holes. Very good news. Some bad news. The flange plates, where these things sit on the cross member, on one side, the plate is long enough to where I could just drill 2 holes in the cross member flange plate, which is fine. That's not gonna change anything. And we could get 4 bolts on the driver's side, on this side of the car. On the passenger side, for whatever reason, the company that made this cross member ended the plate right here. I'm still not 100% sure why they did this. I don't really understand the purpose of that. Why is one plate super long and the other one isn't, but it's okay. What happened to that game that crushed you? Nothing. That's the answer. Fair enough, was curious as to the reasons. Are you guys really going to make me explain this right now? This is the reason why I've been avoiding playing KSP like completely. I don't want to deal with this. Air conditioning pump clearance for the LS. Okay, Ernock, that makes sense. So, what we can do is, if you notice, I have a plate of steel right there. Just make extension plates for the flange mounts on the cross member. Let me show you what this looks like. Hang on. I'm just getting a picture of the cross members so you guys can see. But yeah, we'll get into Kerbal in a moment. I don't have the same. Well, see these plates right here? Those are the plates for a small block. See, 1, 2, 3, and 4. The LS plates go back here, but how thick is your steel sheet? It's 1/4 inch. What the heck would it be? None of these are... Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that's not really it. Yeah, well, I mean, this is good enough. One of the plates goes all the way back. Both of the plates go back to about here on both sides. These are the flange plates right here. So this piece right here would be mounted up against one of those. That one is for a small block because the mounts are forward. My plate ends basically right here on the driver's side. On the passenger side. The driver's side, we have enough material here. Passenger side, we do not. Just 3D print some new brackets. No. So, what I need to do is I'm going to put a plate on top of these flange plates, or I could weld to it. Weld to it and just grind it off later. I think bolting the thing together would be useful. What I think I'm going to do is put a plate like this that picks up on the 4 LS bolts, right? 2 of them will just go plate through to flange, right? 2 of them will go through the GM clamshell, through the plate to the flange. And then the 2 on the front right here, there would be 2 more bolts right here. Those would just go through to the plate. So the plate's anchored on the LS mount. And yeah, that's it. That's it. That's all I got to do. I just got to make something exactly like this, minus this piece. I don't need this. I just got to make a plate that's a little bit longer that has another bolt hole there and another bolt hole right there. That's it. That's all you got to do. I'm a little bit worried about hood clearance if I do that, but I mean, the other option is putting the factory crossmember back in and then just bolting all the really nice parts to it. Would there be fitment problems effectively making the mount a 1/4 inch taller? I don't think so. Aqualex, I have to do more measurement. I have to do a lot more diagramming and measurement here about like where the home of the motor mounts are on the small block versus the LS. And that basically entails measuring these mounts. Like, how tall is this comparatively to the small block? Like our motor plate, our engine flange, and then our motor plate, the motor mount, the lower motor mount flange. Basically got to measure this distance here between the 2 different mounts. If I'm thinking about this right, if I'm thinking about it correctly, the LS mounts are shorter. They're shorter than the small block mounts. If I'm thinking about this right, I'd have to do more measurement just to be absolutely sure. This was just looking at it from line of sight. If the LS mounts, if this sandwich right here is actually thinner, right, than the small block ones, adding material in would help preserve original engine geometry and location. If I'm understanding this correct. I think the LS is... With the LS motor, I think because of it sits lower. I think. I'm not a Chevy guy. I don't really know for sure, but we'd have to go and look. Can you explain this car project that you're working on? I got a full suspension kit for that white car that we're putting in to basically modernize the suspension. The suspension is from the late 80s for the most part. Actually, the engine, the suspension for that car would have been engineered in 1978. GM made that car from 82 all the way to 92. So even the car that I'm working on, that white one, is a 91. It's a 91 with suspension geometry and suspension components from 1978 that were engineered, well, basically in the late 70s, let's say, right? So what I'm doing is I'm putting a modern suspension kit in. Yeah. So welcome to mechanical engineering. Yep. I'm still worried about that even being able to throating the engine. I'm surprised there isn't a direct bolt-on. You can't be the first person to do this swap. There is a direct bolt-on element. Ordered the wrong part. And now, before you guys say, "Oh, just return it," these cross members are kind of made on an on-order basis, and they're kind of one-off, custom, depending on your needs. And when Ernok ordered it, he ordered it with the expectation that we would eventually LS swap this car. So we got the LS swap cross member. So we could put an LS engine in this right now. We don't have an LS engine to put into it. I would love to go and get one, but we don't have money. Spone builds them in jigs instead of stocking them. Check the PO box. What? So Ernok eventually wants to put an LS in this car. I can do that. That's no problem. That would be the easy part. We have all the pieces to do it right now. But in the meantime, I need to make an adapter, an interim cryogenic propulsion stage of parts. If you got the joke, yeah, it's going to be on there for a little while. Good for you. But eventually, we'll be able to do it. The other option here is to put the factory crossmember back in and bolt a bunch of really trick suspension to a 30-year-old crossmember with that was fabricated with technologies from the late 70s. Bolting the modern stuff to the old crossmember will work, but it will not work as well as the K member that it was designed to go with. It'll work just fine. Check the PO box for an engine. I would laugh if there was an LSX in the PO box. Dude, if there was an LSX in the PO box, I'm keeping it. Sorry, Ernok. There you go. An LS credit is like a few $1,000. You got that streamer money. Yeah. So that's what I'm working on. That's why I was a little late for the stream today. The crossmember is in there, and I did figure out that some of the holes on the LS crossmember actually, they line up. They line up pretty damn good, actually. So that's good. You know, everything is kind of loosey-goosey bolted in there, but the engine is sitting on the crossmember right now, and there seems to be enough room. Even with a 1/4-inch bracket plate, like an adapter plate, should be okay. But yeah, yeah, shouldn't be too bad. I have to basically make the plate double the length of this, and then just drill 2 holes right here at the end. I'm not going to use this one. This is for the LS for later. But we can use the existing hardware right here, no problem. I have enough hardware to put this together. These two would be just plate to engine mount flange. These two would be through the small block clamshell, through the plate, through to the engine mount. So that's good. Actually, I might need a longer bolt. These are flanged bolt, flange nut. Yeah, there's a little ring on the end of it. That's called a flange nut. See that? And this is a flanged bolt. See how it has that flat part? That's what a flange is. It's a flat piece. Hey, Rock, 77-month resub. If there was an LS engine delivered to EJ's PO box, that they'd be getting him on the phone to come pick up his huge package and bring a forklift. Yep, yeah. Well, I'd be driving Rufus down there. Shop stream. I saw the shop on the YouTube thumbnail. The crossmember is in the Camaro, John. I'm using it to basically figure out where everything's supposed to live. But it is in there. That's what I did this morning. Um, yeah, Jim, absolutely. I mean, you guys are saying check the PO box. I'll check it sometime, probably on the weekend or something. Anyway, again with the 77-month resub. Anyway, enough talking about that. We'll get into a different type of mechanical engineering. But yeah, that actually, yeah, I actually rubber ducked you guys there accidentally. That's it. That's all you got to do. Just a plate like that. That should not be an issue. It's lining up. Like these two line up with these small block clamshell almost exactly. When I put the crossmember up and dropped the motor down on it, the motor was a little bit twisted. I have to level the engine. And when I level it, I bet you these all line up. So yeah, I'm saying it just to get it right in my mind this time. Sorry, I just said this a second ago. These two would be through plate to engine flange, to the crossmember flange, through the adapter plate to the crossmember flange. These ones would be through the clamshell, through the plate to the flange, and then the ones out here would be just through the clamshell to the plate. They would be clamped to it. But having these two clamped to the back, yeah, I'm satisfied structurally. I'm satisfied structurally that that'll work. Like that'll be super strong. It won't break. Especially with 1/4-inch plate steel, that's not happening. Cool. Thank you. So you want to be a pad superstar and go far. Anyway. So, I'm going to bring up the title card here because we talked about that real quick. So, when we're editing the VODs, we want to make sure the continuity is right. So, I'm going to go over here for a second. I'm going to switch us to just chatting. So, there's a break in the VOD real quick. And we'll go back to Kerbal. And I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. Here, listen to Harvester play the KSP theme. I'll be right back.
Throttle up.
That's Harvester playing, but Harvester doing his thing. All right. He's a pretty smart dude. Pretty cool guy. Doesn't afraid of anything. All right. Kerbal, shall we? Spank you, Greenwall. Spank you very much. I don't know if you remember, but I made a prediction a long time ago when KSP2 was announced that you would be back playing KSP1 after about a month. Here we are now. Funny how things turn out, but maybe someday someone will make a great successor. Ace, I understand the circumstances. Can I respond to you in my native dialect, please? May I? Yes? Oh, yeah, you freaking predict the future. I played the game for 6 freaking months. Yeah, 1 month is not 6 months last time I checked. You freaking learn how to do basic math, you freaking superstar. Anyway. Nothing gets by you. Oh, yeah, you predicted the future. Anyway, yeah, no, Here's the thing, man. I'm only going to talk about this once. I'm serious. I really don't want to talk about it. It gets me very upset. Because Kerbal's a huge part of my life, right? Like, the game was really rough when it came out. But that's expected from early access. I didn't really mind that, you know? I didn't really mind that it was kind of rough. That's fine with me. I understand. This is a big game with very big stakeholder expectations here. Multiplayer, Interstellar, etc., etc. I'll be honest, I wasn't really a fan of Interstellar, and if KSP2 did kind of come through, I probably wouldn't be doing it that much. That just doesn't do anything for me. To be 100% honest with you, it just really doesn't do much. But, so, you know, I was like, okay, early access, this is fine. They're going to keep updating the game. And then they did. They kept updating the game. They kept updating the game. They kept updating the game. They kept adding more stuff. It was great. You know, we saw really significant progress there in the first 3 months, and I was totally cool with that. And then they stopped. I remember, June of 2023, I think it was June. About a year ago at this time, they decided to stop doing rapid updates because they wanted to focus more on the bigger updates. Right? If interested in time travel, meet me back here last week. Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, Jordis, for sure. Multiplayer would have been cool. Colonies would have been pretty rad. Like building cities on other planets with your Kerbals, and that would have been cool. That would have been really cool. I would have been doing that. I would have probably built a city on Kerbin. Seriously, on Kerbin. We would have redone Kerbal Exploration Initiative and built bases all around Kerbin, runways, whatever, and then went and built more stuff out on the moon and stuff. But that's what I would have done. But the 6 months rolled around, summer last year, nothing. I can't stream the same thing for 6 months straight, doing the same exact gameplay. You know, oh, let's go to all the planets. Oh, let's do the challenge, etc., etc. Half the time you couldn't do these challenges because the game had a lot of bugs in it, right? So I was kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. I'm like, what do I do? So I decided to play KSP every time they updated it, which was very infrequently, right? And then Science Mode came out, and, you know, and we played other games. And then Science Mode came out, end of last year. Really good step in the right direction. Really good. But then they just went back to, they did a couple of bug fixes for it, and then they just went back to being silent. And then they've been silent ever since. Even now. We still don't know what happened. Like, Ace, I was pretty optimistic, you know, I was pretty optimistic in the first 6 months. Or first 3 to 4 months, I would say. And then they stopped updating the game. I played the game for 2 months, nothing. Can't, dude. You can only do so much. You can only do so much. The editor controls were just so bad. They were so bad. They were so counterintuitive. I get it though. That's why I didn't get too excited for it. Yeah, well. Yeah, after 6 months, I just couldn't do it anymore. Like, it just, there's not, at the end of the day, there was just not much to teach. You know, people can dump on me for making launch pads the whole time, but that's what people wanted to see. Back in the day, that's what people wanted. People wanted to see a facet of gameplay that they never seen before, and people still ask me to do it, even now. And that's what we're gonna do today. But yeah, I started seeing the writing on the wall, and I started pivoting to doing variety streaming instead. And I kind of banked on, you know, all right, we can switch to variety streaming. I always have cities to fall back on. It'll be fine. So, yeah, I found myself in a really, really hard spot at the end of last year. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's since gotten a lot better, but yeah, that sucked. That wasn't fun at all. And yeah, it really, like, I love teaching everybody here, and I love doing what I do, and you guys support me, and I ain't complaining by any means, but at the end of the day, I still gotta put food on the table, you know? Like, it got to the point where it started screwing with my bottom line, so I had to diversify my revenue streams. I didn't want to do that. I really did not want to do that. But yeah, that's just the way she goes, man. Yeah, you know, how many other streamers had that luck, dude? My 2 main games had 2 sequels released in the same year, and both of them sucked. I mean, Cities is getting better. To be honest, Cities is getting better. And Kerbal was showing pretty good progress. Just the infrequent updates, dude. Are you still in contact with some of the devs? Yeah? It just got so stressful to try and produce... And, dudes, once again, keep things in perspective. I'm not sitting here stressing out about, you know, I can't play this game, oh my god. Like, it got so hard to make content for KSP2 and push the envelope past this just basic vanilla gameplay that it really did start screwing. Yeah, I had to stop. I'm just like, there's nothing to teach here. There's nothing to teach here. There's nothing that I can put my EJ style of building on because the editor controls are just so limited. They force one style of gameplay, and I said this at the time. They force you to basically build one way. It forces convergent design, which is the opposite of what an editor should be doing. And I was very vocal about it. Games, I'm following for launch coverage. That's fine, Mark. Yeah. Yeah, that's the way she goes. Yeah, it sucks. Sucked. Yeah, it got so ridiculously difficult to make any type of content for that game. And then if I tried to switch back to KSP1 in Q4 of 2023, and every stream I would get asked probably 50 or 60 times to the point where it was distracting from me teaching. Why are you not playing KSP2? Why are you not playing KSP2? Why are you not playing KSP2? Like, guys, I have patience. I have patience. I know that anything that's worth it usually takes time, and you have to be patient. I ran out of patience with that. I ran out of patience basically doing public relations for a company I don't work for. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. So that's why we haven't been playing for a long time. Yeah, I know, Cornbread, right? I used all the visual mods to make KSP1 look good and just make some crazy Kraken deck with stock parts like the old days. Yeah, pretty much, Ace. There is, dude, the new waterfall mod. We should update it, dude. The new waterfall mod is ace. Did you feel like you were a major face of KSP2? I mean, they didn't fly me to the Netherlands for no reason, see? Yeah. I mean you, not me. Yeah, no, I know. Did Private Division need to take 2 money to finish the game, or was that a hedge on Private Division not being able to get more horsepower? I think that Private Division... Well, first of all, we still don't know what happened. We know that they laid off everybody. We don't know why. I think that guys that all with a big company like Take-Two, you know, a big publicly traded company like that, it comes down to what's called fiduciary responsibility. If you're not making the money in the ventures that you're in your ventures, right? You gotta cut ties sometimes. You gotta take Old Yeller out back and shoot it. Like, that's business, man. Do I like it? No. Does it piss me off? Absolutely. Am I bummed that KSP2 is gone? Yes. Oh yeah, that. Little upset. Little upset. It's only, you know, my livelihood there. Little mad. Still a little spicy. Not gonna lie. But I'm over it, dude. Yeah, I'm over it. It's fine. It is what it is. Yeah, we don't know what happened. We don't know if something went down. We just don't know. They haven't said anything. We haven't really gotten an update at all regarding what is going on anywhere. I've tried to reach out to developers regarding this issue. Stonewalled. Some devs that I know didn't even give me a response. Nothing. They just said, I'll talk to you later. That was like 3 months ago. All right. I mean, I'm sure that's not on purpose, but also... Yeah, NDAs. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, no, Dean's doing good work, Tessa. I've been keeping an eye on that. Definitely had Felipe at his office in New Zealand. So, that's pretty good. Yeah, it's just fiduciary responsibility, think of the shareholders, blah, 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 blah. I'm pretty sure that's what happened, you know? The whole software industry and technology industry is contracting a little bit. Contractions happen. That's just markets. Everything goes up and down. Nothing flatlines. If it's flatlined, it's dead. It means you're either growing or you're shrinking. There's no third direction, right? Thank you, Tommy Boy, for that insight. Yeah, the industries go through contractions. It happens. But it's robust. Think about it like a plant. You know, like a plant, you know, if you have trees, if you live in a place where it gets really cold, the trees don't grow during the winter. They basically hibernate. And then they grow again. Right? It happens. You grow and you die. Circle of life. It is what it is. It's just the way she goes, you know? But yeah, it looks like from what I can tell, and once again, we don't know anything. We never got an official word. It looks like Intercept was part of that contraction. They cut products that weren't profitable. And to be fair, a lot of you guys said, does KSP have the runway? Do they have the financial backing to be able to stay around this long? A lot of people asked that question because they noticed the development cycle really started to slow down after a couple of months. A lot of people asked that question. I said, yeah, they should be fine. And the reason why I was saying, yeah, it should be fine is because that's what they told me. They said, oh yeah, we got funding out for a long way. We're committed to this product for a long time. I can only repeat what they said. Like, how was I supposed to know that wasn't a thing? I'd like to see some KSP rather than some weird market postulations, to be honest. Thanks. Thanks for that. Could have done without that, but yeah, sure. Here you go. Here's KSP. I don't want to talk about it, Jordis. I don't even want to bring it up anymore. It just pisses me off. All right, so you want to learn to make launch pads, huh? Part of what I did in KSP, and I think the content that a lot of viewers find the most endearing was the ones where we built out an entire mission architecture. Thanks. Yeah. Not gonna lie, Goran, your statement kind of pissed me off, but that doesn't mean you're wrong. You know? Like, just because this whole KSP2 thing just makes me angry. But yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Just screw you. But anyway, so let's see. Yeah, we would build out whole launch pads for launch vehicles. See, that was the SSDO, the small SSDO. Did the ground anchors they added help with Kraken strikes? No. So what I would do is build out the entire architecture. Tank farm, reaction frames, basically fill ports for the pad, all the mechanical components required to turn the vehicle upright, etc., etc. What about a potential redesign for a Mahara's pad? Well, here's the thing. See that SSDO pad? It's nice, isn't it? That was months of engineering. Months of lining stuff up, months of getting things right. And it still pops from time to time. Did you see the Wild Wild Space trailer? Yeah, I saw it. Robert Parker for the old school KSP vibes. Yeah, maybe. So... Here's Mechazilla. Okay, so I'm hyped to watch EJ engineer. Yeah, these projects take time. Now, this one I actually engineered pretty fast, but it still binds up. It's not completely working correctly. So what I was thinking... Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I was looking at that. Hey, G. Power net are back. Freaking hurricanes, man. Ready for some launch pads. Okay. What I'm thinking is, yeah, start with a small launch vehicle. People want to make launch pads. I mean, I actually have had a couple of viewers, like, not one or two people. It's not like people are chomping at the bit for this type of stuff. But I figure it'd be a good way to get back into it. People are chomping at the bit to, you know, show you how to make launch pads. So I figure we'll do it with a small sat vehicle, right? We'll engineer a vehicle, and we'll basically scratch build something here. The good old days of the Condor 9 pad. Freedom? We could... I mean... You guys want... know if I have Freedom's pads here. We have the Endurance. We still have MLV collecting dust. Building a pad for MLV, I think, is a little bit out of my, Oh, yeah, baby. Building a pad for the MLV, I think, is a little bit out of my scope right now. Yeah. I think it's freaking sweet. That was what we built for our KSP1 finale send-off. Too bad we never used it, because the KSP1 finale never happened. Because we're still just playing it, right? Hey, Roman, what's up, dude? 78 months, how you doing? I'm trying to see if we have the launcher in here, but I don't think we do. The small sat launcher, I don't think we have it. That is Kraken powered, yes. It does have impulse drives, but Imahara is in the mission mode file, RJ, I think. We just have projects like this in here. I wish this didn't take 3 hours to get up into space, but yeah, what are you gonna do? Hey Ollie, how you doing today? I'm annoyed my local diner kebab has been taken over by a chain, and it's now your local diner kebab has been taken over by a chain. Not Roman. You told me that's what it was. Fine, I'll just go back to PY. Shut up. Jag off. I know, Garem. I'm just, yeah, I know what you meant. Just, yeah. I'm just pissy because I'm mad about KSP2, not KSP2ing. Just give me some time to get over. I'll be all right. So yeah, I don't think we have anything in here. So that means we could probably scratch build something, or I could go find Imahara. Yeah, I mean, just at Gorem, like, if I'm going to reduce it to brass tacks, you know, we were talking about economics and stuff. Well, KSP2 sucking kind of screwed my bottom line a little bit. Let's just say, my market projections for stream revenue were a little bit off. Does that make sense? They were a little bit off. My market projections for the amount of money that we would make in stream growth were not accurate. If the Buran and Energia launched the same amount of times as the space shuttle, would it be a better vehicle than the space shuttle? I don't know. It's too hard to say, Sea Kraken. If you wouldn't want to compare launch to launch, dude. What you would want to compare is the systems engineering behind each vehicle. Because I don't know, dude. If Buran ended up launching 135 times like the space shuttle, that means the Cold War never ended. Right? Like, so that's probably, actually, this is mission mode 3. What the hell is my original mission mode save? Oh, it's in the backed up version of KSP. Hold on 1 second. So it's hard to say. I would compare baseline capability to baseline capability. And if you compare baseline to baseline, I think Energia is a better launch vehicle, but STS is a better integrated architecture. For instance, baseline version of Energia. So compare STS-1 to Energia Buran, right? Like, that would be the right way to do that. I think that the space shuttle is a way better design. It's way more integrated. But once again, you're comparing systems engineering here. Just gonna copy the mission mode 2 save and we'll put it in here. That's going to take a second to copy all that. Energia is probably better because it can launch with or without the shuttle, but that isn't without a trade-off. It's cool that the vehicle can do that. I mean, an asymmetric vehicle where you could basically put 60 tons of whatever on the side and it's not a big deal, it'll still fly, is pretty impressive. However, you don't get any of your propulsion back. Remember, we're comparing baseline configurations. STS-1. STS-1, they got 3 main engines back and 2 SRBs back. They used them again and again and again and again. So the shuttle is better at getting stuff back. With Energia and Buran, you don't get any of your propulsion back. The only thing you get back is the orbiter with some orbiter maneuvering pods. I like that. I like that in the fact that you could basically use... Energia had a 100-ton payload capacity to Leo. I like that because you could use the shuttle. Basically, Energia Buran and Energia Poldius are basically... they basically combine... It's like having SLS and the space shuttle in one architecture. Yeah. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty cool. You could do a lot of stuff with that. But then again, one could make the argument that if you have a space shuttle that champions reusability, it's a much easier systems engineering, right? It's basically not as complicated. Building one launch vehicle is easier than building 2, right? So you could make the argument that the shuttle, I think the shuttle would be better. That's where I get my opinion of the shuttle being better. That's where I get it from. I compare STS-1 to the 1K1 mission. And with the 1K1 mission, you didn't have any people on board. It just went up and came back down. It didn't do anything. Now, don't get me wrong, STS-1 did the same thing, but it did the same thing and you got the whole orbiter and your main propulsion back and your boosters back. So I think the space shuttle is a much better integrated architecture. Like, much better. Basically on all levels. Energia is more hardcore systems engineering. It's more complicated, and that's what makes it cooler, because you can launch with or without the shuttle. But, you know, at the end of the day, engineering comes down to what are you trying to do. The shuttle's integrated architecture makes sense because you're trying to lower the cost. Energia is doing the opposite of that. So, because Buran Energia was made as a response to the space shuttle, because at the end of the space race, the Soviets looked at the United States and they said, it's actually an interesting story here. The Soviets looked at the American space shuttle in the early 70s and they said, why are you making that? Why are you making this? Wait, what is this? Stop. I have no idea what this is. Why would you make that? You have Saturn V. Why make this? They got really friggin' confused. They did a Cal Naughton Jr. They go, I'm a little confused by your tactics. I'm gonna keep acting tough until I figure out what's going on. Seriously, they didn't understand what the use of the shuttle was. Lowering cost, that's not a thing that they don't know. They don't know what that means. Anyway, so they defaulted to that the shuttle must be a weapon system. Now, is it a weapon system? Don't know. Shuttle flew a lot of classified missions. Don't know. Couldn't tell you. At least on the surface, it wasn't. But the Soviets thought it was. So they said, okay, we don't know what this thing does, but the Americans have some type of weapon system that needs 25 tons on orbit, right? They need to put 25 tons on orbit, 12-ton down mass capability with a reusable shuttle. We need to duplicate this capability, and we'll figure out what the heck the weapon system is later. And that's what they did. That's why they were like, we don't need this, but we're going to make it because we think we need this. Because we don't know why they have that. They seriously looked at the shuttle and got very confused. They're like, you have the Saturn V, you won the space race. Why are you making this? I mean, I ask myself the same question a lot, even as a shuttle fanboy, but yeah, whatever. Is in Buran Energia closer to the original design of the shuttle program pre-USAF interference? Negative. No. No. Dream Chaser is more like what that would look like, Tessa. Did a bit of research. The cost per launch for Energia was 800 million and the space shuttle about 1.6 billion. There's no way those numbers are accurate, Seakraken. I'm sorry, there isn't. First of all, I know that space shuttle stack number is total cost involved. So that is not just the price of putting a space shuttle, but building a shuttle stack and putting it on the pad. That's the price of making every single component. That 1.6 billion most likely has the orbiter manufacturing cost tied into it because of low frequency of manufacture of shuttles, which is why the shuttle carried a heavy price tag. The idea was that NASA and the Department of Defense was going to overcome this with launching the shuttle a lot to recoup their development costs. So you're comparing the total cost involved of a space shuttle to a system where you don't have a monetary system at all. You're comparing Fahrenheit and Celsius here. I don't think that's wise. There's no way anybody could put a price tag on Buran Energia because the system that made it was not inherently capitalist. Just putting it out there. So, if the total cost involved of a shuttle is 1.6 billion, there's no way Energia Buran, if you figure total cost involved of building a super heavy launch vehicle and a partially reusable super heavy launch vehicle at the same time with one integrated development, it costs 800 million. There's not a chance. Not a chance. Sorry, those numbers are probably bullcrap, dude. In 2011, it was 450 million per launch. Yep. Cost went down over time, slow, because, you know, the more your reusable vehicle flies, the more you recoup the manufacturing cost and development of said vehicle. I can think of another vehicle that's kind of doing that exact same thing. This one right here. See that one? Yeah, that one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've recouped their development costs with Starlink profits. Yeah, pretty sure. Remember, Energia never had a proper pad. It launched off the N1 test pad. True and false, Ga. Energia Polius launched off of the test stand because Site 110 was not completed. Buran Energia, the mission that launched in November 1988, launched from an N1 launch pad. But the Soviet regime did manage to shortcut some of the R&D costs via espionage. Yeah, for the orbiter, Tessa. That's the orbiter. The orbiter bears passive similarities to the shuttle. The launch vehicle absolutely does not. What do you predict the cost per launch of the shuttle would have been if it hit the designed cadence? The DoD was projecting to do about 24 missions per year with the shuttle, or one mission every week, or one mission every 2 weeks. If it had scaled up to, let's say, one shuttle mission a week,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
below 100 million. Yeah, I'd say below 100 million. Maybe even like down to like 60, what a Falcon 9 is down to. That would have required a tremendous financial investment to get to scale, right? But they were going to. A shuttle every 14 days. Oh, the dreams. They basically did that in 1985, Mile. Go look at the flight cadence for 1985. They got it down to a month. 1986, they were going to get it to 2 shuttle missions a month. By 1987, it should have been 1 shuttle mission a week. Yeah, the scale and the ramp up was actually awesome. It's really cool. I really wish they'd seen it through, but some dingbat decided that flying when your SRBs partially fail, it was a good idea. But hey, what are you gonna do? Anyway, so if you're gonna compare 1 to 1, I still think the shuttle comes out on top. Then that's not to say that Buran Energia isn't great in its own regard. There's trade-offs. The shuttle's designed to reduce costs. Komrade is designed to increase capability. you know, usually those are kind of at odds with each other. Yeah, Erudite. I think 400 million per launch is impressively low. It is. Erudite, I would contend to say that here, let me just start looking around here. This isn't, I've loaded up our mission mode 2 save. I copied it. This should have the pads in it and stuff. I would contend to say that the 400 million, yeah, is, you're right. It's pretty dang low. I think that price could have gotten lower. Some of the practices, and this is from what I've heard from ex-shuttle engineers on the record, some of the practices for turning the orbiter around were just completely not needed. They did it out of the perception of safety and not actual safety. Like taking apart the engine every time actually probably made it less reliable. Yeah, that's right from the guy that ran the shuttle program for the last, like I don't know, half decade of the program. It's possible that the O-ring failure was overlooked to keep up with the cadence. Shippy, that's a very astute observation. Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened, dude. Everybody wants to blame, you know, it's a rush to launch. It's a rush to launch. It's a rush to launch. What? Okay, you got to think about this in context. Now, you know, everybody's like, oh, we got to be careful about Go Fever. We got to be careful about Go Fever. You got to be careful about Go Fever. That's right. But also at the same time, you got to remember who's the stakeholders for the shuttle. The Department of Defense. DOD. Now, before people get put on there, oh my God, they ruined everything. You know, if NASA had the military's funding, before you get on that hate train, you got to understand the context of the time. We're talking about 1986 here, okay? Just a couple of years ago, in the early 80s, now some of you were there and some of you remember this, the constant threat of being turned to glass every freaking day. In the early 80s, relations between the Soviet Union and the United States were not good. Not good. We almost fall out at ourselves. Yeah, it was close. Tensions were really, really high. And what we basically were trying to do is try to get any particular advantage that we possibly could to over the Department of Defense at that time was designed to, you know, we got to keep everybody safe. What they were trying to do is try to overcome any type of defense or any type of, they were trying to eliminate any first strike capability, or they were trying to achieve a first strike capability. Or now what's first strike? First strike basically means you hit the guy and you nuke him to Kingdom Come before he can retaliate, right? This is part of the defense doctrine of the time, right? Defense doctrine of the time was any advantage that we can get or any way to basically keep the peace, right? Now, those two kind of seem like they're at odds with each other. However, remember, both sides are vying, the United States and the Soviet Union, both sides are vying to find a way to eliminate their enemy, right? We're trying to find any singular advantage. They were, we were, everybody was doing it. Now, how does this figure into the launch cadence of the shuttle? You gotta remember, the shuttle was the only launch vehicle. It was basically promised as the launch vehicle to end all launch vehicles. This thing will make everything else redundant. Titan, Atlas, Delta will look like the Wright Flyer, and the shuttle will look like a 747. Okay, so we started ramping down our industrial base for all of our launch vehicles because the shuttle was supposed to replace them. There's no need to keep making Titan missiles. There's no need to keep making Atlas missiles. They didn't make Atlas missiles at the time. Titan missiles, though, no need for Delta, no need for Titan 3. There was no need for any of that because the shuttle was supposed to replace everything. Now, I said a second ago, everybody's trying to get, the United States and Soviet Union are both trying to get advantages over each other. And then I said that has to do with keeping the peace. Now, how does it have to do with keeping the peace? What bucks that trend of potential first strike capability? Spoiler alert, it has something to do with what the Department of Defense puts up there. Spy satellites. Spy satellites. You can peep the other guy. Soviet Union spying on us, we're spying on them. That keeps the peace. Because that basically keeps mutually assured destruction a thing. It's important to understand this. So, you have a backlog of spy satellites that you need to launch. You have an enemy that wants to turn you into glass constantly, and if you don't have the latest and greatest in hardware to be able to see what they're doing, you're falling behind. And this is what I mean about the defense doctrine of the time. Any misstep could mean that the Soviet Union could potentially have an advantage over us. Same thing with them. There's a reason why they've launched Soyuz all this time. Because you have to have what's called assured access into space. The delays for the shuttle program were potentially threatening assured access to space for the United States. That's why there was a rush to launch. And it's important to think about this in the context. It makes Challenger make a lot more sense. Because everybody teaches, you know, when you see documentaries about Challenger, you see documentaries about, you know, the early shuttle program, right? You see documentaries of, you know, there's a bajillion of them on Challenger out there. You see these documentaries, and it's always, you know, oh my God, there's some bureaucrat, there's some, you know, piece of crap bureaucrat that, you know, said launch that doesn't care about human lives, blah, 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 blah. Actually, it's quite the opposite of that. To be honest with you, it's the exact opposite of that. It's not what you think. We need to be able to have assured access to space. We basically need to be able to launch what we want when we want. The shuttle, because we ramped everything down and made that our only launch vehicle, and that only launch vehicle started being delayed because turns out making the most complicated launch vehicle ever devised by man might take a little bit more than the Gemini program's price tag. Go look it up, adjusted for inflation. NASA funding for the shuttle program is basically the Gemini program. NASA cooked that up with the Gemini budget. Okay. I actually went and looked at this. You know, we did a deep dive on stream once. So, there was pressure. There was a lot of pressure from the Department of Defense and Air Force brass to get this thing going, to figure out these problems, to iterate on it faster. Problem is, you're towing a fine line between putting lives at stake and, ironically, putting lives at stake, because not getting that spy satellite up there could mean that the Soviet Union could develop something that could kill you and you wouldn't know about it. First strike capability. Anybody ever watch War Games? Think about it. It's interesting to think about it from that perspective. And if you think about it from that perspective, what happened with Challenger makes a lot more sense. Can't have a strategic disadvantage with a nation that wants to turn your nation into glass. What would the price of a Saturn V be if the Apollo program was never scrapped? Probably super low, no, but if you think about the propulsion systems on the Saturn V, they were cutting edge for the 60s, but they're pretty straightforward by today's standards. It's not a theory, Ilona. It's very well researched. Very well researched. I'm not going to say facts, but it's pretty damn well researched. I've talked to a lot of people that were around at the time. And Tinfoil Hat part of the brain says what killed the shuttle, especially Adventure Star, was pressure from said industry and maybe even some strategic donations worrying that they were going to lose their cash cow. For Venture Star, Aqualux, I would say that's a lot more correct. I would say during the 80s, they would throw around defense contracts like it was candy. The whole military-industrial complex was working for us because we had an existential threat. Military-industrial complex starts to not do that when you don't have an existential threat. So the Soviet Union collapsing basically screwed the defense budget, and that made aerospace a very cutthroat industry to get into. Still is, to this day. The U.S.? I'm not reading that. I'm not doing that. Apparently the US still has an existential threat. Yeah, Elman, I don't know. So what you're saying is we need a Cold War too. I don't think we're ever going to get into some kind of another Cold War with ideological differences, guys. The circumstances are just too different. If we're gonna talk about this, we should go play Hearts of Iron, but maybe we'll do that tomorrow. I don't think we're gonna Cold War with China to be 100%. Let's just elephant in the room, right? All right. Everybody thinks we're gonna get into a space race with China. We're gonna have a Cold War II with China. It's just gonna, and we're gonna go back to the good old days, right? No. Unlikely. We're economically tied. We're economically joined at the hip with China. There's no way we would have a Cold War in the same manner that we had with the Soviet Union with them. That's not happening. Too much money's at stake. It's interesting because that's what's keeping the peace right now. Seriously. Territorial ambitions be damned when you're making billions of dollars. Who cares? However, BRICS versus NATO thing is starting to build a little bit. Yeah, but Shippy, you got to remember at the end of the day, the BRICS countries are all economically tied at the hip because we globalized their economy through the 90s and the early 2000s, like we did. Now, I have my own reservations about that whole thing, but China's at least 5 decades behind technologically compared to the U.S. They are a threat in some ways, but overall, their overall reliability and capabilities are still limited. Yeah, I mean, we're not even talking about, Ivo, we're not even talking about technological achievement here. We're talking about economically, dude. I'd say economically they're on par with us, sure. Absolutely. What about Taiwan, though? There's a lot of hostility there, and you notice that nothing happens. Yeah, PY. Yeah. It looks like she may have been leaking some propellant there, that Ariane 6 rocket. Posturing and saber rattling, dude. I think people use... Alright, here, you want to hear EJ's hot take for the day? I think we use mutually assured destruction and saber rattling as a way to leverage economics to make more money. The U.S. has been doing it since 1945. Dude, and in that regard, we might see proxy wars here and there, but I say, especially after the perspective of World War II, it's important to understand that everybody looked at that and said, that was very expensive. That was really expensive. War is very expensive. We should probably not do that again. I mean, that and mutually assured destruction, right? There are other ways. There are other ways to grind your enemies into dust than fighting them. Long story short, I don't think we're going to get into another, like, Soviet Union, US style Cold War with China, unless the crap absolutely hits the fan, unless something goes down. Maybe, who knows? Anyway, look at these bars. Yeah, maybe, Aqualex. I'd say hedge your bets and just let the commercial market do it. Let capitalism do its thing. And that's somebody saying that NASA needs to have parity with commercial partners. I'm serious about that. They absolutely do. Hey, it's very clear that the commercial markets for spaceflight are expanding like crazy, even through the pandemic. We've seen little economic contractions in the commercial satellite launch industry, right? What folded? Virgin Orbit and Astra contracted heavily and then merged with another company. That's it. Rocket Lab's still good. SpaceX obviously is still good, right? We're still seeing Rocket Factory Augsburg out of Europe. They're coming around. Who else? ULA is thriving like crazy. Like, there was little to no market contraction through the pandemic, not at least as much as other industries, right? I don't understand the need to undermine our capabilities. We'll talk about words about the decline of Pax Americana. I don't understand the need to undermine our capabilities. Yeah, Blue. Oh, I forgot about Blue. Jeez. The company that's invested billions of dollars onto the Space Coast and in Huntsville. Yeah, them. Yeah, who are they, right? Like, we've seen it. It's clear that the commercial markets are up there for space flight, and it's very clear that, you know, people are voting with their wallet there. Like, that's what we want to do. We need to go. We want the. I think people want the future we were promised in Star Trek and stuff, and I think there's some merit to that. But I think NASA should still be at the forefront of this stuff. I don't want corporations controlling who can go to Mars, for instance. I don't want Wayland Yutani, all right? We don't want that. That's because that will happen, right? You have to have a metered approach in some way, shape, or form, right? So that's why I've always said, I've been saying this for a decade. NASA needs to have parity. SpaceX can land rockets. NASA needs to develop their own in-house landable vehicle. SpaceX has super heavy launch capability. NASA needs super heavy launch capability. I'm sorry, it just needs to be that way. Hey Razzie, what's up? It has to be that way. Anyway, we don't want by and large either. Exactly, Tessa. Relativity, Stoke, dude, there's so many companies that are still around even post-pandemic. I couldn't remember all of them. Yeah, here's a launch pad, but the launch pad is still. Only NASA worked with a laboratory that dealt with propulsion. Also, if only NASA's budget kept pace with inflation. Hellfish, the only guy I ever see talk about any of the stuff that I'm talking about is a guy that I am pretty well studied in. And I think he doesn't get... The press chews this guy out constantly, but Mike Griffin is the guy that ran NASA from 04 to 08. He oversaw the shuttle program, got the shuttle to be operationally reliable after Columbia, and also started ramping up the Constellation program at the same time. Mike Griffin is the only guy that talks about this stuff. He's the only one. And I'm taken aback that everybody calls him a crackpot. Like, he had a testimony to Congress like 3 or 4 months ago where he said, look, NASA needs to develop their own lander. It's not that we should or shouldn't rely on commercial landers. It's that having a government controlled way to get to the moon and having a capitalist way to get to the moon, a private sector way to get to the moon, is the most sustainable way forward. Do we want landing pads on the moon to be in feet, or do we want it to be in meters? That was a little bit of hyperbole on his part, but that's the argument that he made. Airports, airplanes, they all use the same system. Every runway around the world, every aircraft uses feet and knots, because we're the ones that developed that system. And that's the system that's stuck. Do we want that in space or not? The only way to do that is to be the ones that get there first. I'm not saying that every spaceship needs to be engineered Imperial. Don't get confused. That was just an example that Mike Griffin made. But that's the idea. Hey, Chief. Just came home from work. Well, welcome home. I understand both of his arguments and those against him. I can see both sides of that coin. Look, Hellfish, my entire theory about how the space program should work is based off of long-term sustainability. But unlike some programs that are very sustainable and don't do anything because their hands are tied, I, once again, believe in leveraging the military-industrial complex to get it to work for you. We did that for a long time. We did that with the Saturn V. In order to do that, you need deadlines and you need accountability. That's something that NASA, that's something that nobody at NASA seems to want to admit, most likely for some bullcrap political reason. Nobody wants to admit that that's what's going on. To be a good NASA administrator, you got to work with everybody, throw party lines out the door, and hold people accountable, just like James Webb does. James Webb was a prick. He was a prick. Like, that guy would have gotten canceled so hard in this day and age, but he put foot to ass when he needed to and got the Apollo program done in a decade. He was NASA's administrator during the Apollo program. He was a jerk. Go read about him. Go read his bio on Wikipedia. Oh yeah, not a good person, but held people accountable, right? I'm not saying we need another prick running NASA, okay? That's not what I'm saying. It's just, you need accountability. Jim did the same thing, Nova, and that's why I liked him so much. Bridenstine did the same thing. He did the same thing. Now, that wasn't without some missteps here and there. If I'm critical of Jim, it was giving SpaceX the HLS contract. If I'm going to be critical, that is a decision that was not... Let me just put it to you like this, and I'm not trying to start this. It's really easy to get swept up in politics, and believe me, if you're on social media, the political nonsense that gets thrown into my feed, even though I don't want it, has been hot and heavy lately. If Jim had stayed in office and he had kept going the way he was going, it probably would have happened a little bit differently than how it's happening now. Yeah, pretty much, Nova. He held Boeing's feet to the fire, and look what happened. We got Artemis 1. Weird, huh? I really hate the term sustainability. There's no sustainability when there is a constant worry about it. Like I said, my entire theory about how the space program works, Hellfish, stems from long-term sustainability. Do we want to keep pushing the boundary? Sustainably pushing the boundaries of human capability in spaceflight. That's the only thing I'm concerned with. Because we've seen what happens in the past when a government has the sole way to get to another celestial body. If there's no perceived reason for it, it'll get scattered to the winds. We beat the Russians. No need for this anymore. However, I don't think running the risk of having corporations be the only way to get to another celestial body is a good idea either. He was the right man for the right job, Chief. He held people accountable. That's why I liked him so much. And that's what NASA needs. You need accountability. I'm sorry. You do. You have to have it. And I'm not saying that Bill doesn't do a good job. There have been times where Bill has done stuff that I really didn't agree with. But, hey, it is what it is. Now he's helping Firefly. There you go, Pete. Hey, Firefly's... That actually reminds me. We didn't even talk about it on Space News. Flight 5, baby. Noise of Summer. Excellent mission. Very good. Beautiful. And the guy hosting the cast was, okay. I'm on Team Morgan. You know what I'm saying? Seriously. I could listen to her talk about structural engineering of vehicles all day. It was very, very good. Very good cast, man. Das did okay, too. What are you building here? Gregor, this is a launch pad from a past program. Yeah, Morgan did amazing. She should be on there with us from now on, dude. No joke. She was excellent. So, if you guys didn't see Firefly's Flight 5 cast, NSF did the back-end production for it. So Das hosted the stream, which was fantastic. He had a structurals engineer from Firefly named Morgan Faney, I think was her name. And she was talking about, how she goes around inspecting the composite structure for Alpha and stuff. It was super cool. Super good cast. Learned a lot, actually. I'm going to be frank, there will be no sustainability under any circumstances if we constantly push for it. Build and fly the dang rockets and eventually sustain. Yeah, exactly. Hellfish, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, my idea of long-term sustainability requires copious financial investment. Right now. like billion. It requires NASA's budget to basically be doubled. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like, you know, I have the chops to be able to even try to get that done, but that's what needs to be done. I know, but then again, pointing out a problem is really easy. Solving the problem is the difficult part. Anyone can point out a problem. Did we learn nothing from early flight? I don't know, man. Anyway, let's get into launch pads. So, you guys want to learn how to make launch pads for vehicles? I've been asked a couple of times. Let's see if we can find Imahara's pad. Now, that's a launch pad, a reusable launch pad that we built in KSP. And I know what you're wondering. What the heck are all those? What are all the I-beams for? What is all that? Those are rails. They're rails for a gantry crane. See? That's a bridge crane. It's made out of SRBs, yes. No, the SRBs aren't loaded. If I hit spacebar, nothing happens. But it uses robotics to slide these cylinders on a track here, back and forth, so I can roll this crane over to the pad, set it down, move the crane into position, snag a rocket, pick it up, pull the rocket back, and set it down on the pad. Pretty cool, huh? This is a VAB outside of the VAB. This is what I did when we played Kerbal a lot in 2021 and 2022. Afternoon, how's KSB been treating you today? Good, Monoprop. We've been talking about a couple of other things. No, Baramus, we haven't heard anything. Love the ground service equipment. Ground pads are one of my favorite things, guys. I love the rockets. That is my favorite thing in the world. But the machine that launches the machine is what makes me happy. If this vehicle looks like a death trap, you're absolutely right. It absolutely is a death trap. And there's a reason why this is an R&D file that says do not use this for flight. Thanks, Past DJ. Dart, my beloved. Maybe we'll make Dart 2 Electric Boogaloo. 6-shot. Do you ever solve the robotics drift? Hybrid tech, Raja, should mostly fix that problem. You're always going to encounter... KSP is coded... All right. To understand why drift happens, you have to understand a little bit about physics and a little bit more about KSP's backend. KSP is coded in float, meaning that stuff rounds, so you can only be accurate to a certain decimal place. Float is something that's used in coding, and once again, it rounds off numbers on purpose to save space and to limit data calculation, so basically Kerbal doesn't fry your computer. There are methods of code where you don't need to do something like float. You could use integer or you could use double and get more precise calculations, but the simulation would be butthole. It would be nowhere near real time. Just a little bit on coding there. Now, so drift is always going to happen. Long story short, there are ways to minimize it. Same vessel collision between physicsless parts usually fixes that. Hybrid tech is what minimizes it the most. But the funny thing is that inadvertently creates an interesting conundrum here. What does that mean? Parts in Kerbal wear out. They bend. Just like real life. In Kerbal, parts wear out and bend for different reasons than they do in real life. But yeah, fatigue happens, part fatigue. So I don't think it's... So what am I trying to say? Sorry, it's kind of all over the place right now. I'm looking at all this stuff that we made back in the day. What am I trying to say? The point that I'm getting at here is that I think trying to get rid of drift is that's not the problem we should be solving. The problem we should be solving is a way to work with it. Have the parts wear in a way where they'll bend themselves back into place. That was the next big thing that I kind of wanted to mess with in KSP1. Figuring out ways not to mitigate drift completely, but work with it to get parts to basically self-heal. Think like Roman concrete. There's a way to do it. If parts can drift out of position, they can drift back into position, right? So what causes this? Part drift on robotic parts happens because of the momentary physics easing on scene load, amongst other things. Now, keep in mind, what are the parts in Kerbal where... What times in KSP does physics get reloaded? Physics gets reloaded during two vehicles docking together, time warp, and reloading a scene. Right? That's why that happens. I heard the ISS will be abandoned in 2030 because of metal fatigue. The components are wearing out, Dummy Slayer. It's not going to be abandoned. It'll be deorbited. You don't want to abandon a football field-sized object in space. That would be catastrophically bad. That would be like having a cruise liner basically ghost-ridden across the Atlantic. Will it be fine? Yeah, maybe. Is it most likely to cause problems with other things around, floating around in the water? Yep. Yep. Little backwards. Integers. Yeah, I said it backwards, hot dog. Sorry, I'm not a software guy. Yeah, double with integers that way. So it's integer float double, right? I said it wrong. I said that integer is over here on the right, on this side of float. You're right. You're correct. I suck at software. I like mechanical engineering, but yeah, that doesn't mean I don't understand what the heck's going on with float and float and double. If KSP was coded in double, there'd be no part drift. Yeah. But also you would probably get the frame rate that you get with a 1,000 part vehicle with 100 parts at best. There's a rounding error. Yep. Yeah, just mix them up, but you got the right idea. Yeah, can you imagine if we had a KS... Dude. Oh! Yeah, like, can you imagine a sequel to this game where it's just the exact same game, but the back end is coded with double? You could have... If we did that and they found a way to make it work, like, use double and get the simulation rate high, you could probably do it with like part welding or something, like an integrated part welder. If we did something like that, if they did something like that, we could, yeah, this could easily, yeah, you could handle 2,000 parts. Shouldn't be an issue. The other thing would be physics. So physics is the other reason why parts drift around, because of that momentary loading, right? Just because physics is the same way. It simplifies the physics because of data reasons, right? KSP on a custom-built engine, tailor-made, like not on Unity, not on Unreal. A game like this needs its own engine, right? If KSP 2 was basically the exact same thing as KSP 1, but with a custom-built engine, they would have... Yeah, they would have sold a bajillion copies. Like, yeah, easy peasy. Or it needs this. Is that Jolt? Yeah, I know about Jolt. Yeah, Jolt could work, but tailor-made applications would probably be the right move. Oculus, I had the benefit of talking to Harvester a little while ago about this. The guy that made KSP 1. I'm honestly parroting him because of my lack of understanding of software engineering. Yeah, he said Jolt could work, like you could do it, but what KSP really needs is its own custom physics engine. Yeah, it needs its own custom physics engine, and it needs its own game engine. The physics engine is kind of like a module that you click to the main engine. But yeah, I have a theory that might be someone somewhere might be doing that in the future. I can't say where though. It's ITAR. You know what I'm saying? All right, so yeah, new mark maybe. They're moving the load spreader for the tower segment stacking for the first tower segment. Ooh, that reminds me, I should pull up Starbase Live. Yep, spreader's ready to go. All right, so we want to build a launch pad. Let's find the smallest launch vehicle that we made in our Mission Mode 2 save. It's called LV-1. That was the code name for the project. It's my Imahara rocket. Imahara was a small sat launcher that I basically used in early career mode. Now, if you guys don't know what Mission Mode is, it was my custom rule set for KSP. It's a KSP career mode save, but I had a custom rule set to basically make it like workers and resources realistic difficulty hard. You had to build up. My custom rule set was you had to build everything. You had to build everything. No putting a launch vehicle on the pad with some launch clamps and hitting the space bar. That's not allowed. If you wanted to build something and launch it into space, you had to build out all the equipment for it, with an emphasis on reusability. That's the LV-1. Oh, nice, goalie. There you go. KSP realism difficulty. Yeah, I also had chat vote on funding for the projects, and we would edit in cash based off of what chat voted for, making this absurdly difficult. Mission mode was really, really tough, and unfortunately the SSTO program kind of killed it, but hey, whatever. We actually scaled up our tech tree, started with a small launch vehicle, worked our way through career mode, doing commercial missions, and we actually worked our way up to making an Earth orbit rendezvous architecture that got us to the moon and back. Yeah, EOR is what it's called. Hey, Tony? What's Tony doing up there? It's weird. He fast forwarded to the next video. Must have clicked the wrong button. See that? It was playing Stay Tuned. That's a great YouTube channel. Yeah, pretty much, JSpeed. It's interesting. I wanted it to show... I wanted it to be realistic to understand the process of design by committee, and let's just say we figured it out. So here's Imahara's pad. Imahara was a small sat launcher, basically as tiny as you can go, and I borrowed some ideas from Rocket Lab with Electron. This basically works a lot like their launcher. So what you guys are seeing is basically a Kerbalized version of that. Right there. Yep. Oh, also the rules for mission mode, no reloads, no quick saves, no nothing. Whatever happens, happens. You put this thing out on the pad, it blows up in your face, good. And kiss that money goodbye. Could you do a demo of one of the launch pads? Yeah, off leave, sure. I'm not gonna do it in my mission mode save because this save is still paused. We could go back to playing it if we really wanted to. So what I'm going to do is take anything with an LV-1 designation and move it into one of my debug saves. Yeah. We even gave provisions for small capsule for Imahara. Yeah, look at that. Nice. Wait, that would mean I built a crew access arm for this thing. Are you doing full mission mode just like the one years ago? No. No, Ivo. If I was going to do mission mode again, I would retain all stakeholder expectations. No chat voting. I would basically... No chat voting on mission architecture. Chat voting on funding is how I would do it again. Having you guys decide the architecture was idiotic of me. And it taught me a valuable lesson about when lawmakers decide to design a launch vehicle, how incredibly bad that is for stakeholder expectations. Yeah. Yeah, those are relay stations right there that we made. I'm trying to... Yeah, okay, so here's what we're going to do. Let me go over here like this. Let's go into saves, mission mode 2, ships, SPH. Anything here with an LV1 designation, which is all of the stuff for Imahara. We will copy, and we will put into my debug save, my engineering mode save, where we just build stuff. Yeah, so like in this mission mode rules, if I wanted to test something, guys, good. Figure out a way to make a test stand for it. Yeah, no send it, hit the space bar, and oh, if it blows up, haha, revert, that was just a test flight. That was just a practice swing. None of that. You had to engineer out the test stands for your launch vehicles if you wanted to get them to work correctly. Yeah, also, one of my rules was, well, there's debris for rockets and stuff. Sometimes rockets crash and debris falls. You want that debris back, you got to go get it. If not, it ain't going anywhere. There's no just magical, I mean, there's a magical recover button in KSP, but if you want to get your money back for recovering that debris, good. Find a vehicle, make a vehicle to go and get it. If NASA had a problem with a space shuttle and the space shuttle had to land somewhere else, right? You'd have to find a way to go and get your space shuttle back to the launch site. That's where Jeb died, by the way. Yeah, that was good. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the junkyard. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hey, Spacey. So, yeah, these rules were tough. Very difficult. Very difficult rule set. Fun to play, though. What I want to do today is just show you guys a demo of this launch of Imahara's launchpad and do a launch with it, and then get into the basic ideas of if you would like to play like this, how you would go about solving that problems. Can I see your chat? Yeah, I just said hi to you. This is all the parts that I did end up recovering. It's sitting in a junkyard out here. These are all parts from various missions. This is what's left of DART Experimental Vehicle 8. I made a trailer and a crane. It crashed out there and killed... I don't think this one killed Jeb, actually. I'm pretty sure this is the one that we were transporting by a helicopter and the chain broke. Yeah. Yeah, that's what's left of this. I went and actually picked up all of its pieces, put them on the trailer with the Kerbal EVA. And yeah, we towed that trailer to our junkyard. This was a test article from the early parts of my Freedom Rocket program. That was Experimental Core 7. I used flag packs to serialize all my stuff. This was a trailer that was carrying some pieces of the DART that killed Jeb. There's some thrusters. These thrusters in-game have flown into space. Yeah, these things went into space. Same with that one over there. Most of this stuff is flight hardware. In my save. That's the marker for the junkyard. There is... That's Phoenix. It has its integration bracket on it and its processing stool attached. That vehicle has flown into space 2 times without ever being recovered. The other thing about this is that Phoenix has crashed. One of those times it actually crashed. And what I ended up doing, and this took a lot of time and a lot of patience, is because my DART mini shuttles are made out of all parts that Kerbals can handle with EVA, we rebuilt it outside of the SPH. We reattached all the parts and rebuilt the thing. Yes, you are looking at a vehicle that had one of its wings cut off. I believe part of its wing is sitting, the original wing is sitting over there. We actually rebuilt the vehicle outside of the SPH. This thing has flown to space multiple times. If you start looking at it, though, you can see that there are some parts that are not exactly lined up and symmetrical. Yeah, like the RCS thrusters, see? I had to rebuild them by hand with a Kerbal outside of the VAB. So they're not exactly aligned. Can we do a Will It Fly with Phoenix? No. Hey, Tigris. Any news on an engine test for Booster 12? Should be happening soon.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Merkers, 30-month resub. Are you in sandbox mode? Spacey, this version of Kerbal with all this saved flight hardware, this save is career mode. So, no, this was not in sandbox. All this stuff flew with profits from missions. There's another processing stool for another Dart. There's my research and development. That's an R&D trailer that's designed to collect science. This thing can be hitched up to... it actually gets picked up like a Connex, and you could put it on a truck. Yeah, I believe some of these pieces over here are part of Dart's original wing. Yeah, anyway. These capsules are all part of the early space program from this save. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So Jeb, Bill, Bob, and Val all flew in these capsules, and they were all picked up and recovered out of the water, and I brought them back here. Yeah, that's mission mode. You're not just building a launch vehicle. No. You're not just building a launch vehicle. You build everything. Guess what? Jeb lands out in the middle of the ocean. Go find a way to get him home. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin landed and Mike Collins landed in the middle of the ocean. Well, I mean, for what it's worth, they did. They needed a way to get back. USS Hornet. You have to build all the recovery vessels, anything you want, anything you need to get your Kerbals back here. That's why we opted to build that mini shuttle, so we wouldn't have to do any of that. Because building those types of vehicles is tough. Now let's go over to the pad here. There's a Dart still on orbit, so... Mishu, I played Kerbal with a workers and resources realistic rule set. Yeah, it's really fun playing it this way, if not really difficult, and requires a lot of time. I would like to go back to doing this, but I got to get my feet wet here. No, Ace. Jeb died on this one when a Dart actually... I didn't do enough aero research with Dart to get it to work right. So Jeb actually died over there when a Dart fell short of the runway, and I had to try and land it on uneven terrain, and that ended about as well as you think. Do you have a station on orbit? In this save, yeah, sure. That's where that Dart that's still on orbit is. This is the launch pad. This launch pad has launched multiple rockets multiple times, and I have the VAB that's on landing gear. It's retracted right now, so the thing's just sitting on pads down here. It's sitting on a girder segment on the ground. There's a guide piece for the rail right there in the form of that panel. And then what happens is this landing gear deploys, the whole tower lifts up and gets put on wheels, and I have a truck that you can drive in and hitch to the tower and move it into position over the pad. Once you move it into position over the pad, vehicles can drive in here, and the crane on the pad can pick them up and set them, what's called LVOS in the industry, launch vehicle on stand, basically stack right on the launch pad. This right here is, for the most part, a functioning Kerbalized version of... Give me a moment. Not Complex 39. It's Complex 34. That. Right there. Nope, that's all Complex 39. That's Slick 37, I think. Oh, no, that's not 37. That's 34. That's a bridge crane. See it right there? The bridge crane picks itself up. It can jack itself up and move on wheels. And when it does, it moves over the pedestal, right? And there's a gantry crane built into the top. You can see the rails for it right there and right there. Crane moves into position, and they start stacking the vehicle. I studied how the Apollo program integration worked hardcore. There it is right there. There's the bridge crane. See? It looks like a bridge, but it's not. It's a gantry crane. It's basically a gantry crane built into the top of an integration structure. this thing could pick itself up, move all the way over here, set itself down on those pegs right there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And they would bring in the vehicle. They would bring in the stage from the side. The bridge crane could pick it up and stack it. That's how they put the Saturn 1 together. That's moving around a vehicle stage adapter for the Saturn 5. Yeah. They were cooking with Apollo. Oh, there's a picture using a similar method to put it on a test stand. Yeah, that's the first, that's a Saturn 1 SA1. Serial number 1. They scrapped it last year. Was still around. This picture's from the early 60s. Look at NASA's logo. Old school. Yeah, that test stand is still around, though, which is pretty cool. They're about to scrap that as well. You know, that's good. There's a picture of the same test stand. Why'd they scrap it? Because they left it outside for 50 years and it basically rotted out. Anybody like Tri-5 Chevys? How about Tri-5 Chevys and test stands? This is down in Huntsville. That snuck in here. That's not supposed to be in here. But also, nice picture. I'm trying to find... Nice. Are we going to do a Kerbal mission? This is my first time getting back into KSP after a long time, Spacey. You're probably not going to see much today. I'm just kind of getting reacquainted with this. But yeah, that's Complex 34. That's, well, it was still under construction. The tower isn't there. Yeah, these are under construction pictures. And I used these pictures to figure out how this stuff all came together. Yeah, most likely, John. I'm not interested. W. Is that a Fiat 500? Cool. Country Squire. Very nice. Old Econoline right there. Old Suburban. Old Fairlane. Falcon two-door wagon, because your station wagon doesn't need 4 doors. It needs 2. Sorry, I love old cars. Yeah, there's a picture of the bridge crane. So that, I basically used that to learn how they would put rockets together, and we built a Kerbalized version of it right there. There it is. This thing does exactly the same thing. We bring the vehicle in right here, it can pick it up and set it right on the pad. Maybe a mission mode where we can use our viewer points to buy things or create missions in the playthrough would be nice, since viewer points weren't a thing back then. No. You guys, Ace, I put a lot of thought into this from the lessons learned from the first mission mode. From mission mode 2. No. You guys have no say in the design process. That's my job. How we go about building the things together, sure. I come up with the stakeholder expectations, though. No. You, chat, should have no official manner in the design process. Yarg basically ruined that for you guys, so. Mini Mechazilla on rails, I like it. That's right, Pop. Yep. You can't build launch pads in KSP2 JDG. Sorry, I know that was a little while ago. I accidentally flipped off a window on YouTube chat. Not this kind of flipped off, I switched it. But anyway. Another SSDO, please. No. So are you the one deciding the architecture? Stop asking, Chief, respectfully, I don't know. Stop asking questions, man. I just want to show people how to build a launch pad today. Will we start mission mode rules again in the future? Yeah, probably. Yeah, we got to get back into it. We'll get the best visual mods that we can get, and heck, man, maybe I'll do some 3D modeling and make a launchpad parts pack or something. Wouldn't be against it, to be 100% honest with you. Is Valentina safe in this save? Yep, Valentina's flown like 4 or 5 missions into space. Come on, realism overhaul. Didn't I just get through saying that you guys have no say in this process? I mean, albeit for a slightly different thing, but... Respectfully, I could say my opinion, I hope. So if you're the one deciding the architecture, you would have the option of building nothing but pads for the next couple of years. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Dick. Appreciate it. Alright, so let's take a look. LV1 architecture.
Discovery,
Hey,
go and
Owens.
throttle up.
Crude master design, crude pad design. Oh yeah, we did build a crew access tower. Speaking of pads, found this recently, a test from 1985. Vandenberg sound suppressor test. Yeah, I knew about that. It's so strange to me to see EJ subs that never saw EJ play KSB. I've never played this game, so I have no idea, but I'll just watch it. Newmark, I know. You came through from cities, right? Let me tell you, dude, like, you know how I would just one more lane, bro? Like, we get into the minute details of building roads in cities. I do that with spaceflight architecture here. Which came first, the rocket or the pad? Without the pad, there can be no rocket. But without the rocket, there can... Unless you're DCX, in which case DCX does not need a pad. It can just take off. All you gotta do is hook up a fuel hose. Yeah, DCX. The vertical takeoff, vertical landing SSTO test concept from the early 90s. Yeah. All you gotta do, it's like an airplane. All you gotta do is, it has landing gear. And all you gotta do is just hook up a fuel hose. Just undo it. All right. Let's see if we can remember how Imahara goes together. I'm pretty sure this pad does drift out of control, but we'll see. Let's go over here. Can't wait to see more DCX style operations. Would be nice, dude. Star Raker, still a good idea. Star Raker's engine was amazing, dude. Can you imagine if that thing actually got made? Yeah, public, good times, dude. We'll bring back the good times. You should propose a show on NSF talking about rockets, ground infrastructure. That would be fascinating to watch. Yeah, Rocket Guy's DCX is ridiculous. Has your mic audio changed recently? Yes. I have a much nicer mic, and I have a suppressor on it. If I remember right, haven't we placed down a ground anchor? I don't... Hmm? Ooh. SRBs to it. Got a tax stamp for that suppressor, right? ICBM? No. This is a orbital class launch vehicle. Thanks. Seem more crackly than before. It's because I have a fan blowing in here. Show you why. Make more sense now? Oh, it's going up. That's good. Yeah, it's hot. That's why if the mic seems a little peaky, it's because the wind is blowing on it a little bit. Hey, can we just check on the station, switchcraft in the tracking station? No? I switched saves, Spacey. There's no... I laugh at you 29 degrees and raise you 34 on the way to 39. Yeah, what's the humidity? 70% humidity here, dude. Going outside is like taking a dive into a pool. It's straight Florida weather, dude. This is straight Florida weather. You should get yourself a mini split. Oh, believe me, it's on my radar. Can't do this anymore, man. Not streaming or anything. This temp sucks. This isn't fun. It's tough to focus in here. All right, let's put the launch pad out. Just put it off to the side. That's how I usually do things. Save. Launch it. Yeah, that's right, Hammer Nails. Yeah, the weather people just basically said, well, if you didn't... the weather forecaster... I watched the news in the morning. The weather forecaster was basically like... yeah, if you're not flying down to Florida this summer, you don't have to worry about that. Florida will be here.
Go at throttle up.
Oh. Yeah, that's an issue. Let's... Hey, John. What's this button do? Also, you could get a portable unit that puts hoses out the window. Okay, two things about that. I have the air conditioner is going overtime. Problem is, I'm in a metal building. That metal building is in the sun. If you have a metal building that's insulated with no climate control inside and the sun's beating on it, it turns into an oven. I'm having trouble getting the heat out of this building because the sun sinks so much heat into this damn metal structure. I have an air conditioner working right now. It has a heat vent at the back of the garage that I drilled through with a hole saw and used a dryer vent. There's a dryer vent to get the heat out of here. Second of all, there ain't no windows in here. Oh, I didn't realize it's metal. You have a wood frame shop. Needs more BTUs. Dude, it's 10,000 BTUs, and this room is 12 by 12. I have a door shut to the garage. It's just the heat that's being fluxed from the metal structure of the building. And the fact that the computers do give off a lot of heat, but it should be able to keep up. But between the building, the garage, which is basically a big freaking heat conductor during the day, and it's also insulated so the heat stays inside. So yeah, it's basically an oven. It's a 1,000 square foot oven. I basically got an autoclave in here. Nope, that's hyperbole on my part. Just, it's a joke. It's not an autoclave, I know. And the freaking 2 space heaters that I have over there that are allowing you to see what you see, the 10,000 BTU can't keep up. It just can't keep up. You gotta put on the aviators to stay cool. My guy. All right, so Imahara's pad was built before we figured out hybrid tech, so I'm not 100% sure how well this is going to work, but you know, we'll see. Yeah. You need a liquid cooling system like the shuttle. Shop sounds like it needs central air. Heat pump would probably be good. Yeah, I need a mini split or a heat pump or something. This is why you need to pick up an excavator. That way you can dig a geothermal heat pump for the garage on stream. You know what, Canuck? Out of all the ideas that people have proposed to help solve my heating problems, I think I like that one the best. Need to suck the heat out at the top. There's no vents in the roof, lunatic. This place is basically an oven. Moaning like a Brit there, fella. Proud of you. Wolfie, this is beyond that. You would roast in this, dude. It's bad. If somebody that lived in Florida is saying it's bad, it's bad. Let's get the fueling vehicle out. Actually, I don't know if the pad has fuel in it. We'll find out. It's 1,000 square feet, Mile. We could do it, dude, yeah. There's the transporter. Try RSS. No, I'm good, thanks. Do you have well water? Nope. There it is. Okay, so we have some... That is a re-entry vehicle. Yeah, we'll launch it, whatever. Just say Smith. None of this freaking matters. My aerospace job is relocating us to Cape Canaveral from DC this weekend. Nice. Nice, Jared. That's cool. Alright, so the rocket is unfueled. It's easier to transport these things when they're not fueled. Alright. Switch this over, check to see if I left any notes. Of course I didn't. Rory! Actually, we'd probably need an engine. A foul. All right, let's go. Someone who also lives in Massachusetts, this is great weather for gardening. However, doing anything outside for too long is uncomfortable. Not used to this Florida weather. Yeah, Eric, dude, I'm with you on that one. I lived in Florida, so I have to, like, readjust, dude. I was working in the shop this morning before the sun was, like, fully up in the sky, and I was sweating so hard my shirt was actually wet. Like, not like, oh, you got a sweat stain right here. No. I think I could have gotten less wet jumping in a pool. All right, here we go. So this is Imahara. I hope we have the clearance to make it down this ramp. If not, know of a way to do it. At least you know where you were hydrated. Is it climate change? No. No, it's just hot. Hot summers happen, guys. It's like before the 90s, people don't remember that it can get hot in the summertime. Okay. This should be a pretty straightforward integration if I'm remembering. Also, we're at peak solar maximum. Yeah, Pete, I don't think people take that into account when they think about this stuff. What's solar maximum, guys? Just in case anybody's wondering. So Earth's orbit is not exactly circular around the sun. It's slightly eccentric, meaning there are points every once in a while where we get closer to the sun. Guess what? If you get closer to the big fusion ball in the sky, it's gonna heat things up a little bit. It happens. Solar maximums happen every once in a while. It's just right place at the right time. Every 11 years. There you go. Yep. Thanks, Pete. I thought that the difference was negligible. Now, okay. Just while we're here, just to dispel anything, I'm not saying that we don't screw with the climate. You don't add 7 billion people to this planet and think that the climate is going to stay the same. That's completely ridiculous. However, with that being said, there is variations with the weather. It happens. It happens, guys. If anything, you want to know what's locally screwing up the climate? The fact that they made it so they banned sulfur emissions from container ships. Yeah, sulfur was being pumped into the atmosphere, and that SO2 was actually absorbing a lot of the heat that's generated from carbon emissions. Yeah, so we removed all the sulfur, and that heat has to go somewhere. That's why we got hot summers. Go read about it. Absolutely a thing. Reflecting sunlight. Sorry, that's what it is. Sorry, I said it wrong. Yeah, that's what it was. Thank you. But yeah, that absolutely is a thing, dudes. This launch vehicle was a great design. I never liked Imahara's pad. I don't think Imahara's pad was a good idea. This is why nothing freaking lines up. So let's lower our spring strength. There we go. Okay, the vehicle is attached, right? Let's retract those clamper arms. Okay. Now what we do is undock that. We're still on pad control. And now that. See if it works. Hey, it still works. All right. Here, lights. All right. Nice. We can shut that off. It's the daytime. I don't know if Imahara is on Kerbal X, Jax, to be honest with you. I don't know. Maybe. I may have put it up there. Respect on the name, though. Chat actually named this one. It's one of the few chat W's from this design. We don't have a flame trench. Of course we do. It's right there. Rare chat W. More stuff could just fall over in my office for no reason. That's good too. So the vehicle's upright, but we need to fuel. We need to fuel it, turns out. I don't remember how to do that. I think we needed to fuel the vehicle first, to be honest with you. How's the pup? Fine. Ghosts. 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 Period. Question mark. How's the pupper doing with the heat? You get him a kiddie pool to play in yet? Yes, we do. A kiddie pool for him. The house is air conditioned. He stays in there. I mean, he grew up in Tennessee. I'm pretty sure he's okay, but isn't this the Imahara variant with the intercontinental ballistic ground station that used at the start of mission mode? That is the payload that's aboard, 62. Yep. Yep. But we got to fuel the damn thing. Are you in Texas? I am not in Texas. No, I'm in Massachusetts. Not close to Texas. All right. What we're gonna have to do is, yeah, we gotta send fuel to the pad, but I think we're supposed to do that before. We're supposed to do that before we attach the rocket. You have to fuel the pad first, which is true to real life. So we're going to have to back this. These are guides to make sure that we're all lined up. If I recall correctly, you wrote the checklist down. I wrote a checklist? Unlikely. The way I did the user experience for this pad is basically you can't launch the vehicle if the vehicle won't go anywhere if you don't fuel the pad. I was able to figure out my checklist without even looking at it here because of the way I designed it. So here's what we'll do. Leave this thing here. We take this, switch back to the pad, unlock this, and then bring it back down. Come on. Yeah, that's probably not good. She locked back into position, though. Oh, the rocket is just freestanding on this. I'm sure that's fine. We're stuck. We're stuck on some. Oh, nice. Oh, that's what we were stuck on. Yeah, I should probably undo those. See what I mean? It won't let you do certain tasks, like drive the launch vehicle away, if the systems will act as a detent. They'll hold it in place, so you can't do it. Like I said, that's all intentional. I designed it this way. So, yeah, you can't, great, you could put the vehicle on the pad, but you can't launch it if there's no fuel. If you could redesign the pad, what would you change? Yes. That's what I'd change. Yes. So we'll just leave that there. Oh, I forgot I wanted to tell you, I was at a family funeral on Monday. Rip Aunt Jane. And one of my cousin's husbands worked at Ford for 39 years. He said Ford is talking about making another sedan again. We were talking about Bluefus and the Trip. Yeah, they're gonna bring the Fusion back, Geek, because I will say that just Ford ceasing to make production cars, like sedans, four-door cars, hatchbacks, was probably the most idiotic thing Ford has done. Probably since the Ford Probe, so in about 30 years. Yeah, that was idiotic. Make the Ranger small again. Yeah, the Ranger is basically an F-100 nowadays. It's funny. Which is ironic because the Ranger started out as a trim level for an F-100. Ford hasn't made a sedan since 2020, mate. Not in any country. How many Mondeos do you see on the road, dude? I can't, like, seriously, I can't understand why somebody thought this was a good idea. Somebody's like, yeah, we don't need to make cars anymore. Are you dense? Have you made a Delta 2 out of Imahara? No. Here in Spain, they stopped doing the Monteo a few years ago. They weren't selling much. Boy, bruv, is your head dented, bruv? The only car that Ford makes is the Mustang. Everything else is an SUV or a truck. That's just so stupid. And hearing the automakers say, well, people want crossover SUVs is the hardest cope I've ever seen. It's hilarious, dude. The people want the crossover SUV. No, they want the high driving position. Sure. Explain Tesla then. How about you make a car that people want? Just saying. Bring back the Crown Vic. Indeed. They only buy them because there's nothing else to buy. I'm serious, Aqualex. It's the biggest cope I've ever seen. And it's not just Ford doing that. GM and everything. GM is busy. Actually, what GM has been busy with lately is basically tooting their own horn how they're leading the EV revolution, which is all right. And Chrysler, well, I don't think Chrysler even knows what Chrysler is doing at this point. Although I will say though, the inline six dual overhead cam engine that they're developing is actually. Yeah, Tigris, you know, crossover SUVs, because I want my car to look like a shoe. Let's set down the guide rods. The irony is that Teslas are now among the worst selling electric vehicles. What? Talking about? What? Why would you say that way, Raja? Why would you even say that? Yeah, they're the worst selling vehicles because everybody has one now because they've been the best selling vehicles for the best selling EVs for like the last decade. It's a really weird way of saying they're notoriously successful. That's bizarre. Okay. Lower the spring rate down. Yeah, baby. All right, cool. Begin fueling. We're fueling up the pad. Drummer, the irony is that if Ford made a Crown Victoria, we're filling up the fuel farm for the vehicle here. If Ford made a Crown Vic, that's basically the exact same thing, body on chassis design, full-sized sedan, but instead of an internal combustion engine, they just put the Mach-E drivetrain in it, I'd buy that. Sure. Why not? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we are tanking the tank farm. Ando, a full-size EV sedan, right? For going to get groceries with. I don't know why this is so hard to do. Like, it's just very strange to me. Why can't you make a car that people want that doesn't look like every other car? I don't get it. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, I just want a car. Doesn't have to be an experience, and it doesn't have to look like a damn shoe. Anyway, let's get back to fueling operations, shall we? It's almost like they know what we'll sell and come up with reasons to refuse to do so. Yeah, Bro Handy, yeah, maybe. I'll tell you what though. I just feel like hybrid powertrains are still better than going all-out EV at the moment. Depends on the hybrid powertrain. Putting an electronically assisted motor inside of your transmission is a very complicated way of making a hybrid. That's probably the stupidest way to do it. I honestly, credit where credit is due. Chevy Volt, that's the way you make a hybrid EV. Or how Edison is making their trucks. Don't have mechanical work going to your drive wheels. That's stupid. Why would you do that way? I need AC and a radio in a car. Ando, I would contend to say that if I got into making if I got into making cars right now, I wouldn't even have a radio. Just a jack for a cell phone. 3.5 jack. That's it. Just a 3.5 jack that goes into a very simple head unit that has speakers inside of the car. Who uses a radio? No one uses a radio. Who uses GPS in a car? Nobody does that. You use your phone. Just some speakers and a plug for said speakers in the car. You don't even need a radio. I use the radio. You could use a radio on your phone. .3.5 jack and a Bluetooth. Bingo. All right. Fueling vehicle is complete. Let's move this out of the way. Okay, let's reload the launch vehicle onto the pad. Hey, it would help if, you align the vehicle correctly. Right? Okay. Guide rods are in position. Oh. See, the guide rods aren't letting me move because we're not aligned. That was intentional on purpose. These things won't let you back the vehicle in unless it's perfectly straight. What you got to do is realign until it does let you go forward. The T is crooked. See, these are the problems that we ran into with the pad. That probably had to do with the T slamming down onto the deck, but yeah. This is what I mean. This is the kind of stuff you got to take into account when you're playing by this rule set. Okay, set all the guide rods into the right position here. This Freedom, this is an Imahara rocket. It's the rocket that came before Freedom. Okay, she's loaded. Move the clamp arms into position. Is it named after Grant? Yes. Right when I engineered this rocket is right around the time it passed. Unfortunately. Okay. We fused the docking port. We fused it. Crap. Oh boy. Yeah, these two ports are docked together, but they are not giving me an undock function. I can debug it by restarting the game. Yeah. That's cool, Ando. Yeah. All right, well. Lock this in, lock everything down into position and hope that reloading the scene is not going to break this. We got to get out of the persistent file, and we have to load up KML. That's what it's called. Crashing the Tanker Car was my favorite episode. Rocket Car was my favorite one, where they basically obliterated a car by attaching SRBs to it and launching it at a concrete wall. That was awesome, dude. Give me 1 second. Let me get the tunage back. All right. Gotta X out of the game in order to fix this. Drunken Gamer, 83-month resub. Thank you. It's going good, Ellisers. How are you? Purple still gets hung up doing this. Where is KML? I gotta find it. Give me 1 second. Ah, there it is. So this should be able to fix this. Yeah, docking for it. Holy balls. I forget how to fix. How do you fix this? KML is a tool for Kerbal that you can use to fix fused docking ports, amongst other things. There was a button that you could press to fix it. I just forget where it is. There's a way to do this. I forget how to do it. Hang on. There was actually a button that you could just press that hit fix everything, and I just don't remember where it is. Where's the fix everything button? Dang it. Right click the entry. Yeah, it won't let us. Yeah, I'm right clicking it and it doesn't do anything. At least we got good tunage. Give me 1 second. These are all the parts on those trucks in the launch pad. Trying to find a docking port. Give me 1 second, I gotta find it. I could have sworn there was a way to just hit save game and be done with it. I forget. I don't know how to do it. We fused the docking port, guys. It's a glitch that happens in KSP where you can't don't remember how to do it. Oh, I think I got it. Hold on. I found it in the hierarchy and there was a way to save it. So engineering mode, let's back up our persistent file here. Oh, geez, no, don't open it up. Okay, that should have done it. Let's see. Oh, it's the quick save, Tyler. Yeah, you modify the quick save, not the SFS, not persistence. Thanks, dude. Yeah, well, we figured it out, but yeah, that's how you do it. Yeah, that's where I was going wrong. I was looking at a save file and not a I was looking at a save file and not why can't I talk? I was looking at the persistence file, not the save file. Let's see if it fixed it. Loads 10 times faster on PS5.
Discovery, go at throttle
I'm
up.
sure it does. Hey, Worst, what's going on, man? We may have broken it. Let's see. They've attached all 4 lifting points to the tower section. They do be stacking, though. Oh, yeah, baby. Didn't like it. All right, let's try, Tyler, let's try doing what you were doing. Kid Hack is good, man. Yeah, Ivo, Kid Hack's a fun time.
And good evening to all of you folks back home. Isn't this exciting? We're being seen all over the world.
Oh, yes, I know. 700 million people approximately joining us tonight, some in summer, some in winter. But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Our first group, our first stop, will be on the grounds
Oh,
of the
dude, this
World
takes me back, dude.
National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back
Let's hit the
some
road.
2,000 years.
Well, let's hit the road.
No sinking this boat, Glender. Okay, we have our new quick save, aptly called quick save banana, and we will paste quick save banana in here. And load quick save banana. Come on, baby. Quick save my banana. What? The hand banana, no. Well, is the docking port fixed at least? Hey, it is. Yeah, building GSE is tricky. Guys, I've been doing this for a while. I think I can say with reasonable confidence that that's probably not what... This event was considered an okay to reload during the original mission mode? No, because if the pad isn't working, I did something wrong. The Kerbal's fine. Kerbal was just taking a nap. Let's just... yeah. Maybe we should make some modifications to the pad to get it to work. For Imahara, we designed Imahara in engineering mode. It was the first rocket for mission mode. It was basically a primer, starter rocket, like your vanilla rocket. Where we went from there, Ivo, is basically, I had chat kind of vote on it. We had pathways, like adding SRBs. What was the other pathway? Ooh. Look at that little guy. What the heck is this? I've never seen the SpaceX actual account go off like that. Whoa. If you subscribe to Twitter, you can type out an essay. If you have Twitter Blue or X Blue or whatever. All right, we'll read about that later. The other thing that was linked is this. Yeah, baby. For stage 2, let's go. They basically talked to everyone that supported the article's point of view, but not SpaceX, NASA, or the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Space news is gonna get saucy. We're gonna do space news in about an hour and 15 minutes. Okay, let me make some modifications to the pad this time. Pad design, here it is. All right, so there's a lot of things that were going very, very funky with this. Biggest one is that we have straight robotics holding everything in position. Those hydraulic jacks were never going to do anything useful. These plates here are not doing anybody any favors, so we can get rid of those. There's the stoppers there. We have some same vessel collision stuff going on here. Good. I don't know what I was thinking with those. We can get rid of those. All that is basically compensating for the fact that the design is inadequate for my needs. So I kept Band-Aid fixing it. What are the needs of this pad? Well, we need to be able to reuse it. I moved the struts so they're actually on the top of the rails instead of on the side so they won't get in the way. I need to be able to reuse this pad so I don't need it doing exactly what just happened, freaking out and exploding in my face. That's probably not ideal. So what we're going to do is we're going to make some modifications to it. The clamper arms work just fine. The retraction mechanism, that seems to be, or the erecting mechanism, that seems to be working okay. What do we have here? That's the TE retract for when the rocket goes to launch. All right, let's go into my sub-assemblies and we'll upgrade this. It needs some hybrid tech. So this is a mechanical bearing that we have that we made. It's made out of spectrometers in the game. But we can use this. We should be able to use this. Let's get the pad up in the air, so to speak. So we can get the camera looking in. And use this to make sure the hinge doesn't freak out. And it does line up, which is good. 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 Let's bring these in. Center them like that. Make sure that... So if you look inside of the spectro bearing right here, there's a... See this hexagon right here? Not the star, but the hexagon that's inside of it. That can be used as a hinge. What are we going to use for our axle for our bearing? RCS. Yeah, that works.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So inside of this pad, we have the structural tube. That structural tube is basically our flame trench, and it's also the root part of the entire pad. I made that the part that connects directly to the hinge. The reason why is because that part needs to stay straight. Everything else here is basically just for looks. We don't need anything else here aside from those fuel lines right there, to be honest with you. Those are fuel lines to fuel the rocket up. Yes, you have to do that if you're going to make pads. You have to have fuel lines to flow the fuel correctly. I missed the spaceplane project. Was that ever completed? The Star Raker. I'm getting annoyed that I'm forgetting the names of my own projects and how to do things in KSP. That's not cool. Star Raker worked. I got it working. I never finished it. The reason why I never finished it is because it takes 3 hours to launch into space. Cool project, but more of a project to test my engineering chops, I guess. Okay, so let's go in here like this, and we'll start messing with some action groups. Here, enable same vessel collision on the spectrometers. And enable same vessel collision on the RCS. What I basically just did there was strengthen this robotic hinge. We added parts and collisions for the hinge so it doesn't move around. Because you notice when I brought that transporter erector back down into position, it bent out of shape, right? So that's going to strengthen the hell out of that. How do you feel about KSP2? I don't. What about SCRV? What about it? Miss Big Chunkus. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna keep working on this project, okay? SCRV got finished. I never built the pad for it, Pigzig. I saw it, Goalie. We'll talk about it more for space news, dude. Where is my thermo bearing? So, just to make sure that this stuff doesn't mess up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put right here. This is another pilot, basically a hinge that we can make. We made it out of an RCS bearing and some thermometers. This is a guide. I can use it as a guide rod. So what I'm gonna do, take the RCS, get out of that, make sure that RCS is disabled, and go in here like this, and then set that so the arm comes back down and hooks into the same spot every time. You'll see it working here in a moment. We need to go here, enable same vessel collision. Okay, good. Do you think there's a way to use hybrid tech to make Dart work better? I missed Dart, it was a good idea. Dart needs to be slightly redesigned to get it to work correctly. Shut up. Now you got me thinking, you jerk. Hey, how's your commute going, Havocs? Yeah. See, you gotta do now. You got the gears turning, jerk. I mean, thank you, but also. Dart really doesn't need a hybrid tech fix, Havocs. That's not really the issue with it. The issue with Dart is that, so it would need to be redesigned. I need to redesign the wing to get it to fly better. It doesn't fly very well. It flies basically like a warhead because center of mass, center of lift relationship is no good for a vehicle that small. It does not utilize lifting body characteristics because the center of lift is so far from the center of mass. Now, with all that being said, the landing gear is what screwed us. The landing gear is what killed the Dart program. The landing gear, remember when unless you touch that landing gear down perfectly, it'll bounce you up in the air. Cruel and unusual. Yikes. Yeah, sorry. But yeah, that's what's going on. Is this KSP 2? No, I'm back to playing 1. The superior game. All right, we really don't need a heat shield down there. Yeah, you could just have it hit the ground. It's not an issue. Yeah, the landing gear was the Achilles heel. There are other ways to go about that problem, Havocs, and I don't know. You guys tell me if. Actually, I'll just ask you, dude. You tell me because we're talking about it.
Go and throttle up.
There was a project that Japan, I think it was Japan. No. It was called IXV. I don't know. I thought. Hey, Windy, Tier 3 111, KSP 111. Yeah, there it is, right there. Actually. IXV. It was not Japan. It was the ESA. Basically made a Dart-sized vehicle, right? And this thing didn't have any landing gear. That thing can fly like an airplane, even though it looks like a shoe. It'll fly. We could borrow some concepts from this design. We could borrow the body flap for, control, right? Could do that, and go from there. Now, like I said, it's a little tiny reusable spacecraft. It was just a demo, but they actually did launch it. Now, how the IXV actually came back, and it did come back. They launched it into space, and it came back down. See? But it doesn't have any landing gear. What it does have is a parachute. So basically, it flew back to its landing area, which was, it was out in the ocean, and instead of trying to land, it just popped a parachute. It popped a drogue chute to slow down, and then just parachuted down back to where it needed to go. Might not be the worst way to do things. Yeah, with an application like Dart, that might actually be a better solution than trying to figure out whatever tomfoolery the landing gear is doing in this game. Yeah, Havocs, we could remake Dart using using panel tessellation, and then just get it to parachute back down. You did suggest shoots, Papa Bear. At the time, I remember that. At the time, I was like, no, it has to land like the space shuttle. The reality of the situation is that it doesn't land like the space shuttle, but whatever. All right, so I need a better guide mechanism over here to make sure this thing is piloted. Basically, make sure this thing sets up shop in the same spot, in the right spot. So I'm going to put a little mechanism on the back here using more of these the thermo bearings to line everything up. This is one of my favorite Robert Parker songs, dude. So once again, this might look weird, but these are actually, in mechanics, these are what's called a pilot dowel. It's basically something to get you aligned correctly. Basically, when the launch pad tilts back into this position, these will slot into those thermometers, and now we're good to go. We could get even more crazy, though, if you want. Something like this. This is a mechanism that I used from the Venture Star pad. Flip this upside down, right? Then flip that like this. Now, what is that going to do? Isn't that going to get in the way? Yeah. We can toggle same vessel collision between these two parts with an action group, so the game won't understand that those parts clip into each other, but this will actually clamp my launch mechanism down to the pad. And then it won't move. We still, if we do that's same vessel, yeah, it'll bottom it out. Let's just make sure we have all the right stuff. Enable same vessel collision. Good. All right. The last thing we could do is make a damping mechanism to make sure if this thing needs to tilt over with a vehicle attached, that it doesn't, boom, fall into position like that. I'm thinking how we would do that. That would require a hydraulic. That would require some pretty hardcore hybrid tech bearings. So, you know what? Let's just roll with it like this, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, you would need, I would need a hydraulic with a shock absorber mechanism in it, send it to, fix this. But this should be a lot stronger. So let's go over here like this. Move the pad into position. Move it off to the side, just like we did before. Move that over. There we go. Ooh, I hope I recovered the other stuff that was there. If I didn't, it's going to spawn this pad right into the other one and probably cause some nice oh, wait, no, the other pad flew away. Yeah, we don't need to worry about that. The other pad flew away. That was an actual sentence. Yeah. I was just thinking about that, Aqualex. Have one set for your shock absorber and the other one set for your hydraulic with no damper. That basically make a strut. It could work. Okay, so I hit action group 1 and nothing should happen. Cool. All right. Let's get our fueling truck out. Let's fuel this sucker. Game also clears the whole pad tile, not just one of... false. It clears what's on the pad, dude. Let me show you. There's a certain threshold. It's basically that white circle. If you... It won't detect another vessel, quote unquote, on the pad. Watch. Let me show you, derelict. Pretty hot, these rhinos. Contra resub message. Hey, this is a pretty cool looking game. Is it new? You say that all the time when you're in a hot car. All right, we're gonna fuel up the pad. Okay, we are go for pad fueling. Gonna fuel up the tank farm here. Preparation for a launch. This is my first time seeing Kerbal. This is how I play Kerbal Sended. Now, I will warn you, this is a little far removed from conventional Kerbal gameplay, but you don't get to like 15,000 hours in KSP and just hit the spacebar and go. Know what I'm saying?
You want it? Then work it. You need it? Then earn it. You want it? Then do it. You need it? Then earn it.
You've been saying 15,000 hours for 5 years. No, I have not. I've been saying 10,000 hours for 5 years. I finally switched it to 15,000, and now it's 15,000 for 5 years? I remember everything you say, fool. How about I have nth hours in KSP? There you go. That worked. Okay, tank farm is full.
You want it? 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 You want it?
That'd be cool, Erudite.
You want it?
Pad is fueled. Let's get the launch vehicle.
You want it? You want it? You want it? You want it?
You need to enable it in the settings, John. BRB buying KSP for the soundtrack. This is not KSP's soundtrack. It is now. Advanced tweakables is what you have to unlock to get auto strut working, yes. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there a payload? The Intercontinental Ballistic Relay Station is, their ground station is in there. This thing basically, Imahara's first missions were designed to lob the tracking stations around so we could set up little ground station network. We have to level the truck. Pitch is set to 0. Truck is perfectly level. This thing, position. Okay. We're attached. Excellent. Hey, Damians. All right, move the arms into position now. Clamper arms are locked in. Locking the clamper arms. Next bit of business is undocking the truck. Truck is undocked. Make sure the brakes are set on the truck so it doesn't roll. Okay, back to the pad. Back to the pad again, yo. Oh, I forgot to change the detent here. Hold on one second. These ones need toggleable disable. This is why I wanted to add hydraulics to this. There, it slipped out of the pins. Hey, Flagon. Well, that was a little weird way of doing that. So, all right, wait till the pins slip down into, they'll clip through, if we want. Wait till the pad is in the settled position. And now hit 1. Hang on. Our rates are all over the place, dude. We gotta wait until this stuff kind of zeroes out. Looks like she's rocking a little bit. Alright, now I gotta go up here. We gotta ping the avionics on the rocket. The control point right here. You hit control from here, and we need to see what's dialed in. 88.5, meaning the rocket is not all the way up. Part of getting this right, dudes, and this is one of the problems that we had with Imahara's pad. This thing all likes to drift around and stuff.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I don't really have a better way to say this. The rocket needs to be pointed straight up. That pitch number needs to be as close to 90 as we can get it, or else we're risking taking what's called a cosine loss at ignition. Basically, we don't want the rocket going this way off the pad. We don't need it going that way. We want it to go that way. I know. Weird, right? I mean, 88.4 is pretty damn close. It was Rocket 3, like it from Astra. So, you know what? Normally I would try to figure out this problem here, because something is bent. But for the content, for the supreme content, we'll send it anyway. Okay. Yeah, send it. It's definitely bent right here. We bent something. We probably bent apart when we tried to pick it up, and it was kind of doing this, you know? That's what I mean about, yeah, there's a lot of mechanical engineering that's involved with doing what we're about to do with a rocket. The other thing is that when we fuel it up, it might settle. It'll settle out. So, with that being said, let's lock out the main hinge. Yeah, locking that hinge out got us pretty close. Okay, let's begin first stage fueling. First stage is 50% complete. 50% fueled. I don't think it can get orbital with that payload, Erudite. That payload was not designed to go orbital. I think I designed it so you can't. It'll always be on a suborbital trajectory. Either that or it'll make it, it's not designed to go very far. This is a very small vehicle. First stage 75% complete. Yeah, see, the vehicle is settling. See how stuff's moving around? Vehicle's kind of bending and flexing a little bit. This happens in real life, only worse because there's transients. We're using room temperature propellants, and in real life you're using cryo. So not only is the vehicle, when you're fueling it, be exerting way more load on its hold down point, but it's also also bending and flexing under thermal changes. Excuse me. We need to open up the second stage fuel lines, enabling cross feed. Did you ever go back and solve the drift on this pad? I just implemented some hybrid tech on the pad like 5 minutes ago. Okay. Okay, vehicle's fully fueled. We need to go up here and we need to do a ground gas closeout, disable the cross feed on the decoupler so we don't drain our second stage. Yeah, anyway, RJ, I did some quick hybrid tech fixes to this. Didn't seem like it was exactly good enough. This thing needs hydraulics to help pull it so you have a nice smooth movement when you're going up, because right now it's like and then it just wobbles around on the pad, which is not what you want, but okay. All right. Let me turn Kerbal sound down a little bit. Kerbal likes to overdrive the sound on engine ignition with this sound pack that I have, guys. So, yeah, just headphone users, when we go to launch, it's going to get loud. Status check to proceed with terminal count. We're good. Vehicle is fully fueled. What we're going to do down here is verify that the vehicle is fully fueled by disabling crossfeed on our main docking port umbilical connection. Now what we're going to do, make sure our throttle's at 0. We're going to begin thermal conditioning on the first stage engine. Vehicle is currently reading half fuel tank. We've disabled crossfeed. Vehicle's now reading a full tank of gas. Okay. Thrust vector control checkout to verify that our control systems are working correctly. Okay. Thrust vector control checkout is confirmed. Unlocking gator hinges. Stand by for strong back retract. Gator hinges are retracted. Okay. Strong back is moving into the 80-degree position. Locking out the strong back. Locking out the clamp arms. Okay. Stand by for auto sequencer start. This is, yeah, EJ. This is using the EJ guidance system. Enabling ground pyrotechnic separation. Okay, master docking port is armed. Auto sequencer is good. Pitch and roll rates are stable on the pad. We're not moving around. Vehicle isn't shaking. That's good. That's what we want. Okay. T-minus 30 seconds and counting. $20. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine ignition. And liftoff. Hey, it still works. We got a liftoff. Imahara's flying. All right. Everything is looking good. Vehicle's pitching down range. Everything's looking real good here. Thrust to weight is 1.2, 1.29 and increasing. Thing looking good here. Sound actually isn't that loud at all. There we go. It's a rocket. It should be loud. Everything's looking good. I don't see any lightning wires. There's no lightning in KSP. We are at max Q. Vehicle supersonic. Engines are out of the throttle bucket. Next step is staging here. Stand by for Miko. First engine flame out, upper stage separation, upper stage ignition confirmed. Rates look good on the vehicle. The next step here would be fairing separation. Adding the lightning towers ethereal would be actually kind of cool, but the part count would be a little not cool. Bearing separation confirmed. Can the first stage be recovered? I don't think so. Okay. Everything's looking pretty good here, actually. Yeah, this thing does seem to have enough delta V to get into space. But not that much. We gotta be careful. Okay, that's engine cut off right there. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah, it has enough to basically get to maybe a 70. Yep, it ate the first stage. Our ascent was a little shallow. That's okay. Let's just do a time warp Reno here. Actually, let's plummet it down. Let's see if this thing still works. Bring the music back in. Not too loud. No, we won't circularize. Let's, reorient this bad boy. For entry interface. Okay, stand by for payload deploy. We have good separation on the payload. Second stage is on a disposal trajectory. Okay. Ground tracking station is ballistic. Thermal is capturing minimal ablation on the heat shield right now. Ablation. Second stage is going off into the wild yonder there. Should start to see some plasma accumulation here in a moment. Yeah, that would be kind of rad. Okay. I think we might come... no, we'll come down on that. Excellent. I thought this was water for a second. There's a slight roll rate on the vehicle. Aerodynamics are slowing that rate. Ablation on the heat shield. Yep, definitely doing it. What is ablation, Battle Rock? Heat shields. Heat shields, or disposable heat shields, utilize what's called thermal ablation to be able to protect a spacecraft on the way down. Long story short, the heat shield, well, plasma built up on it, and that plasma heats up the heat shield, and the heat shield burns away. The ablator burns away. When that ablator burns away, it releases gas. That gas shoots out to the side and out the back here. That keeps the spacecraft in a nice cool column of gas and prevents the plasma from getting to the important stuff and melting it. Yeah, Thor, there you go. My ablator, yeah. We had 20, we have 11.6. Note the heat shield's a little bit charred. That's how capsules get back down. Ground altimeter. Radar ground altimeter is on. Have non-ablative heat shields ever been made? Space shuttle. Okay. We're getting some slight aerodynamic perturbations here, but we are pretty ballistically stable. Starship 2, yeah, Brian. Dream Chaser, X-37. Hey, stand by or shoot deploy here. Trying to use as much of the atmosphere to slow down as we can. Didn't the shuttle need constant replacements though? Yeah, but that's not what you asked. The shuttle's heat shield did need to be replaced, but it's not an ablative heat shield. It needed to be replaced. Well, tiles needed to be inspected and replaced because of water intrusion, because they would soak up humidity in the atmosphere. Yeah. Differences. First stage impacted. Okay, looking good. You eject the heat shield? We could. I'm not gonna do it though when we're still falling at a high speed. You want to do it after the parachute fully unfurls. There we go. It's fine. It was wasted anyway. Landing legs are deployed. Solar panels are reading power being generated. Slightly troubling that the heat shield is so explosive on impact. It's probably because the Kerbals made it out of it's probably solid fuel. Solid fuel is a decent ablator. Sure.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Doink. Ground tracking station is in position. Tango Delta. Everything still works. It's a Dalek. It's a ground tracking station. It was a quick and easy way in career mode to have communication with your spacecraft. No, it's definitely a Dalek. Oh, shut up. I designed it, not you. Yeah, ground tracking station. How many did you need to cover the planet? Really didn't need to cover the planet. I just needed to strategically place them along the I strategically placed them basically around Kerbin, where a space station that I made would be in range of most of them. So like basically at the equator. 3 or 4 of them usually do the trick. Will you ever do a career mode in KSP again? Maybe someday. Now make an XY ground station instead of an AZEL. Will you do more KSP? Yes. Can you put that on Kerbal X, please? Yeah. Yeah. A mod that Linux came up with that allows you to add all cameras. Oh. Yeah, I'll probably grab that. Feels good playing Kerbal again. To be honest with you, it feels good. This feels right. I'm really happy that Imrar's pad is working really well. But what I will do here in a moment is I've been collecting the Space News links. Let's resume to the next day and let's go take a look at our pad. How did the pad hold up? Let's take a look at the pad. Extended the real hard part of this, dude. KSP is making sure you don't absolutely obliterate your pad on engine ignition. That separation and liftoff was actually super good. Thanks, Past DJ, for the engineering there, because I had to design all this stuff, man. Like, you just get a bunch of parts, a bunch of lights, and a bunch of fuel tanks and stuff in KSP, and it doesn't hold your hand. That's part of the reason why I dig it. All right, let's take a look. Everything seems okay. Unlock that. Move that sucker back into position. Lock those. Actually, those can stay open. I don't think we broke anything. Everything looks okay. It looks like it's... Everything looks fine. Lock it out. Okay. Unlock the latching mechanism. Unlock the main hinge. All right, let's bring her back down. Can we please bring back Wings Wednesday? I don't know. Someday. Back down in position. Lock the guide pins down. Take the main hinge. Lock it out. Pad's ready to go again. Recover that, because that has no rocket on it. Wings Wednesday isn't bad. Guys, I'll be 100% real. I play Kerbal once and I get asked if I'm going to do a bajillion things except the thing I'm actually trying to do on stream. It makes this, which is already difficult, a little bit harder than it needs to be. I don't know. This is my first day back. I'm sure we could do a bunch of different things. But I don't want to make any promises because you never know. You know? I don't want to commit to anything just yet. Here, let's see if it does it again. We have 10 minutes. Shouldn't take as long as the first try. Hey, Kane. Now, the real key here is making sure, you know, we don't damage the pad, but making sure we can actually reuse it. Let's see. Sometimes stuff gets all bent out of shape, but with the hybrid tech upgrades that we just did, I think we'll be all right. Yes, Fanta. Crystal clear, but don't be surprised just because we miss the old times. Stop living in the past, man. Just not taking no crap from nobody. And chat made me, despite me not wanting to, made me already talk about KSV2 today. I didn't want to do that. So forgive me for being a little bit pissy, man. Not taking no crap from you guys. I have rockets to launch. This is the fuel truck, send it. Yeah, me neither, John. Yeah, I designed this so the refueling umbilical... The fueling umbilical is the rocket's umbilical. So you just drive a fuel truck in here, and it has the same disconnect as the rocket. So the fuel truck ended up looking like the rocket. No one's ever done that in real life. I'm sure there's a good reason for it, but yeah. The fuel truck having the same umbilical as the rocket, you simplify your fuel systems that way. But that also might complicate things because your fuel lines are no longer one way, but then again, they're not one way to begin with. Sometimes you need to defuel the pad. Yeah, cryo, most likely. All right, pad's fully fueled. I just need to say, seeing the real KSP running on Twitch is just nice. Ethereal, so that was a very small lift rocket, but can you do that with a medium heavy or super heavy lifter? Ethereal, I've done a medium duty vehicle and I've done a heavy lift vehicle. This gets insanely difficult when you get up to heavy, like the upper end of heavy lifters and super heavy lifters. It gets very difficult. They're very, very hard problems to solve. One of the reasons why is that KSP doesn't have soft body physics. The game won't tell you if you're physically crushing a part. It won't show it. So it's really hard to tell how load is dispersed in KSP unless you really know what to look for. But yeah, it's tough. Do we consider Condor Strongback as a pad? Yeah. And Ethereal, the interesting thing is that that's exactly the same thing as real life. So I'll give you an example. It doesn't necessarily have to do with pads. One time I built a launch vehicle that was supposed to be like ITS. This was like back 2016, 2017. I was trying to build something like SpaceX's ITS, thing that would become Starship, right? I was trying to make something like that. And me not understanding engineering, I just took some landing legs that I had on a much smaller rocket, put them on there, and called it a day. Valuable lesson taught that day that, you know, when you have a rocket that's 1,000 freaking tons, you can't just put landing legs on it. I thought just taking more of the same landing leg and just putting it all around the edge of the rocket, just adding more of them would be fine. You're distributing your point load. It should be fine. No. It makes the vehicle way more complicated. And my solution, and this is just something that we ended up coming up with, my solution was to, because I frankly wasn't smart enough to figure this out at the time, my solution was to just land the rocket basically on its hold down points. So my rocket had this big rocket had 3 hold down points that went below the nozzles, right? So there was, you know, if you landed it, they were fixed basically, right? And if you when you went to boost back the first stage and land it back at the landing site, you just basically landed it on its hold down points, right? Because there was no landing leg that we could design that's designed to hold up 1,000 tons. Now, could I design one to hold that much stuff up? Yeah, we probably could get away with it, but I didn't because it would have screwed my Delta V on that big freaking stage. Would have screwed my Delta V. The Delta V would have been awful adding these gigantic landing legs that can hold up, I think it's actually like a 300-ton empty booster, which, again, it's kind of ironic. And later, SpaceX did the exact same thing. They had something that was screwing with their mass fraction. Now, the Kerbal fuel tanks in stock KSP are basically made out of titanium. They're super heavy, right? The mass fraction is terrible. Because of this, I took landing legs out of the design because it would have screwed up my Delta V, would have screwed up my payload capacity. SpaceX did the exact same thing with super heavy when they switched to stainless steel construction. Yeah, they did the exact same thing. Interestingly enough, just convergent design. I just did it because I'm a moron. Like, I was like, no, this will work. Yeah, just no landing legs. It'll be fine. Okay. Vehicle is unlatched. I've made a catch tower before, Ethereal. I've never caught anything with anything other than like a hopper with it. I made something like Star Hopper and then caught it with the catch arms. I've made catch arms though. It's difficult. Parts in KSP are very floppy. So it turns out though that parts in real life are very floppy. You remember, Ethereal, did you watch the NSF coverage of the slap tests? Where they were slapping booster, what is it, 14.1? I hosted that stream on NSF. Yeah, they turns out that the arm not being flappy when you're moving around that much steel. Yeah, turns out that stuff is floppy in real life if you put enough force behind it. You saw it in the NSF Discord. Right on, right on.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, probably Aqualex, yeah. That lift was actually a lot better.
Finally, for March of 1989, near normal precipitation, I should say.
Okay, we're locked in position.
In March, and above normal precipitation, an active storm track will keep cooking.
Huh, there's nobody in that vehicle.
And the storm dates, the 5th and 6th,
Whatever.
the 12th, the 16th through the 18th, 22nd through the 24th, and the 29th and the 30th of the month. That is our long-range winter forecast. If you missed any of that, we're going to do it again.
All right,
tonight around
well,
10:30
let's see if the pad works.
And you can also write me and include a self-addressed stamp envelope, Channel 11.
Lock that system.
2nd Street, and we'll send you a copy of that forecast.
Back to story. All right. Adjust the staging. Unlock that mechanism. Unlock the T retractor mechanism. Okay, T retractor mechanism is unlocked. Okay, crossfeed is enabled. Beginning fueling. If we can reuse the pad again. Is that why the new arms, that's why the new arms are shorter? Precisely. Yeah, it's hard to move that thing around. They have a lot of moment. Thor, nice. People forget in reality that everything's a spring. And that's why it's hard to figure out load distribution, Aqualex and KSP. Because everything is not a spring in KSP. Individual parts aren't a spring. The joints between attached parts is the spring. So it's not the part itself that springs, it's the attachment joint. So once again, Kerbal parts wear, but they wear in a slightly different way. This is what we figured out. I mean, you were there, dude, you know. This is what we figured out over years and years of research, dude. It took so long to figure that out. All right. We'll see if this thing launches, and then we're going to do some space news. SpaceX has some, there's some SpaceX news about piping plovers that you guys probably want to hear about. But yeah, man. That's what I want to get back to doing. Yeah, the pad's definitely bent. Look at the vehicle. It's reading 89. You could tell it's bent relative to the VAB. But I do believe letting the clamp arms go is actually going to fix that. Yeah, you should be at MIT or something. If MIT accepted doctoral theses in Kerbal Space Program Engineering, yeah, sure. Enabling second stage. Second stage fill and drain is open. I myself am an expert in bird law. In bird culture, that is known as a dick move. What's your predictions on the catch? I think they'll get it. I think they'll get it, but they'll miss a latch and it'll land. It'll bend a little bit, T-Man, and land on the grid fins. How's SpaceX doing? Good. Flight 5 should be in 3 weeks, give or take. Okay, we're go for hamster. I mean launch. The arms out of the way. Vehicle's still at 89 degrees. Enough. I'm gonna lose my mind seeing that thing come back. Dude, we'll watch the recap video during Space News. Even seeing just Super Heavy come down and land is just impressive. Okay. Rates are stable on the pad. Moving the strong back to 80 degrees. Thermal conditioning on the first stage engine. Okay. Disabling second stage fill and drain. Okay. Ground gas closeout. Reading a full tank of fuel. Okay. We are go for auto sequencer start. Ground side pyrotechnic separation mechanism is active. Okay. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we got a liftoff. A little bit of a cosine thrust loss there. Compensating. We used the pad 2 times. Little bit of a bendy issue, but that's most likely from user error. Vehicle's pitching down range. Rates are good. Stability is locked in. We pitched over a little too hard. Clouds. Into the throttle bucket. Maximum dynamic pressure. There you go, Spacey. It's my job. Past max Q. Vehicle's now supersonic, well, at least in the transonic regime. Okay, coming up out of the throttle bucket here. Flight 2 of the day is still looking good. Vehicle is pitching over here. Everything's looking good. Miko, stage separation confirmed. Upper stage ignition. That was a slightly lofted trajectory, but that's okay. We'll burn slight radial in to compensate. Upper stage ignition. Confirmed. What the heck is that? We lost something? Imahara is expendable. It's not a reusable system. With a small sat launcher, reusability is tough. Your mass margins are already super tight. Now, we didn't lose the payload. Just fairing separation confirmed. Slight roll induced on the vehicle during fairing sep. Yeah, I think we may have burned part of the separation. It could be the separator ring. Either that or we destroyed that first stage. This lofted trajectory, though, might actually get us a circularization before that first stage comes back down. The other thing is that we ran out of fuel. But this payload is suborbital anyway, so. Alright, Thor. It's 2311 in Austria. See you around. And please keep streaming. Thor, I've been streaming for 12 years now. I don't plan on stopping anytime soon. First stage still has plenty of charge. Yeah, it's the separator ring. That's what took it. Where's the shot cone in supersonic? Vapor cones don't always happen when you break the sound barrier, Spacey. It only happens in certain atmospheric conditions. Which means we need weather in KSP for that to really be a thing. We'd need a humidity calculation here, but there's no weather in KSP. Man, if this thing had a parachute, we could probably get it back. Are we recovering the booster? Well, there's your there's your vapor cones. No. We are not recovering the booster. Guys, real quick, headphone users. Sometimes Kerbal likes to overdrive the sound when a bunch of parts hit the water all at once. Headphone users. Headphone users, just keep that in mind. I'll just pause it 10 seconds here. See? Potzer, 47 months. Pretty cool, huh? I told you it likes to overdrive the sound. I was dozing off and I woke you up. I gave you fair warning. You guys can't complain about nothing. Your rocket program is killing too many fish. Yeah, well, it's the same payload. It's just a demo payload. We'll just let it coast. Let's go take a look at the pad here. Because it's time for space news. Hey, it's my stream. I'm the only one that's allowed to complain about stuff here, okay? What? I'm deaf. Just kidding. But yeah, you can scale this up, Ethereal. It's just, it's hard to do. I already saw the pad starting to bend out of control there. Anyway. Actually, those stay open. That's right. I keep forgetting that. See? Actually, it's not too bad. This stuff isn't really bent too hard. The problem is the interfacing mechanism. How we attach this doesn't like it. You missed the Ariane launch. Yeah, so did they. No, it was a good launch, Snagwell. Yeah, it was good. It was a good launch. They had some problems with the third restart on the APU, which, yeah, was part of their secondary objectives for Ascent. So, yeah, pretty much a resounding success. Can we just reinforce to stop it bending? Reinforce with what, Spacey? Struts? Struts don't work too well between animated parts. Part moves. It doesn't, yeah, it doesn't like it. More excited for Ariane 6.4? Yeah. Well, there you go. The hybrid tech is definitely making this a little bit easier to use. Yeah. But cool. We'll leave that there and we'll see what happens. Maybe we'll try to, on the other side of Space News, maybe we'll try to do it again. Try making it out of tanks with no fuel, not structural pieces. You should. In your KSP save. You said you were inspired, Spacey. Show me how it's done then, fool. Hey, Surfer, what's going on? Show us in the NSF Discord if you're there. Me? No. No. Come here if you want Kerbal Launchpad content. NSF can't have it. It's mine. They can't have it. It's mine. Oh, you meant Spacey. Yeah. All right, so we're going to start up Space News here in a moment. I'm just going to go outside and get some fresh air, open up the garage door, because that's my interim solution for getting all the heat out of this freaking oven that I work inside of. Did they manage a safe re-entry? No. The thing bricked itself on orbit. Yeah. It's not coming down for a little while. Yeah. The ascent went real good, though. Anyway, I'm going to switch this over to Space News here. Bring up the title card. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
700 million people approximately joining us tonight, some in summer, some in winter. But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Our first group, our first stop, will be on the grounds of the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back some 4,000 years.
Well, let's hit the road.
Okay, I know that was a little bit longer than 5 minutes, but Remo brought home fajitas, and I'm eating them currently, and it's delicious. So, give me a second. Okay, are we ready to start? Ethereal holding down the YouTube chat over there. Do you have your soup? You have your soup. Which chat? Ready to go? Have you been paying attention to Dawn? Yeah, their flight test article, dude. All right, welcome to the Space and Rocket Review. And of course, there's a fly flying around my office, and the fly is just insistent on flying between me and the screen. That's good. Fly. Freaking rat with wings. Bye, Spacey. All right, so we got a bunch of different stuff here going on. So the first thing that I want to do here for space news is you should really dress up like one of the Blues Brothers to go with your Blues Brothers reference to the title. On a mission from God. Get out of here! Yeah, god dang jackhole! Gosh dang son of a gun! Ah, frick! Ah, frick! Okay. Yeah, it's super professional cast here. Yeah. You has your soup. Soup is good food. Dragoon, you start your propellant chemist job at the end of the month. Looks like I will be getting hands on hydrazine straight away. Hopefully not actually. So yeah, you don't want to touch that. I'm sure you know. Probably a safety meeting or something. The mic is clipping. Yeah, you know why it's clipping, Napoleon? It's clipping because I have a fan on. You know why I have a fan on? This is why I have... Give me 1 second. Please hold. Passive maintenance. 404, temperature not found. Wouldn't that be 0 Kelvin if it was temperature not found? It's 30 C in here. 30 C, it's 70% humidity. Deal with the mic peaking. Or don't. I don't care. I'm not shutting the fan off.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What's 30 C in normal temperatures? 85 degrees, dude. It's been 85 degrees. Yeah, it is basically a sauna in here, and I'm trying my best to... Oh, it's gone down a little bit. That's good. 29.4, it's 63% humidity. That's actually a little bit better. It was 31 at 70 a little while ago. God, I hope it's not that. There we go. 85.2 at 62 humidity. It sucks. It sucks. It's disgustingly hot in here. My air conditioner can't keep up. Don't worry, I'm looking into solutions. You don't need to suggest them for me. I got it. It's a metal building. It's a metal building, and the sun beats on it in the afternoon. The sun shines on this metal building, and the metal building is insulated, so it basically turns into a convection oven in here. The amount of heat that gets sunk into the building is my air conditioner is in no shape to be able to keep up with. Do you have access to your roof? It's a weird way of asking me if I have a ladder. Yeah. How hot is it outside? 82 outside. It's actually hotter in here than it is outside. Because metal structure. That's part of the reason why it took me a second to come back, because, oh, did I leave the garage door open? No, I closed it. Good. Are you baking, roasting, or grilling yourself? Well, this would be technically baking. Huh, baking. Yeah, I need a, we need a split in here, like now. I need a heat pump or a mini split or whatever. I don't know, I gotta look at it. Anyway, so here, check this out. We're going to start space news with something that's not necessarily space, but kind of is. My buddy Dean here is looking for somebody with a post-grad qualification in mathematics and wants to help make technologies that allow RocketWorks to make insert rocket space game. You'll be working on a custom cutting-edge tech stack. Mr. DayZ, yeah, good friend of mine actually, GG. Dean's good people. He lurks around in the stream. He's a good dude. He also, his company RocketWorks made Stationeers and Icarus, which are two very, very freaking good games in their own regard. Personally, I like Stationeers better than Icarus. But yeah, I have a theoretical degree in mathematics. All right. Yeah, Art of the Rail. Stationeers is extraordinarily underrated. I agree. It's a physics simulator in space. Very, very good. All types of physics. So, he's looking for somebody with a postgraduate qualification in math. So, I'm just spreading the word. Insert rocket space game. I don't want to put two and two together here, but if you look at, Dean's past tweets here, it was incredible to
This is space.
This
I'm
is
in
space. I'm in space. Napoleon gifted 5 subs. Merci beaucoup, mon ami. Vive la France. All right. Fly, I swear to God. It was incredible to hang out with Harvester, the creator of the original KSP. We caught up long ago, but really got to know him proper this time. If you like KSP, please support him with his current project, Kit Hack, which is on sale right now. You should do that too, by the way. So, Dean's been hanging around with the guy that made Kerbal Space Program, and also is looking for people with postgraduate qualifications in mathematics for insert space rocket game. I'm not trying to say if you're a math major, you should probably go talk to my buddy Dean. I could call him right now if you want, if somebody actually wants to do this. But yeah, go apply. Anybody out there that sees this wants to work on that, put me in the referral. Trust me on this one. Just say, oh, EJ told me about this. Yeah. Wait, somebody that wants to make a game like KSP actually consulted the guy that made the first KSP? Why would anybody do that? It seems like a no-brainer in retrospect, Talon, don't you think? They hired Repo. That's right, Thomas. They hired Repo. I'm not saying I had something to do with that, but referral from EJ is the auto. Yeah, sure, Element. Yeah, it's not like I have the guy on speed dial or anything. I really hope they have good characters like Kerbals. That feels critical. What about Capybara Space Program? They should also hire Blackrack and Nirtea. They should do that. I agree. Let Dean know he should hire them? Okay. What about Linux? Do you think they have the time? Linux who? What door? What door? You don't need to look in that door. There's nothing back there for you. So, have you ever played Reentry? Not on stream, Kelly, but sure. So yeah, I thought that was a good way to start out space news. Seriously, if you want to do this, shoot Dean a message. If anybody out there is a math major, huge nerd, wants to work on insert rocket space game, yeah, put me in the referral. That will. I'm not trying to say that that's going to elevate your position on their hiring queue, but that's how I feel stupid. Who is Dean? Dean is, I mean, chat, correct me if I'm wrong here. That's how are you familiar with Battle Royale games? Yeah. Dean, for all intents and purposes, basically invented Battle Royale style gameplay for first-person shooters. Like dropping in and going and finding weapons and then fighting each other. Yeah, he did that with DayZ. Yeah. Yeah, would you guys say that's fair? I would say that that's fair. So Daytao, Dean is basically responsible for Battle Royale games getting really big. What are Battle Royale games? Fortnite is a Battle Royale game. No, he's not associated with Fortnite, but that's the idea. Looter shooters, exactly. So a game dev and a Team Space guy sounds great. Not only is he a Team Space guy, that's how he made mods for KSP1 back in the day. If you're familiar with the Component Space Shuttle mod, yeah, Dean made that. Yeah, he's a good dude. He's a space nutcase. Believe me. Oh, yeah. That's 100% incorrect. Dean created the DayZ mod for Armor 2 if someone else, player unknown, created Battle Royale. Yeah, but the DayZ mod was the first drop-in thing. We don't talk about standalone myth, but, I mean, you know, a simple, nah, I don't think that's right. You know, you hit me with the 100% incorrect. You know what? I'm going to hit you with the 100% shut the hell up. Yeah, see? See, we're going to play that game now? We're going to play that game now? Fine. Piss off. Dean's a cool dude. He's working on a space game. Is this the explanation you wanted? Sorry. My Northeast came out there for a second. Have a nice day, you jerk off. You freaking jerk. I am Gumby, damn it. I am Gumby. Violence was selected for breakfast today. Actually, I had a blueberry donut for breakfast. Anyway, yeah. Let's not get too distracted. I'm getting the bug assault. There's a damn fly. Not get too distracted, but freaking fly, you son of a... Oh, get the bug assault. This fly is the buzzy type of fly. He is buzzing around all over the place. That was the joke, Thomas. But all right. We have the bug assault. Just gotta wait for this son of a gun to land somewhere. Then we will bug assault him back into oblivion. If I recall correctly, wasn't PUBG made by a bunch of guys that left DayZ after... If I had said PUBG, I was talking about DayZ. PUBG is another Battle Royale game, but yeah. Oh, your electronics will love the salt. You think they could maybe use the money with the game to buy the rights for KSB? The money with the game, I don't know if they'll buy the rights. That's how I don't know. This damn fly. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get you. You. There are gentlemen. Oh. Do you play any FPS games? Send it. I used to. Long time ago. I haven't played any FPSs on stream in a good minute. I'd like to. That would be actually kind of fun. I played semi-pro Counter-Strike Source 20 years ago. And amateur Call of Duty. Like, and I'm not talking like, oh, I got a nice rank. I'm talking about actual tournaments and stuff where you go. Do I know about Escape from Tarkov? Yeah, I have Tarkov, dude. I don't like looter shooters, dude, to be honest. I'm old school. I like 5v5 comp shooting. That's where my, that sparks joy in my heart. So, like, Counter-Strike, Unreal, Quake, stuff like that. Those are the shooters that I grew up on. Even Halo, if you really want to. Yeah. Yeah. I think the fly may have flown out the door when I went and got the bug assault, ironically. So, put the bug assault down. Make sure she's safe. Yep. Leave on. Ah! So, yeah, it seems like they're working on some type of space game. We'll see. To be honest, I personally preferred Halo, less Twitch and more Think. I didn't. I didn't. Yeah. I mean, 50, I got a pretty good quick scope with the op in Counter-Strike. Give me like, if we loaded up Counter-Strike right now, and I loaded up an aim map, give me like 10 minutes, and I'll... Quick switch is muscle memory, dude. Anyway, yeah, dude, I don't play many shooters on stream. I'm known for STEM. I like shooting things, and I like blowing stuff up, but I also really enjoy building things. I think building things is more fun. Oh, Scout's Knives. Boone, here, let me date myself, right? Let me date myself here. I played Scout's Knives in Counter-Strike 1.6, and I used a dry erase marker to draw a crosshair on a CRT monitor to be better at Scout's Knives so I could no-scope people. In 2000, I was 12. Yeah, I started playing Counter-Strike before 1.6 retail. I had a mod for Half-Life. My Counter-Strike career predates the Riot Shield and the Dualies, if you really want to know. If that made no sense to you, I've been playing first-person shooters since the late 90s, since I was 10. I'm 36. Been playing them for a long time. Yeah, exactly, Miff. I'm right there with you. Yeah, dude, for real. I didn't even get my first computer to 2002, man. You were lucky having that at 10. I was 18. I built a computer scrounging parts from the dump. I still have it. Yep. That's how I was able to do that. Turns out in the late 90s, the hardware was upgrading so fast that people were throwing away stuff really, really quick. So I saved up a lot of money. I bought a computer, an HP computer from CompUSA when I was like 14 or something. And you know, maybe at 13 or something. I made my dad drive me to CompUSA. I remember nagging him about it. CompUSA was still a thing. I made him drive me there, and I bought a computer with an 800 megahertz processor, but not a lot of RAM and no graphics card. I then went on, I'm pretty sure it was Newegg, but I don't know 100%. Oh, no, it wasn't Newegg. I bought a case for it so I could fit a bigger graphics card in it. And I bought a case off of overstock.com. Yeah. Anyway, and then a little bit later, I got a graphics card. I forget what it was. It was a 3DFX, I think. And yeah, that was actually probably that wasn't the exact late 90s. In the late 90s, I was playing on our family computer because that was the thing. And then my sister kept going on there using AIM. Yeah, and she wanted to message people all day, and I was like, screw that. I want to play games. Piss off. So I said, screw it. I'll build my own computer. So I got the case from Overstock. I got the parts from a computer that I bought, and I'm pretty sure I found that graphics card at the dump. That could have been the second computer, though. I don't know. I built computers from parts that people threw away back in the day. Yeah, I built a big one. Somebody left a full-sized ATX case at the dump in like 2001 or something, and I built that into a computer too. So friends could come over and we could both play the computer. Yeah. 3DFX Voodoo. Yeah, something like that, dude. I don't remember what the graphics card is. But yeah, John, the point is that I saved up for all the parts that I got, and I made a computer that I could game on with parts from the dump. Yeah. So yeah, I had it, the only shooter you play is Splatoon. Nice. Yeah, I had all that back in the day. And then I originally, what did I build that computer for? What was I trying to do? I think I was playing Roller Coaster Tycoon at the time, which is not a shooter. But I remember the chronology of this whole thing is way out of whack. I remember the kid down the street burned me a copy of Star Siege Tribes. And that guy was also young at the time. I think that guy I think he works for like Oracle or something now. Yeah, and then I got introduced to shooters with Star Siege Tribes. That was in the late 90s. And then, from there, Doom, Quake, everything. And then I built a computer. What was I trying to build? Tribes 2, maybe? Maybe? And Counter-Strike 1.6, I never had any problems because the graphics on that were not... I mean, they were pretty cutting edge for 1997, but by like 2000... When the hell did 1.5 come out? .5 came out in 2002. Yeah, that makes sense. I would have built it for that. Holy balls. Huh. Yeah, I know about the rail system, Aqualux. We'll probably have to go and mess with Stationeers sometime soon. Yeah. But yeah, 50, you ask if I've played FPSs. I haven't played I haven't hardcore played an FPS in a long time, but I come from a very, very, very big lineage of first-person shooter games. When I was playing Fallout yesterday, you still see it come out when I'm playing Fallout from time to time because I just one-shot people in the dome piece. Oh, jeez. I'm just like, and they're just, their head just, it's pretty funny. Get the green screen to not mess up. I never played Wolfenstein when it came out, Slow. My buddy played Wolfenstein and he kept pestering me to play it, and that pissed me off enough that I didn't want to play it and I just kept playing something else. Yeah. Good times, man. It's made me want to play a shooter now. Maybe after Space News. I don't know. Do I even have Counter-Strike?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't think I do. I have Counter-Strike installed. Maybe we'll load up the aim map and I'll show you guys what's good. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, let's start off with some space news. So this was yesterday. Peter Beck, the CEO of Rocket Lab, posted this. Their Archimedes engine had an ignition test. Archimedes is their engine for their next generation launch vehicle called Neutron. An ignition test is basically, well, as the name implies, it's the igniter system. They're testing it. That's one of the last things you do before you actually go and turn the engine on when you're doing propulsion testing. This would be the equivalent. An ignition system tested would be the equivalent with a car of making sure the spark plug works. Verify spark. That's basically what they did there. And then the next test would probably be verifying fuel. And then after that, you put it all together and you get time. I played CS pre 1.6 with a bunch of dudes in tech school. If you saw guys tagged OSL, that was us. It's been so ridiculously long, Ernock, I don't really remember. Any news on CFT? I have news on Starliner. Just bear with me. Then you verify the heating model. Yeah, then you do a bunch of other things. It's almost like this stuff is difficult. But yeah, that's a really awesome picture of it firing. Pretty good stuff. So, Neutron is scheduled to launch sometime, I think they said sometimes next year, but it probably is going to be the end of next year. So, yeah. Now, next thing here, the SLS rocket core stage tank for Artemis 2 is fully assembled. Soon it'll be on its way to Kennedy for further preparations. There it is. Core Stage 2 rolled out of Michoud. This is the Michoud Assembly Facility in Louisiana. That is an 8.4 meter core stage for the Artemis 2 mission. People will fly on this rocket. Now, when will people fly on this rocket? No idea. No idea. That GIF is so compressed it looked like it came out of a game. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know why they chose to shoot this and compress it with a potato, but hey, whatever. Great job, Twitter. That's why I left. The GIF compression is why you left Twitter, Steiner. I'm sure. Yeah, sure. Oh yeah, no, the GIF compression. Yeah. Anyway. I have a mountain of reasons. That's what I wanted to hear. Because I'm sorry, you're drawing the line at the GIF compression. I'm like, wait a minute, dude. So, actually, while I was on break, Stoke Aerospace actually tested one of their engines too. Check this out. Human fart cave. Human fart cave. With the 4-month resub. Thank you. All right, here. Stoke Aerospace posted this on the 3rd of July. Busy couple of weeks with a successful engine test, diagnostic, disassembly, engine rebuilds, and more hot fires sweeping power levels and mixture ratios. It's time for some high-speed video. Full flow stage combustion cycle.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Guys, I'm not saying this is going to be loud, but this is probably going to be loud, so we'll full screen it, and I'm going to hit the play button. Burbs, 61 months. Yeah, this is Stoke with a full flow stage combustion cycle engine. I believe this one is their first stage engine. So, headphone users, you have 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, for England, James! This is the video. What comes out of the human fart cave after Taco Bell? What's crazier is that it isn't a thrust chamber assembly. It's a full engine. Oh yeah, you can tell it's a full motor because of the way it is. I still wonder when someone will build a second stage to plop on top of something like a Falcon 9 first stage and just skip rolling. I don't think SpaceX, I don't think that property is for sale. I'm a firing my laser! What's the noise you heard at the end? The honk? Hydraulic hammering. That comes from shutting the plumbing off. Illustrator, you ever been in an old house and you turn off the faucet really quick and the pipes go... Same thing, but with rocket engines. Oh, yeah. Jesus, you didn't warn us that time. Oh, come on! What do you mean warn you? It's on the script. There was like a 15-second gap. Anyway, notice the disc around the first Mach diamond. Faint in orange. What? Anyway, I saw some question. What is that? Gigi, what is this on the floor? They're film cooling the concrete. That's film cooling the concrete. They spray water on the floor of the test stand because, well, see this thing right here? That's hot. That's really hot. Not here or here so much, but like right here. Very hot. It's enough to convect heat to, it's enough to convect heat to melt the concrete. You don't want that. Actually, it doesn't really melt concrete. It's kind of abrasive, so it kind of would be like taking sandpaper to it. Yeah, interestingly enough. Are you telling me SpaceX wouldn't hire out their first stage and not worry about the expertise dealing with everything above it? Yeah. Yes, that is what I'm telling you, Lex. They're focused on Starship. No new Falcon 9 developments except if it's designed to make Falcon 9 be turned around faster. Anyway, thing is almost as hot as EJ's garage right now. Yeah. Anyway, so this looks really good, actually. Guys, you can always tell, like, no rocket scientist is really going to say this, but you can always tell how well a rocket engine is, like, how good it, like, how healthy it is by what's coming out. It's like looking at a spark plug on an engine. You can tell exactly what's going on in the combustion chamber by looking at a spark plug on the motor, right? Now, this doesn't have a spark plug, not that I know of, right? It might have an igniter, not a spark plug, but hey, whatever. The plume here, see how uniform it is? See, it's very uniform. It's very crisp. You can see right through it. The transparency when you're using full flow stage combustion, so like you could see the back wall through the plume right there, indicates a very, very efficient burn. The plume is nice and crisp, not disruptive. The Mach disc is perfect. This thing right here, now why that happens? I'll get into that in a second. Everything is really, 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 really defined here. Really, really nice. That engine is nice and happy. And you can see they throttled it up there for a second. Just a minimal throttle ramp. See the Mach disc change shape? But like I said, see how crisp it is? See how defined this is? That's real nice. That motor's really happy. Happy little engine. Now, why is this happening? Well, I don't know if you could tell. They're testing this at sea level or somewhere near sea level, right? Well, let's say relatively near sea level, right? So this is down on the surface, right? There's ground. See the ground? It's on the ground. That's what I'm trying to tell you, all right? Now, whenever you have something like that happening, whenever you're testing an engine down here on the ground, what happens is these hot gases are coming out of the rocket engine and they're coming out of the rocket engine and they want to expand because they're hot. They want to shoot out in all directions, right? The atmosphere and all the gases in the atmosphere, the weight of that, actually the weight up there is creating pressure, right? And that pressure actually makes these gases that are like, I want to expand. And the atmosphere is like, no, sit down and study. So the gases actually, they're trying to expand, but they actually fall back in on each other. And it creates a turbulent flow phenomenon, which creates this Mach disk here. So this is the gases coming out of that rocket engine actually collapsing in on themselves. It's funny because it does it again over here, but that Mach disk is not nearly as defined as the first one because turbulence, you know, it's not gonna, it could keep doing it. It really depends on your throttle and a bunch of other things. But see, that one is still there, but it's not as defined as the first one. Because, like I said, the air is starting to get turbulent. The air coming out of here is perfect. There's no turbulent flow coming out of that thing. Now, that right there is really, really difficult to do. There's no turbulent flow. There is turbulent flow, but it's not. It's pretty crisp for considering it was just exploded inside of that pot right there. I'm seeing a bit of green flames, but that's probably T-tab burning off. Let me check ignition. Let's slow it down and hit play. So, whoop. The igniter works. See that? That's what Rocket Lab was testing with their Archimedes engine. They're testing that part right there, but not what comes after it. So you can tell here from the ice coming off of this that these pipes are starting to flow. They're starting to flow liquid fuel and oxidizer. See the ice shaking off right there? And then you could see some of that. You could see some of that liquid fuel and oxidizer come out of the combustion chamber right before the igniter turns on. Now, like I said, I don't know if you could tell when the igniter turns on, but it just turned on. They build a giant shotgun. Something like that. Okay. Now, see how that Mach disk is kind of wavy right there? It's kind of like, it's not as defined as it was before. It's not as sharp. The reason why is because the gas is coming out of this rocket engine during startup. So basically when the engine throttles up, there's if you're a gamer, right, there's a little bit of input lag between commanded throttle and the engine actually throttling up. Like think a jet engine where you put the throttle forward and it goes, you know, it takes a second to spool because this, at the end of the day, does use turbines to move fluid, but that's another. It uses gas generators to move a fluid impeller. Turbines to move fluid is not the right way to say that. But anyway, so in this split second on this frame, you can see the rocket engine getting up to snuff. It's basically spooling up. And what's going on here is the reason why that Mach disk isn't defined is because you're getting a phenomenon here called overexpansion. Overexpansion basically means the explosion inside of here is enough to shoot the gas. The explosion in here is big enough to fill up the combustion chamber, shoot out the throat, right? And go out the back, but it's only enough to it's not enough to fill up the entire nozzle. And you can actually see the flow separation happening right there. That's why the gases appear to be really turbulent coming out of here. Because what's going on here in this transient moment during startup is the atmospheric gases that are trying to force the rocket gases, the hot rocket gases in on themselves are actually going up inside of the nozzle. Just for this split second. You're getting drag or flow separation inside of the nozzle. This happens during most rocket engine startups. We saw it yesterday with the Ariane 6 ignition. So now you'll see the explosion, or I say explosion, but the hot gases are being propelled out. The hot gases, well, let me say this more technically. The mass flow rate of the engine, the engine is getting up to 100%. So it's basically approaching its 100% max mass flow rate here. And when that happens, you can see that the gases coming out of here is enough to fill up the entire nozzle and then some. So see right there, see how the gases kind of go out a little bit and then they collapse in on themselves? That right there is called underexpansion. Underexpansion is what you want with first stage engines. Flow separation inside of the nozzle is a great way to make it blow up. This is why some rocket engines, when they go to start, do that. They just blow up. This one clearly didn't. And you could see that you're still going through startup conditions. Everything inside of here has to get up to pressure, right? Takes a second. They got to... Yep. There is the lowest throttle that can be supported, right? See how the Mach disk starts to get very defined right there. See that? That is when the plume inside of here, the gases coming out of this nozzle go from overexpansion to underexpansion. See the difference? The gases in there are filling up this nozzle enough to where they want to keep expanding out the end of the nozzle. You get that underexpansion right there. That's what it's called. And now the rocket engine is nice and healthy. That right there is part of the reason why rocket engines don't throttle like they do in KSP. You can't deep throttle a rocket engine because that happens. I assure you, that is very bad for it. Now, Synerd, you said you'd start talking about the green that's coming out. I don't know if this is a triethyl aluminum or triethyl borane. If it's a pyrophoric igniter, it might be. I don't know. I don't know enough about Stokes' engine here. However, usually when you see a green flash like that, they use triethyl aluminum and triethyl borane. TTAB is what it is, the slang term for it in the industry. What TTAB does is when triethyl aluminum and triethyl borane mix and find oxygen, they ignite. Yeah, it's pyrophoric is what it's called, right? And usually that chemical reaction burns green. Very green. Now, it could be TTAB, but I would like to point out that any engine start, a rocket engine can only do so many starts before stuff starts to break. Okay? And how many starts it can do is really dependent on your use case. It really depends on what you designed it for. I think Merlin engines are purposefully underrated in thrust so they can handle more starts. You see the same phenomenon with Archimedes. Peter Beck talked about making an engine that's capable of going up to 2,000 kilonewtons of thrust and then only rating it at 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust, so you could basically reuse it more. We're talking about factor of over-engineering your thrust rating here. Or a twofold factor of thrust over rating. That also makes it so you could squeeze more performance out of the engine if you need it. Basically putting in margins on purpose into your design so you could stretch the design later. SpaceX did that with the Merlin engine. That's how the Merlin engines just seemingly went from, like Falcon 9 seemingly went from only being able to put like 12 tons in space to now being able to put 25 metric tons in space. And then on top of that, still landing on a drone ship. I actually think that Falcon 9 is 22.5, but they left room for improvement on purpose. That also makes it so it's easier during starting. Now, why do I bring up that? The other thing that could be making this green flash is part of the engine burning off during the violent ignition that happens when a rocket engine starts. Yes, at 154% of margin. 154. 154. 154. Yeah, this could be part of the nozzle ablating a little bit during ignition. Like I said, this is an extremely violent event going on here. You can tell there's a lot of energy being expelled there very, very quickly. Starting a rocket engine will always stress it out. Rocket engines, when they start, go through what's called thrust transients. Well, it's not thrust transients, it's just transients. You wouldn't say thrust transients because thrust is not your only meter of all the stress happening on all the components here. So it may have burned off a little bit of the nozzle, but that looks more like T-tab. Once again, I love how everything just comes into focus when the motor gets up to throttle. Look at that. See how the disc is very unstable? It's because the gases coming out of the nozzle are still experiencing some turbulence in here. Actually, it's not turbulence, it's flow separation. Flow separation causes turbulence. It causes drag in the inside of the nozzle. And that's why the disc is not very defined. And then the second those propellants start filling up the entire nozzle, chamber pressure gets up, flow rate gets up to wherever they have it, boom. You get some nice under expansion there. That's pretty. Chris, 94-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, see how clear that is? See how defined it is? Perfect. Perfect. That's really healthy. That motor is very happy. Thrust instability is not the right way to say it, else you can relay that. Oh, that's nice. Now you are getting some slight perturbations here. This could be happening just because that could be happening because of mixture. So you can see flames you see a streak right there that's a different color. That could be part of the nozzle. Could be part of the nozzle ablating off. It could be some fuel, some unburnt fuel getting shot out. That does happen. A lot of rocket engines run extremely fuel rich for thermal purposes, basically so they don't melt the nozzle, because the explosion that it can make in there is so ridiculously hot, it'll just melt, it could melt itself. Or it could melt part of the, when you melt part of the nozzle, right? Like, it's basically said the same thing twice, but whatever. Yeah, see, there's something, a little bit of chooch going on there, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that that's probably unburnt fuel. Because, once again, the plume is really defined here. Very defined. It's very crisp. So, yeah, I'm going to say that's some unburnt fuel getting shot out the back, and say that that's not parts of the engine shooting out the back. Or T-tab rich, yeah, maybe. Once you're past the transients and reach a stable point, it's relatively easy to keep the engine healthy, right? Yep. Yeah. I mean, relatively, sure, Erudite. Yeah. Once the thing's up and running, once you get past starting transients, yeah, you're good. Oh, yeah, that's beautiful. Dude, I don't know about you guys. I could look at this all day. Can I do it with the sound one more time, please? What's the cooling setup? I don't know. It's hard to say. Film cooling, if I had to guess, judging by that manifold right there. Headphone users. 15 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring the rain. Yeah, I like that. That's pretty good, man. That's, oh yeah. Dude, she's nice and healthy. Nice and healthy. That's really nice. Beautiful. Oh, they throttled it. Look, there was a second part of that. So that's the engine throttling up. They throttled it up to a certain area, and then they pushed it to the limit. Watch the Mach disc move. See? Look, they're slowly stepping the thrust up. See? Ooh. Ooh, that's nice. And then, yeah, see? They pushed it up to the limit right there, and then they didn't do it for very long, and they flamed the engine out. I've never seen an engine sucking flames like that on cutoff. Let me look at the cutoff here. Let's slow it down to 0.25. That play button again. So, usually what happens with a rocket engine is they would throttle it down back to where it started and then shut it off. It looks like they pushed that thing to the absolute limit right there and then immediately shut it off. Shutting down a rocket engine is just as, I'd say that's just as dangerous as starting one up. Once again, you're going through transients. There's a lot of stuff going on right here. And going from that to nothing in like less than 2 seconds, yeah, that's a lot of things that are changing on the rocket engine all at once. One of those things is the hydraulic hammering that you hear, the noise. That's the propellants basically causing a pile up inside of the lines there, and basically fluid hammering the valves on the engine. They cut the valves first, the turbo pumps run dry, and the engine shuts off immediately. That's what that honking noise is. Here, I'll show you. Ready? You hear it? I'll turn it up a little bit. You hear that? Yeah, you're gonna get a lot of hammering when you shut an engine off when it's going full power like that. I mean, you saw how long it took during startup, albeit watching it in slow motion. You saw how long it took in startup to get the Mach disc to form. Oh, I didn't notice that before. Look, the disc gets defined for a second, collapses, and then goes back for a split second there. You see that? That was a little bit of a hiccup. I didn't notice that before. You guys see that? Ooh. Yeah, that, I don't think that's necessarily a problem. It could just be an additional second for the engine to get up to power, but they lost chamber pressure there for a second. Not lost chamber pressure. This kind of stuff happens. It could happen from more turbulence inside of the nozzle, but turbulence inside of the nozzle and the collapse of the Mach disc only happens when you have a slight loss of chamber pressure. What are the nozzles on the ground? Geek, those are film cooling the concrete because this is hot and it could melt it. Yeah, they're film cooling the concrete. It's just water. That's just those are 2 garden hoses, dude. Can I see this in real time? Give me 1 second. Ooh, something funky happened there. That shouldn't go from defined to undefined to defined again. There was a drop in chamber pressure there. I can say that pretty conclusively. There's only so many things that are going to cause that problem. Could just be startup timings. They could be optimizing them the same as the Raptors were. Busy couple of weeks with successful engine test, diagnostic disassembly, engine rebuilds, and more hot fires, sweeping power levels and mixture ratios. I'm going to go ahead and guess it's them screwing with the mixture. Aqualex, you could be right. But I mean, that kind of favors into what you were saying. That most likely is them screwing with the fuel mapping during ignition and then testing it. Because, yeah, every rocket engine ignition I've ever seen does not do that and then go back to a defined disc. I'd have to ask Rocket Guy about that. But anyway, during shutdown, you can tell they closed the taps on this thing real quick because that Mach disc basically collapses in like half a second. Less than that. Ready? Look. So you see the disc move forward just a little bit for a split second, indicating they've probably shut the valves, and that split second right there, they shut the valves, and all the remaining propellants that were in the lines evac, and they lose pressure almost immediately. The disc collapses immediately, and then sometimes, whoa, that's rad. Look at that. Look, you could see the pressure drop. You could see the pressure drop. Like, look, you still get turbulent air right there in this frame. You still get hot gases and then nothing. And then the disc immediately collapses. This is great footage, dude. But look at the next shot. The next shot, you see that going on. Now, what's that? That's a burp. It's a detonation. It happens. There's still sometimes this residual propellant in the lines. Think about it like if you're watering the plants, right? You're watering the plants with a garden hose. You shut the hose off. Does that mean all the water is out of the line? No. Sometimes you can hold the sprayer for a second. It sprays a little bit more out because there's pressure in the line. That pressure, the drop, when they shut the engine off, sometimes you get residual fuel and oxidizer inside of the plumbing, right? Basically, between the power head and the injector plate. And sometimes the rocket engine burps during shutdown. Falcon does that a lot. So what usually happens after that is a jet of helium gets shot through the injector plate. Helium gas gets shot through the injector plate to basically snuff out any detonations. Because that kind of stuff... What color are those flames? A little bit of green there. More orange than anything, but a little bit of green. See that? I guarantee you that's part of the nozzle burning off because of the detonation. Yeah. These burps are really bad for it. That's the equivalent of rod knock right there. That's no good. But once again, it's a test mule. They're testing things. They're testing sweeping power levels and mixture ratios. Sweeping power levels. They basically shut the engine off at full throttle just to see what would happen. And you had a detonation. That does happen. Oh, there were multiple... Oh, hello. They also did not purge this engine out. Look at all the methane gas still burning. Way after engine shutdown. Watch this in real time. Yeah. Any remaining propellants liquid propellants inside of these lines after they cut the taps that don't get burned off right away end up rushing out as hot gas. Note that the gas basically keeps rushing out only after detonation. So think about this for a second, dudes. Take a look. You still see a ton of methane getting shot out of this, but still some of it is vaporized. See it right there? Or atomized, I should say. See how it looks like there's clouds right there? What you're seeing here is unburnt methane. That's unburnt methane getting shot out of the engine. Once again, indicating that they're screwing with the mixture and running fuel rich. See what I'm talking about? They're screwing with that mixture. They're running fuel rich. Because when they shut the engine off, a lot more methane came out of it. A lot more methane came out of this thing than oxygen. And because the reason why you see unburnt stuff here and no detonations during this phase of shutdown is because there's no oxygen in there. There's no oxygen in there. What this is doing, what this methane gas is doing is atomizing with the atmosphere and finding ignition from the hot gases that are already being shot out. I'm going to say bending a rod in a rocket engine is bad. It's the equivalent, geek. Rod knock happens because you have detonations inside of a car's combustion chamber. That's very bad for it. A detonation can blow a head gasket, right? Easily blow a head gasket. I mean, there are other ways to blow a head gasket, but could. Yeah, detonations inside of your combustion chamber on a rocket engine can blow the entire rocket engine up. Yeah. Yeah, see, look. it's interesting here because there's so much methane gas, it can't atomize with the atmosphere fast enough, and the methane gas, the methane gas actually blows out the flame. The methane gas blows the flame out. Interestingly enough, that's super cool, actually. Yeah, that's all cryogenic methane gas. Well, it's not in cryogenic no more. Cool. That's super rad, man. How long until you think Stoke launches a full vehicle? This is still very much a developmental engine, Ethereal. Look at all the sensors and all the extra DFI stuff that's on this. See all the spikes that are on the engine and stuff? Like, you can very much see it here. See all these extra wires? That's all developmental sensors. When you're testing a rocket engine, you usually want to have 2 double redundant sensors. The reason why you want to have 2 sensors is, well, you want to make sure that the sensors, the OFI sensors on your rocket motor, the operational ones, the ones that you're going to use when the thing launches, you want a second sensor to make sure that that sensor is working correctly. Yeah. Test the sensors in double redundancy to make sure your OFI and DFI sensors are equal. If they are, and you test it enough, you know that your OFI sensor, your operational sensors, the ones that you're going to use when the thing is actually flying, are working correctly. Now, with that being said, making an engine go from a DFI configuration to an OFI configuration is, yeah, that's going to take some time. Also, I've not seen any first stage stuff from them, but that just because we haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not happening. Then there's the rotating detonation rocket engine that takes advantage of the detonation efficiency. Yeah, RDEs are super cool, Ordon. Yeah. There are engines that basically swirl a detonation wave in a tornado inside of an annular thrust chamber to basically make a pulse jet that doesn't pulse. It just the idea behind that and why a rotating detonator engine would be better than a deflagration engine or a combustion engine, right? Would be detonation waves, and the gases coming out are moving a lot faster. At the end of the day, guys, your exit velocity is what matters here. How fast that crap comes out the back is the most important part. The more crap you can shoot out the back of your rocket engine, all right, well, I mean, not necessarily more efficient, but the more you can do that, generally you'll get better efficiency that way. Now, if you can accelerate gases out faster with not as much input, right, not as much fuel, and you basically make a more violent explosion inside of here, or a detonation instead of a deflagration, right, your efficiency will go through the roof. Now, why would a detonation be better than a deflagration? So what the hell's deflagration versus detonation? You have to kind of get into that dichotomy here. It's not a dichotomy. That's not what that is. Anyway, sorry, brain gonna brain. What's deflagration? Deflagration is when you take fuel and oxidizer and you combine it in a way that the resulting, and blow it up, and the resulting release of energy moves at subsonic speeds. All rocket engines combust things at subsonic speed, except for a rotating detonator engine. That's the difference between detonation and deflagration. A detonation, and you need the right circumstances for a detonation to work. A detonation is when you do the same thing, something blows up, but it blows up so ridiculously hard, it blows up hard and blows up fast that your pressure wave shooting out, the gases that get shot out from said explosion are traveling faster than the speed of sound. I'll give you an example. That explosion that happened in Beirut a couple of years ago, that was a detonation. Yeah. Pressure wave was moving well beyond the speed of sound there. Yeah. Tell because it blew up, and then, you know, even the people that were close, there was a relative delay between the pressure wave and then the sound. But yeah, if it was combustion, it would have taken a lot longer. That was a detonation. Yeah. So with a rocket engine, like I said, the name of the game is how fast you can shoot the gases out the back. You shoot the gases out the back faster and you use less fuel doing it, you can make a wicked efficient rocket engine. Yeah, the problem is getting a detonation wave to stay sustainable inside of there. But that's another story. Or the Pepcon explosion. Pepcon explosion, also a detonation. Yeah. Turns out when you immediately auto-combust like 600 tons of solid rocket propellant all at once, it creates... That's a lot of energy being released really, really fast. Yeah. So would a bypass work on a rocket engine like in jetliners? That's a good question, Reckless. No, it would not. No. Rocket engines are shooting gases out a lot faster than a jet engine. Don't get me wrong, jet engines still shoot them out pretty fast, but your exhaust velocity is way higher on a rocket engine. A rocket engine is also shooting out way more gases all at once. In terms of a bypass, well, here's the thing. Yes and no. Yes and no. So let me describe, I guess, a basic rocket engine to you. So, you know, Ray, in a bypass turbofan, right? You have a turbojet that's basically shooting thrust out at a staged axial turbine that's on a different axle that turns that bypass fan in the front. You're using a jet engine to make something else move, right? That's the idea. Rocket engines do something like that. But that's the fuel pump. So rocket engines don't necessarily use a turbojet. But a jet engine is one of the only things, with the exception of Rocket Lab, a jet engine is one of the only things that they can use to spin a fluid impeller fast enough to deliver all the fuel and oxidizer needed to keep a rocket engine shooting out crazy amounts of gases all at once. Like I said, rocket engine is shooting out way more stuff a lot faster, right? Now, so if you think about a turbojet, okay, what does a turbojet do? You have air going in the front, it goes through an axial compressor, and then it gets squished into and shot into a combustor, right? And that combustor blows, fuel gets delivered in there. It takes the high pressure air, sprays fuel into it because the high pressure plenum in the jet engine leads into the combustor, and the oxidizer, the air inside of the jet engine, goes from really high pressure to inside of the combustion chamber, really low pressure. They spray fuel into that, right? And you get the fuel to atomize like a carburetor almost. Well, not almost. It is the same thing. And then it explodes. The explosion shoots out the back and spins a turbine. That turbine is connected to your compressor at the front, and you create a metric ton of buttload of gases coming out the back, right? Now, with a rocket engine, same idea. Take the compressor part off. Why? Why take the compressor part off? Rocket engines fly in places where there's no air. Not going to work very well. So, what do? Because rocket engines fly in places with no air, up in space, they bring the oxidizer with them. They bring their aspiration with them, so to speak, in the form of liquid oxygen or any other type of oxidizer that you might like. Pick your poison, So, the interesting thing is that our rocket jet engine here doesn't have the compressor, right? But it still has the combustor. The combustor and the turbine are still there. It's like if you chop the front of a jet engine off. Okay. Now, okay, so how are you gonna get the combustor to work? Well, you have an oxidizer injector and a fuel injector in there. Same idea, right? You have the injectors at high pressure shoot oxidizer and fuel into each other. They atomize, find a source of ignition, blow up, spin the turbine wheel. Now, what's the turbine wheel attached to? Fuel pump. It's attached to a fluid impeller or a fuel pump. The rockets use jet engines as their fuel pump. That's the only thing that spins fast enough to be able to deliver enough fuel and oxidizer. What I've described here, gas generator, turbine, fluid impeller at the front instead of a compressor is called a, wait for it, very creative name, turbo pump, right? So, rockets generally have 2 turbo pumps. It depends on what propellant you're using. Some rockets might have 1 turbo pump with 2 fluid impellers on it. Some rocket engines have a turbine with a gearbox attached to it and a transmission to turn your oxidizer pump and your fuel pump at the same time. Yeah, the RL-10s have a gearbox in them. Not a lot of people know that. The rocket engine has a transmission. Weird, huh? So in this particular design, this is kind of like a garden variety open cycle engine. There's not much for a bypass, right? There's nothing to bypass. Now, does that mean there isn't any type of high bypass rocket engine, hybrid jet engine thingamajigger out there? No. There's this thing that's being cooked up by a company called Reaction Engines Limited, and don't get me wrong, we haven't heard nothing about it in a really long time. It's called the Sabre engine, and the Sabre engine here, here's a picture, a 3D graphic of one. A Sabre engine is you could technically call it a bypass rocket engine, sure. Yeah. The reason why it's a bypass rocket engine is because it's a jet engine that's wrapped around a rocket motor. Yep. Basically take an SR-71 engine and replace the J-58 part with a rocket engine. That's what we're talking about. Turbo pump. It's like a really fast pump. Yeah, R2 says, and it goes... Does that make sense, dude? So... that's the only application that I can really think of off the top of my head where you even have something remotely resembling a bypass here. That's a turbo ramjet rocket engine. And this is like cutting edge tech, dude. The company working on this reaction engines, like 4 or 5 years ago, had a huge breakthrough in their pre-cooler technology. A pre-cooler to that Sabre engine is what an intercooled engine, and it's like an air-to-water intercooler for a car with a turbocharger on it, or an air-to-air intercooler if you're more garden variety automobiles, if you're into more like road vehicles, right? They basically found a way to cool the intake air, and that makes it so the jet engine can perform at extremely high altitudes. Because the problem, even though the temperature is really cold up there, the problem with stuff moving fast in the upper parts of the atmosphere and skirting the edge of space is that the intake air gets too hot. The air is going into that rocket engine so ridiculously fast and gets compressed so ridiculously quickly that it gets too hot. Can't sustain ignition. Yeah, preheating your oxidizer is not a good idea, unless it's a staged combustion, but that's another story. Thanks so much for the detailed explanation. Beautiful stuff. Propulsion is my jam, dude. I love it. I love this stuff. Yeah, this stuff's good. Good stuff. Sabre engines are ridiculous. Now, like I said, we haven't heard anything. The last thing we heard from Reaction Engines Limited, like 4 or 5 years ago, was them getting an insanely big investment from Northrop Grumman and Lockheed Martin, and we haven't heard anything about it since. Take what you will with that information. Yeah, Reaction Engines also builds the radiators for Mercedes Formula One team. No joke. Hypersonic missile tech. That's my guess. That would be such a shame, Hellfish, if that technology only found its way into a standoff capability like that. That would suck. That's such a waste, dude. There is a way to do it even faster. I just don't know if it's used in rockets. Maybe. Anyway, you didn't think you'd learn the difference between deflagration and detonation today, huh? But you did. Hopefully that's remotely cool stuff. Here. Starliner update? Starliner update? Okay, so there was a press conference from Starliner this morning. Spaceflight Now, which is a fellow space news organization, they're way more professional than me. They're actually a spaceflight outfit, not just some bonehead that talks about it on Twitch all the time. What happened to the Raptor Wiggles? Imager decided that I wasn't allowed to embed GIFs anymore, Contra, or anybody for that matter, so all the GIFs had to change because they all said, here, look, thumbs up on this. You can't embed anymore. Was that your car with the engine hoist in front of it? That thing? Send it? This is my buddy's car. I'm doing the work on it. That red truck's mine. If that's what you're asking. Yeah, RDR. Yeah, RDREs are really cool ethereal. If rotating detonation engines take off, actually and figuratively, well, think about that Sabre engine with an RDE attached to the back. That's like ultimate efficiency. That is enough efficiency. Now, don't get me wrong, it's a little more complicated than this. That is enough efficiency, so to speak, to kind of make a joke on it. That is enough efficiency to make a plane that can just take off and fly right into space. Like just fly up into space like in The Fifth Element. Roger, ready for liftoff, confirmed. 10 seconds. I am a bit disappointed. If it's one thing I do not like to be, it is to be disappointed. Sorry, sir. This will never happen again. I know. Lift off. Like that. Why not download the GIF and host it locally? Because I have... Nope. Yeah, I was going to make it... Yeah, it's because I'm lazy. Yeah. You know what? Let's Aqualex, you know what? Let's do the more professional way. Here's the board. I'm not making an excuse. I'm sorry. My workload is really, really high right now, and it's not high on my priorities list. I will circle back with you in a week regarding this issue. Is this a cry for help? No. No. Yeah, no, that would be the way to do it. Just host them locally. But the last time, I used to do that in like 2016, 2017, and it would always take a second to switch to the scenes. Embedding them, it seemed like a much less stressful way of doing it. Anyway, Spaceflight Now, Starliner update. This is a synopsis of the press conference that happened this morning. Actually, yeah, I was playing Kerbal while this was going on. Sorry about that. It was a dick move. That's why I'm paying for your mute. Anyway. Starting now, Steve Stitch, manager of the Commercial Crew Program, and Mark Nappy, VP and Program Manager, Commercial Crew Program in Boeing. This guy runs the Commercial Crew Program. That guy runs Starliner for Boeing. Okie dokie. Steve and Mark are good dudes. Steve especially. Yeah, he's cool. He was a shuttle flight controller for a very, very long time. And Mark Nappy has my respect because he had the balls in a Starliner press conference about a week ago, or maybe that was 2 weeks ago. No, that was before the road trip. That was a month ago. Mark Nappy gained a lot of respect from me when he basically said, look, you'd be off your rocker if you don't think we're all big spaceflight nuts here. Somebody asked him a question about SpaceX versus Boeing, and he's like, what? What are you talking about? I watch every Falcon 9 launch, dude. I watch every one of them because I love this stuff. This is why I'm overseeing this damn program. When he said that, a guy gained a lot of respect from me. Hell yeah, man. Team Space. That's pretty cool. Mark's a good dude. All right, so Stitch opens his remarks noting that a number of members of the Johnson Space Center workforce in Houston were impacted by Hurricane Beryl and are without power. Johnson Space Center is functioning, though. He said the storm has impacted the ability of some to work, but says they are still making progress. Stitch says the hot fire testing at White Sands in New Mexico is underway. He said they put the thruster in the test chamber on the 3rd and did an acceptance test with that thruster. He said it has been put through all the uphill phases of flight, part of the mission for from spacecraft separation through rendezvous and docking, and are looking at the data before moving to the downhill portion, return from the ISS. Stitch says that they hope to bring the helium leak up to the Starliner mission management team for resolution later this week. He says teams have been working to understand the issue at Marshall in Huntsville. He said they're also looking at SM2, which was used for the first set of attempts for OFT2. Switch to service module. Yeah, Nova. Mark Nappy gained a lot of respect from me. He said you'd be off your rocker to think that Elon doesn't watch like every single rocket launch. And he's like, I watch Falcon 9 launches all the time. I don't care if they're SpaceX. I like rocket launches, man. That's why I oversee a program developing manned spacecraft. I'm like, damn, damn, bringing the bants. I like you. Dude, I gotta go find that press conference. It was pretty funny. The person was like, okay. Also, the Capcom. Neil Nagata, a flight controller for NASA, was watching Starbase live. He was watching the stack. That's so funny, dude. Or no, he was watching the flight. I'm sorry. That my timeline's all messed up. That was cool, dude. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. They swapped out the service module. Novus, time-lapse footage for the core stage, which I will be watching. It's the end of that sentence. Let me get through the Starliner stuff. It's interesting that they switched service modules. I forgot about that. Yeah, send it next spaceflight, dude. I watch as much as I possibly can. Even if I don't cover it on stream, I still bring it up on my phone and watch it because I can't get enough of this stuff. I have a horrible, horrible rocket addiction. Anyway, Mark Nappy says the chief engineers on both the NASA and Boeing side are engaged in engineering. Engineering teams are meeting daily to work the issues, thrusters and helium leaks. He says they're doing some inspection work on the service module that will be used on the Starliner 1 mission. That's the first operational mission, examining the doghouse and helium system. Yeah, of course, Nova. And so did Tori Bruno. Team Space, baby. I don't pick sides, man. I like every rocket. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. Rockets are sweet. Rockets are amazing. NASA's Steve Siseloff confirms that there will be another press briefing with the crew on orbit before they undock. Details on that are in the work. Stitch says that they are targeting launch of the Crew 9 mission in mid-August and want to have the crew handover with 8 before they depart. They think an undocking by the end of July is possible, but they will just follow the data one step at a time. Ah, man, screw them commie rockets. I was more talking about commercial space entities, John, but, you know, make it political next time. I mean, I agree, but don't you think we get spoon-fed enough of that during the day? Stitch says the batteries are the current limiting item. They were approved for a 45-day limit, and that is being assessed. The crewed flight test mission is on day 35 today. Happy clarifies that the work being done at White Sands is not acceptance testing. Well, yeah, duh. Yeah, they're trying to replicate the failure mode. Rather, it's trying to replicate what the worst-case thrusters saw in flight. Stitch says they are trying to replicate the pulses that the on-orbit thrusters saw. Yep. Stitch says that there's an... Ooh, cool. Stitch says that there's an injector temperature measurement, which is what they are trying to replicate. It was measured during the docking day from the 5 thrusters that presented some issue. Injector temperature. Ah. Huh. Well, that certainly changes things. I'll tell you in a second. Nappy said the service module that will fly on Starliner 1 is put together and the doghouses are installed on the service module. The doghouses are the slang term for the thruster blocks. Basically the on-orbit maneuvering thrusters that they use to go and dock to the space station. The doghouses are the slang term for the thing that houses these thruster blocks. Starliner has 4 of them. There's one at 12, 3, 6, and 9. The reason why they call them doghouses is because they look like a doghouse. Anyway. I need a hospital. A hospital? What is it? It's a place where sick people go to get better. But that's not important right now. He said they are doing a series of leak checks to see if it may be susceptible to a leak, like the ones seen on the service module used before the crew flight test mission. He says based on the testing and determination of root cause, they may need to take the doghouses off and replace some seals that may be undersized. Ah. In absolute zero? No. This is the... Oh. No, hell no. They're not gonna do that, 50. They're not gonna go outside of the space station to take apart a propulsion section. That's an idiotic idea. That is guaranteed death. He's talking about the one that's for the next Starliner flight. Starliner 1 is the first operational mission. This is just the flight test. Starliner 1's the first operational one. He's talking about replacing the seal, replacing the thruster parts on the one that's down here, not up there. Yeah, trying to take apart a powered on module while the spacecraft, albeit while the spacecraft is docked to the space station, would be like trying to do work on an engine while the motor's on. Not a good idea. Don't do that. Or trying to do electrical wiring on a car while the battery's still connected. Yeah, you're asking for something to go wrong, and something will go wrong. So that I would immediately write that off as an idiotic thing to do. But let me keep reading. We'll go further. I'll speak more on that in a second. I said moron. Stitch says that the data from the flight shows that with the exception of one thruster that didn't recover during the crew flight test docking, those thrusters are operating just fine. The prime option today is to return Butch and Sonny on Starliner. Yep. Nappy says that the plan is to bring crew home on Starliner, and we see no reason why that shouldn't be changed. Stitch says all 12 OMAC thrusters, orbiter maneuvering and control thrusters. Starliner, those doghouses that I was talking about, there's 2 different types. There's 2 different types of thrusters, big ones and small ones. The big ones are the OMAC thrusters. The small ones are vernier thrusters, or reaction control systems. The OMAC thrusters are your main propulsion system for the capsule. That's the one that it uses to move around for longer duration burns. So let me see. Let's try Starliner service module. Okay, yeah, this is a good picture of this is a service module for Starliner on the processing stool at the C3PF. This processing stool is designed to move the module around so you can get at certain things. Anybody that's ever worked on a car, aerospace has all these really neat pieces of equipment to rotate stuff into position so you can get at things easy. I don't know exactly what that process... Oh. Never mind. That's the weight and center of gravity testing jig. They use that to find the center of gravity of the capsule and the service module. You can tell because the way it is. God dang, can I get one of those at the shop, right, dude? So, okay, see how there's big thrusters here and small thrusters? The big thrusters are the OMAC thrusters. These are the doghouses right here. There's 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, and 4. See the big thrusters? There's 4 doghouses, 3 thrusters on each. 12 thrusters. OMAC thrusters. Orbiter maneuvering and control thrusters. The rest of the thruster block here is for fine adjustments, for like docking. They wouldn't use these big thrusters when they get near the space station. They would use the smaller verniers. Those guys. There's one there, there's one there, there's one there, and there's two up at the front. Two also facing back, but also the OMAC thrusters as well. These doghouses are where they're having some issues. That's what they're talking about in these in this Spaceflight Now post. Stitch says all 12 OMAC thrusters are working just fine, saying they will provide the Delta V for the deorbit maneuver. They are more critically important than the reaction control system thrusters. The little guys. Which are being studied at White Sands. Navi says if the crew needed to return now in an emergency scenario, they would just perform a nominal undocking, adding that we don't believe that we have damaged thrusters. He says, we do have a lot of confidence in the thrusters as they are today. Stitch says, even if they lose many of the same thruster as they did during rendezvous and docking, the simulation data shows that they could still hit their target landing site. I don't know if you guys noticed, there's plethoras of thrusters facing in every direction. 2 facing forward, 2 facing back, 3 OMAC thrusters facing backwards. Once again, that's for primary maneuver. The other ones are basically for going forward and back, but even the ones that are going forward and back are in double redundancy. See? There's 2. So you can lose some. That's designed that way on purpose because, well, the reality of the situation is that hypergolic control thrusters like these will always leak. There's always margins designed in because they're using helium to actuate their injectors. It uses a pneumatic injector like a Formula One car. They use pressurized helium to open and close the valves on these thrusters to get them to turn on and off, right? You're always going to have leaks, so they always design margin into the system because trying to get helium to not leak would be like jumping into a pool and trying not to get wet. It's going to happen. Whether you like it or not. There's margins designed for this on purpose because at some point trying to defeat physics at a molecular level is really difficult. Space flight's already hard enough. We don't need to make it any more difficult. Just deal with the leak and move on. And that's basically what they're doing from this data here. Let me see what else is going on. Yeah, see, even if they lose many of the same thrusters as they did during rendezvous and docking, the simulation data shows that they could still hit their target landing site. Now, what is he talking about losing thrusters? The computer, if a thruster has a leak, for instance, right? The computer isn't just going to keep turn it on and keep leaking helium. They have a lot of extra helium for margin, but you don't want to be liberal with it, right? You don't want to just keep wasting it. It's fine. You don't want to do something like that. So the computer will safe these thrusters in the event of that going on. If they do leak, that's the reason why they added so many of these damn things. Now, why are there so many freaking thrusters on this thing? Why do that? Why would you? Why? This is so much stuff. Why have so many different thrusters? These thrusters are derived from the space shuttle. They're the space shuttle thrusters. The space shuttle had these thruster blocks, 2 on the back of the vehicle and 1 in the front of the vehicle. These thruster blocks are called OMS pods, Orbiter Maneuvering System pods. They use helium. They use a helium actuated valve, and they use helium for tank ullage. But see that thruster block on the back of this orbiter maneuvering pod? That's a doghouse. It's the same thing, only it's a different shape. All the underlying components here are basically that's Starliner's service module, just shaped to go on the back of a shuttle. See these 2 nacelles that are on the back? That's what Starliner's service module is. Seriously, it's derived directly from the space shuttle, which is actually kind of cool. I like that as a shuttle fan. And look, the shuttle has tons of thrusters. But look, big thruster, small thruster. Big thruster, small thruster. It's the same thing. Same thrusters. Same pressurant system, same everything. It's the same thing. Which I actually think that's kind of cool. Somebody came up with the idea of taking a shuttle service module or shuttle OMS pod and making it into a service module. Now, If it was me engineering it, it would still have the ohms engine on the back, but those ohms engines found their way into another those ohms thrusters found their way into another service module. They decided shoehorning that onto the back of an Orion module was a better solution. That is an AJ10 variant, Joe, on the back of Orion, yes. And the want to hear a real humdinger? The engines that are on Orion's, the engine that the Orion service modules use, the European service module, they are AJ10 190s. Those are the exact engines that flew on the space shuttle. Like they took them out of the space shuttle physically and put them in the back of this Orion service module. I don't know why you'd do that, but all right. That's nowhere near an adequate amount of delta V for a service module that's designed for system or exploration. But hey, you know, whatever. It's fine. Just design it by committee. What? Sorry. Anyway. Stitch says they have dusted off some of the potential contingency concepts to use Crew Dragon as a backup, as they did when looking at how to bring NASA astronaut Frank Rubio home. Yeah, after Soyuz decided to not Soyuzint. However, the prime plan is still to return Butch and Sonny on Starliner, which was declared safe to be used as an emergency return vehicle. Stitch says they could entertain the option of undocking the Crew Dragon being used for the Crew 8 mission to make room for the Crew 9 astronauts, if more time is needed with Starliner docked at the ISS. He says they started looking at that but haven't done an extensive assessment on it. He says NASA's preference is still for a direct handover on the ISS between Crew 8 and Crew 9. If you don't understand what any of this means, on the ISS, there's 2 docking ports that can receive Starliner or Dragon capsules. Starliner and Dragon use the same docking port. It's called an NDS, NASA docking system. There's 2 docking ports on the ISS that have the NDS on them, okay? One of them right now, the V-bar IDA, or the V-bar NDS, has Starliner attached to it. The other one has a Dragon capsule attached to it, the Crew 8 Dragon capsule. If the time comes for ISS rotation, for Crew 9 to go up there, they want some overlap between Crew 8 and Crew 9. They usually spend about a week together. So, you know, the Crew 8 can basically pass the torch to Crew 9, get them up to snuff on what they do at the ISS. You know, they can actually move into their apartments on board. There is an apartment on the ISS in the Destiny module that can sleep 4 astronauts. I say apartment, but it's about the size of a small porta potty. But you got to remember, in space, everything is the floor. There's no ceiling, there's no walls. You could just put anything on everything, and it's fine. Just float around. Imagine how useful it'd be if you could use the ceiling for storage space in your house. That'd be pretty cool. Get a lot of stuff off the damn ground, right? It's basically like living in a locker in space. Anyway. You can't do that crew handover thing if Starliner is up there. There's no other place for the Crew 8 Dragon to dock. What he's trying to say is that they really, really want to get Starliner out of there before Crew 9 goes to launch sometime in the summer. That's kind of funny. You guys want to know how they sleep up there? They have a sleeping bag with Velcro attached to it. Actually, it's more like a Snuggie, if anything. Anyway, a sleeping bag, you slip into the sleeping bag has Velcro to it, and you Velcro yourself to the wall, and you sit there sleeping like this. It's weird. Yeah, it's weird. But think about it. You don't need to worry about putting your hands like this, putting your hands behind your head, put your hands over, put your hands to the side. You can just put your hands right there. It's fine. No big deal. Yeah, sleep like this. You're floating. You're microgravity. You don't need to put your hands down. Sleep whatever way is comfortable. Can Titan come hang out? I think I tired him out. After Space News, Bree. That'd be so weird. Yep. Okay, keep going with the recap here. Stitch says that there has been no discussion with SpaceX regarding sending another Crew Dragon back to the Crew Dragon to bring Starliner back to Earth. That will conclude today's briefing. Okay, so let's break this down a little bit here. Would you notice if you slept upside down? There's no upside down. There's just orientation relative to the station. You can sleep upside down, whatever. Your body doesn't know the difference. Okay, Bree. So, something that I've noticed here that I haven't really talked about. We knew about the helium leaks, and we knew about those helium leaks. We knew that those would happen. That like they talked about them. They're clearly testing some other type of failure mode because something else made the computer put those thrusters in safe mode during docking. Once again, if the computer is detecting the thruster not working correctly, and I believe their manner of detection for that seems to be injector temperature measurement. If it detects improper injector temperature management, it'll just safe the thruster. No thrusters got blown out. They're not damaged. The computer just shut them off. I'm wondering if that has anything to do with the helium leak. And if not, why are you getting higher injector temperature measurements for your reaction control system thrusters? They're basically talking about these things, not the OMAC thrusters. All 12 of those OMAC thrusters are fine. They're talking about these small ones here. You need these small ones. They're facing in all different directions because you need to be able to move the capsule around to bring it into dock. The computer started safing some of these thrusters on top of some of these thrusters having a helium leak. Now I'm wondering if the thrusters that had the helium leaks are the ones with the higher injector temperatures. Oh, wait, let me just read this back. Abby clarifies that Stitch says it's trying to replicate the pulses that the on-orbit thrusters saw. Stitch says there's an injector temperature measurement, which is what they're trying to replicate. It was measured during the docking day from the 5 thrusters that presented some issue. I think they previously said it had to do with more firings than what they expected during docking. Controls. That's a controls issue. Interesting. That would explain the testing at White Sands that they're doing. That doesn't explain the helium leaks, though. Okay, fellas, if I'm thinking about this right, Philly, if what you're saying is right, I believe you for what it's worth. They previously said it had to do with more firing than what's expected during docking. So, how do you? What does that mean? More firings? Don't you just burn the engine once and you kind of go? How can the rocket engine's going to overheat and too much firing? What the hell's that about? All right, so here's the thing about these thrusters. Now, Starliner, just like every other capsule that flies, Dragon, Soyuz, they all do this. They have hypergolic thrusters. What are hypergolic thrusters? Well, it's pressure-fed hypergolic thrusters, I should say. So what is this? What do these look like here? Let me show you a picture of one. So this is one that you'd see on a Dragon capsule, but you know the OMAC thrusters and the RCS are basically a similar thing. So the reason why the nozzle's cut is because it would have been sticking out the side of. It's a weird angle. It would have been sticking out the side of the Dragon capsule, like see how right there. I would also like to add that these engines are remarkably small. They're Tom. These engines aren't very big. The throat is maybe the size of a golf ball. It's not, they're not big engines. These little thrusters up there are not, they're, yeah, they're small. They're tiny thrusters. There's a test Draco. See the guy's hand next to it. It's not very big. That guy right there is Tom Mueller. That's the guy that designed that engine and the Merlin, for what it's worth. So these engines are very, very simple. Like I said, it's a pressure-fed system, so there's no pumps or anything in this. There's no pumps. Think like an aerosol can almost. You know, and it sprays. You have two really, 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 really super space age fuel injectors here. Only one's not a fuel injector. One is an oxidizer injector because, yeah, there's no oxygen up there, so you can't use that. You can't use the atmosphere because you're in the vacuum, right? So, what do these things shoot off? Kerosene? Liquid oxygen? Well, no. Carrying cryogenic propellants around in a capsule that's designed to be up there for long periods of time is not a wise decision because the propellants will eventually evaporate. Liquid oxygen doesn't like staying a liquid. It likes being a gas. So, these things are they use hypergolics. Now, what does hypergolics mean in chemistry? Hypergolics mean that when your liquid fuel and your oxidizer touch each other, they explode. That's all. These injectors here, these fuel injectors and fuel and oxidizer injectors are injecting two chemicals. Nitrogen tetroxide and monomethyl hydrazine, MMH and NTO for short. When these two chemicals, which are as toxic as they sound, that sounds like something that's not good for you because it isn't. When these two things hit each other, they spray them in here. When they atomize, they combust. They just blow up. No spark plug, no match, no nothing needed. This is a very simple design, about as simple as you can get for a rocket engine. Now, how are these actuated? Well, I said it's like an aerosol can, so on and off, and that's it. There's no throttle ability with this type of design. There's nothing like that. It's just... Now, there's multiple reasons for that. Well, you don't want to... These are pressure-fed. So how they do this, today on how they do it, Columbus is. Let's back it up a little bit. How they do this is... Actually, the shuttle ohms pod is a pretty good... This diagram here is actually super good because considering Starliner is the same thing. So, check this out. You have a helium tank, okay? And then you have a oxidizer tank and a fuel tank. So MMH is in this little ball right here. Nitrogen tetroxide is in that little, well, the pill-shaped ball right there. These are connected to this thruster block, and you can use your injectors, right, to basically turn on each thruster individually. Now, helium is used for two things here. Note that there's more helium tanks up there. Some of this helium is used to open those pneumatically actuated valves. Why? Well, these things already blow up really good. You don't need to introduce a spark into this design. And you already have helium up there. Might as well use it. Now, that's not to say that there isn't some electrical data connections for this thing. That's what that harness is right there. That thruster's also been to space, by the way. They're pneumatically actuated. They use helium to open and close the valves. Now, that, like I said, that's what those two tiny tanks are up there. Now, what's that helium tank for? Remember, I said it's pressure-fed, like an aerosol can. Similar idea. Now, does it work exactly like an aerosol can? No. You don't want helium mixing with NTO and MMH and then shooting that into the combustion chamber. That will make it not work. Helium is non-reactive, it doesn't combust, and you'll basically snuff out any flames that are going to be made by these things. So you don't want helium being delivered into the NTO or MMH tanks, but you need to pressurize those tanks and you need to move the NTO and the MMH into into the thrusters. I actually looked at this wrong. I just noticed. The MMH and NTO tanks are there. The RCS fuel's here. These two balls go to that. These two go to the rocket engine. Sorry. I looked at this a little bit backwards. It's been a while. So you have helium tanks here for valve actuation. That's what those are. One of those is for. And the other one, actually, I think valve actuation, one of these tanks goes to the OHMS engine and the helium engine. But whatever, it doesn't matter. So helium is pumped into these tanks to get these tanks to shoot NTO and MMH into the injectors. Okay? It basically pressurizes the entire system. Now, how does it do that? Well, there's a bladder inside of the tank. They're called fuel bladders. Okay, so what does that do? Think about if you had like a steel tank that's about this big, and you took a balloon, and you put the balloon inside of the tank, and then you blew up the balloon. The balloon would inflate basically to the steel tank, right? It would be pushing out on the steel tank. The balloon's obviously not going to break the steel tank, right? In this analogy, the NTO and MMH is inside of the balloon. Where do you think the helium gets pumped? The helium gets pumped into the cavity between the balloon and the tank. That squeezes the balloon and shoots NTO, or in our analogy, it's just air. It pressurizes the nitrogen tetroxide, and then they use helium to open and close the valves, right? They're called tank bladders. Every spacecraft uses them. SpaceX uses a pressure-fed hypergolic system just like this, with those Draco thrusters that I showed you. Starliner does, the Space Shuttle does, Soyuz has this, Dream Chaser has it. Everybody uses this system. Why? Why would you use this system? Spacecraft are already complicated. There's no need to make your propulsion, on-orbit propulsion systems more complicated than this. It's already complicated. Now, I did say that MMH and NTO are very, very toxic, but, you know, I said liquid oxygen up on orbit will evaporate. It'll boil off. MMH and NTO are one of those chemicals that just stay liquid no matter what they do. They're very stable on-orbit propellants. Great for a spacecraft that's staying up in space for long periods of time. You don't need to worry about your propellants decomposing. Soyuz does, but that's because it's using a slightly different thing for a different system. They're using ammonia, but that's another story. So it's very, very simple. It's very simple. This is the simplest form of propulsion that you can get. A pressure-fed hypergolic system is... I'm not going to say it's idiot-proof, because nothing is, because it's spaceflight and everything is difficult. This is as simple as it gets relatively for propulsion, for on-orbit propulsion. The thing about it, though, MMH and NTO, they're bad for you. This is the reason why they're not going to go out and start wrenching on Starliner's service module that's on the ISS right now. Not going to go wrenching on it. If there's an MMH leak and it gets on your spacesuit and then you go back inside the space station and somebody breathes that, they'll die instantly. MMH and NTO are both very bad for them. So they're not going to go working on that service module out on the ISS. That would be a bad idea. But they are keeping the Starliner capsule up there so they can kind of poke and prod at it while it's doing its thing. So that explains the thrusters for the most part. They're very simple. Starliner is having problems with these valves right here, the pneumatic actuator, but these are injectors right here. They clearly have injector temperature sensors. Now, remember, I said these reaction control system thrusters work like an aerosol can. Right? There's a reason for that. One, well, just because of the pressure that you're using pressure in for an actuator. So, yeah, not working like an aerosol can, like not just pressing it and pressing it and pressing it and just holding it down. That's not good for it. That's a good way to shock load the pressure in the lines and leak helium all over the place. Granted, that does happen when you turn them on and off, but there's another big reason why they modulate the thrusters, and this partially is also the reason why there's so many of them. These thrusters aren't just firing all the time. Now, remember how I said that this is simple? This is a very simple design. This part is simple. The fuel injection, combustion, and delivery system is very, very simple. This part is a little more complicated. If you notice, that nozzle is made out of something weird. See it? Looks like a honeycomb almost. These nozzles are made out of some weird alloy. Now, that weird alloy uses radiation, right? Basically, it glows, and that's how it cools itself in space. It's not like it can convect air, right? Convecting air won't do anything. There's no air to convect, right? They need to use light to keep it cool. Black body radiation. That's what they do. The thing is, it is possible to fire these thrusters too much and overheat them, which is why RCS on most spacecraft, actually every spacecraft that I can think of, RCS is modulated like an aerosol can. Now, how does this all kind of go back together? Well, Phil said a second ago in chat that they're firing, the amount of times that they fired was way above what they expected, meaning that the computer shut off the thrusters because they were getting too hot, because if you kept firing them, it would damage your injectors or your thruster and something else would break, and then you could potentially have a hypergolic leak, which could cause a huge explosion. That's why the computer shuts them off. That's what they said. That's what they mean when they say dead thrusters, okay? Isn't RCS mostly cold? No. It depends. Are you using a monopropellant system? Even a monopropellant system is going to catalyze, and it's still going to get hot. If you're using a cold gas nitrogen thruster like what SpaceX does on Falcon 9's stage, yeah, you don't need to worry about that. That'll be fine. But they don't have those. The reason why is because even those cold gas nitrogen thrusters are using cryogenic, they're using liquid nitrogen. They outgas liquid nitrogen, and it turns to gas real quick. Even if they, actually, I don't know that for sure, to be honest with you. Even if they were just using chilled nitrogen, you wouldn't want that as a propellant system on orbit for long periods of time. The reason why you wouldn't is because the nitrogen will eventually heat up. And when it heats up, the cold gas thruster will just melt. Right? So, the thruster firings were above expected amount. That actually is a very interesting thing. That right there, plus coupled with the injector temperature measurement, tells me that, yeah, I believe them. I believe what Steve and Mark are saying here. I believe exactly what they're saying. It makes perfect sense in the confines of physics. They're not just saying like, oh yeah, it's fine. They're not doing that here. The reason why I'm not too worried is because this is a controls issue. It's a control systems issue. It's not a hardware issue, except for the helium leaks, which is why they're testing for them. But the injector temperature measurement means that the thrusters were getting too hot, because the way they have their avionics configured and their guidance system configured for docking basically started firing the thrusters too much. That's a control system. That's how they coded the damn guidance system. Now, most rockets have control parameters, basically sliders that you can adjust. You can tune them. So basically they can just send a new control scheme. They can upload it to Starliner and it'll be fine. But you have to figure out what that control scheme is. That's why they're doing testing on the ground, which makes perfect sense. You have to figure out what part of your software was making the thrusters fire too much. Spoiler alert, CAPS is pretty complicated. It could be a lot of different things. Hey, Sendel. What's up? It sounds like Starliner needs some PID tweaking, yeah. Percentage integral derivative. It's basically... yeah, the computer controlling the thrusters for docking wasn't... Now, I wouldn't say that it's not configured right. It docked it just fine. Remember how I talked about shock loading the thrusters and causing more leaks, right? Clearly, the way it's controlling it is not jiving very well with the hardware. But if it's a software problem, software is easy to fix. You can troubleshoot that on the ground. The hardware problem that Starliner... well, the hardware anomaly that Starliner is dealing with the helium leaks is a little bit of a different story. But they basically said that they are entirely in margin for even with 5 helium leaks from 5 different thrusters on a couple of different dog houses. So actually, that's super reassuring. I was worried about them blowing out those thrusters. I was wondering about that, but that puts some context to it. So hopefully you learned something from that, right? Yeah, Zendel, you remember your road trip in the pickup truck across the USA, big adventure. That was like 2 weeks ago, man. I remember it too. Hey, Apollo. I missed the RN6 stream. What did you think of the launch? Ascent was good, but they had some problems during the tech demo, Apollo. But overall, RN6 seems pretty capable for what it is. These leaks, is it a build quality issue or just unlucky? They were talking about them not having the right seals or the properly sized seal O-rings on the flanges for the helium actuators, for the injector actuators. But I will tell you at the end of the day, uncapping, helium is going to leak no matter what you do. Even if they sized up the seal, it's still going to leak. It's just the rate of leak is what they're really after. Because as an aerospace engineer, not me, but just in general, right? There's just some problems that aren't worth trying to solve. It is quite actually easier to just get a little bit more margin than it is trying to beat physics at a molecular level. That's really difficult to do. I wouldn't say it's a build quality issue. I would say this is stuff that, uncapping, I would say that this is stuff that you were bound to learn from flying. There's no way you can cover all your bases, dude. You're always going to learn something new, right? From a test flight. You're always going to learn something new because it's the first time you're doing something. Ideally, you don't want to learn much, but that's really hard to do. When we are leaks, what kind of rate are we talking? Nothing, Katra, like nothing. It was like 5 psi an hour or something. It was something like so insignificantly small. Is NASA's vacuum chamber big enough for Starliner? Yeah, of course, Ivo. It was tested there. It was tested in Plumbrook. Absolutely. So if this craft wasn't good for re-entry, what would be Boeing's second option to get the crew home? There's contingency procedures, Shadow. They could probably use a Dragon. All the SpaceX fanboys are salivating at that, but the reality of the situation is the reason why Starliners stayed up there is because NASA's trying to learn. They're trying to learn about what went weird with this service module while that service module exists. Because once they end that mission, there ain't no more service module no more. It burns up. It's better to have it and try to understand what's going on with it while it is still in one piece. That's why this mission is delayed. Now, the injector temperature measurement and controls thing, that's going to take a second as well, but NASA and Boeing can work 2 issues at once. It's not a big deal. Buckets of hydrogen worth. Oh, Nibbles, nice reference. You're the freaking man. High five. I know, but sending it up knowing the seals weren't up to par is asking for trouble, right? You say that they're going to leak regardless. Why exacerbate the issue? There was one thruster that was leaking on the pad when they sent it. 5 thrusters were leaking during docking, which means something happened during the uphill ride. Now, Badger, what I'm trying to tell you is that the seals were well within margin on these helium thrusters during it, even going up to the mission during ascent, right? I would contend to say that even with 5 of them, they're still well within the margin. That's not a problem. They ain't going to run out of helium. They're not going to. Like I said, these rates are minuscule because these actuator lines are tiny. They're smaller than a brake line. They're really, really tiny metal lines. Seals, margin. Um, and yeah, Badger, sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. It's not that the seals weren't up to par. Okay, they might be. They don't know. That's what they're trying to figure out. They said it could be that the O-ring is a little bit undersized, but you got to remember, there's 7 RCS thrusters on each doghouse. There's 4 of them total. 28 RCS thrusters in total on Starliner's entire system. 12 OMAC thrusters. 5 of them have problems. That tells me that ain't a seal problem. That's something else, right? Because if all the seals weren't up to the task, all of them would have failed. Right? Think about it. Turn the gears. That's why they sent it, even though they had a leak, because one of them is not going to make that big of a difference. And you're already going to leak helium anyway, right? And this thruster block, the thruster actuator from the one thruster that was leaking on the ground, the rate that it was leaking was well below anything that they would ever expect on an actual normal mission. What else could it be? I don't know, Chief. Like, that's the thing, dude. I don't know. That's what they're trying to figure out, and that's why Starliner has stayed up there this whole time, because they're trying to figure this stuff out. Not because the crew is in any danger, but the control system, the injector temperature measurements and saving thrusters, that's a relatively easy thing to fix. That's just controls. But these helium leak issues should be understood. That's the big thing to take from this. The crew is not stranded. They've never been stranded. NASA wants to understand what happened here. What happened during ascent? Why did these things pop a leak? They were working fine on the ground. They weren't working fine during ascent. This problem didn't show up in testing, but it's showing up on flight. You got to figure that out. You have to figure out what the discrepancy is. That's hard to do. That's why it's taking so long. That's an extremely difficult thing to accomplish. That's why Starliner's staying up there. It's not that they don't. It's not that they couldn't bring them home. They could bring them home right now. They're well within the margin. They just said that a second ago, and when we were reading the excerpts from the press conference. They're well within the margin. It's fine. But with spaceflight, especially with test flights, but more especially with spaceflight, I should say. With test flights and especially with spaceflight is the right way to say that. Sorry, my brain went for a second. Not understanding this behavior could lead to getting someone killed later. Like, I'm just going to be very candid. We'll go right down to brass tacks. And brass tacks in the fuel system would also be bad as well. Not understanding these problems now could lead to problems later. I can give you a very good example. SRB blow-by on the space shuttle. They didn't bother trying to understand what was going on, and you paid for it with 7 lives. You do not want to make that same mistake again, and they won't. Steve Stitch was on console when Columbia exploded. So there's that. You don't want to make that mistake again. And he won't. He won't, because it's a pretty damn good learning experience, right? So it's not that these are a big problem. And this is where everybody, you know, there's a disconnect here. With spaceflight, you have to understand what you made. If you don't do this during a test flight, you don't do your studying, you don't do your homework now, it can lead to big problems during operational missions. You don't want to have to deal with this problem again. I guarantee you the next capsules, they won't have this problem. They said they were taking apart the doghouse for the Starliner 1 mission, the next Starliner mission, and making some adjustments to it. Could this be learned behavior? I don't know. Maybe they're inspecting that thing. Maybe they're trying to look at it and be like, okay, was the capsule that's up there, is that service module the same as this one? Was it a QA issue? Was it somebody over torqued the seal and pinched a gasket? What was the procedure for putting these together? Does it match the procedure from the specs from the factory? You have to go and do what's called a fault tree analysis, because you have to understand this. You cannot have your thrusters leaking helium and you not being okay with it, It's okay if you understand why it's leaking, where it's leaking, and what it's doing. That's actually safer than trying to stop that leak. That's why they launched with one bad helium leak, right? It's understanding why these problems happen. Because the second you're okay with not quantifying a failure mode, right? That opens up the door for a cascading failure. You don't understand what the spacecraft's doing. You don't understand that the O-rings can fail on, right? We'll talk in context of Challenger. NASA's management did not understand that the O-ring, it's not that the O-rings were working, like it's not that they were, it's not that they, they weren't, the SRBs were malfunctioning, blah, 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 blah. The O-rings they were launching them and the O-rings were working just fine. And they said, keep launching it. They didn't bother understanding what the consequences of SRB blow-by could. Now, the engineers at Thiokol did. They did their jobs. That's what they should be doing. They ignored them and launched it anyway. Lack of understanding of your spacecraft. Now, even if NASA and the Morton Thiokol engineers for Challenger at the time were cool with SRB blow-by, they didn't even bother, the Thiokol engineers did, but NASA didn't even bother understanding how and where these O-rings can fail. Because basically when an O-ring failed on Challenger, the SRB gases tried to leak out and it ended up just welding the two segments together. And they said, oh, it's welding the two segments together. That's fine. Right? Let me put it to you like this. Did you test what ascent looks like with a welded together SRB segment or an O-ringed SRB segment? We tested with O-rings, so why would you be cool with launching with a welded SRB segment? You don't know what's going to happen when that thing flies. Didn't do any wind tunnel testing on this. You didn't do any test fires, trying to figure this out. The Thiokol engineers knew what was going on. They bothered to actually do their job, right? But NASA basically just said, oh, it's fine. It'll seal. It's fine. It's going to be fine. And they didn't bother testing it in any weather conditions, testing, how it dynamically affects the stack. They didn't bother to understand what the spacecraft was doing and then paid for it later with 7 people. See what I mean? It's not that this helium leak is a big problem, guys, and this is the disconnect. It's not a big problem. A bigger problem would be not understanding why it happens. In fact, if Boeing was just like, yeah, it's fine. They'll be fine. They'll be home. It's no big deal. It's fine. We're not going to bother understanding this behavior. That's when I would be like, red flag. The fact that they're incessantly doing all this testing on their test stands at White Sands and messing with the control systems, looking at injector temperature measurements and reviewing data from ascent, tells me that they're not taking this problem seriously, but they're trying to understand this failure mode incessantly, not because out of like an emergency. They're doing it because this could lead to bad stuff later. It could. You don't know. Do you want to roll the dice like that when there's people on board? I don't. That's a really stupid idea. Let's not do that. Does that make sense, dude? Badger, hopefully I explained it okay. That wasn't the best analogy, but long story short, understanding the spacecraft is tantamount. A better understanding of the spacecraft will make it safer. Way safer. That was the short answer. Batteries are now down to 10 days. How long can they discharge and still have enough power to get back? They're rated for 45 days, Green, for this mission. Starliner's batteries can last a lot longer because it's designed for long duration stays at the ISS. They can last longer. These batteries just weren't tested to that. They were tested for 45 days because that's the margin that they thought was needed for a test flight. Does that make sense, dudes? Like that's so important to understand. That's the disconnect from like mainstream news and what's actually going on. Understanding your spacecraft and figuring out, poking and prodding it and figuring out where its failure modes is that is tantamount to mission punctuality, meaning that understanding the spacecraft and understanding this stuff will make it safer in the long run. And you're putting the crew at minimal risk by having them stay up there for an extra couple of weeks. The pros outweigh the cons big time. Big time. Too bad they cannot go helium hardline. Sweden connection, less seals. I'm sure whatever they're using on that is probably as simple as it can possibly be. But yeah. But yeah, that's so important to understand. Understanding your spacecraft is super important. That is tantamount. That is the most important thing. Because doing that makes it a safer spaceship. I don't give a frick what anybody says. You know, they're stranded. No, they're not. They're not stranded. They're taking the time to understand this so they don't kill somebody later. And I'm pretty sure Butch and Sonny ain't complaining being up on orbit for an extra couple of weeks. I wouldn't be. Dragon 2 had short-term solar panels as well on DM1, so short-cert items isn't out of the norm. Bingo. Yeah, the batteries could probably last longer, but once again, could probably last longer is not how you do this. That is not understood what the batteries are going to do past 45 days. They know exactly what they're going to do up to 45 days, so they only charge them for 45 days. Does that make sense? For the next Starliner mission, they'll run tests and charge them for longer periods of time just to make sure everything is good and incrementally increase the operational capability of the capsule. And on Starliner 1, it'll be up there for 6 months. They will extend the certification on the batteries, Martin, if they have to. They're not looking at doing that right now, but they might if 10 days rolls around and they don't have that helium leak fault tree completely understood. Yeah, they'll do it. But see, here's the thing. Now, this is what I mean, guys. Now, at that point, it's an interesting conundrum. You want to understand what these helium thrusters are doing, and you haven't figured that out yet, right? But now, a challenger approaches. Now you have this battery thing going on. Does the understanding of the helium thrusters trump the understanding of your batteries? I don't know. That's something that NASA's going to have to weigh. You know, and this is all risk mitigation and risk aversion, et cetera, et cetera. NASA does not like taking risks. I guarantee you the battery problem is a bigger problem than your helium problem. That's my guess. So my guess is that they'll probably come down sooner rather than later. However, I don't know the margins for the batteries either. If Boeing has some empirical evidence that these batteries will last longer from prior testing, they could use that as reference. It ain't what you know, it's what you can prove, Jake. What ship had certifications extended a few times? DM2 stayed up a little bit longer than what they wanted, Martin, but that was for a different reason. The way the helium leaks is more important. Can the ISS recharge Starliner? I'm not sure, Tiny Tank. I know that there is an electrical and data connection on the NASA docking standard. So Starliner's docking port to the ISS and Dragon as well. And I know that there is a power connection there. I don't know if it can charge Starliner's batteries, to be 100% honest with you. I do know that the capsules are basically put into sleep mode when they're docked to the space station to minimize consumable usage, like life support system, oxygen, and stuff. That's why when a capsule docks to the space station, they take an HVAC line and they put it into the capsule to give the capsule positive pressure so they can circulate the air in the capsule. So the pressurized components of Starliner and Dragon can have air circulated through from the ISS's HVAC systems. Can I bypass power from the batteries to use power from the station? Rem, I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know for sure. However, it's clear that Steve and Mark are not really too concerned about the batteries, right? So that tells me that there's got to be some type of charging capacity built into this. There has to be. I know the shuttle could do it. The shuttle could absolutely do it. The shuttle could charge its onboard batteries from the ISS solar panels. It was designed that way on purpose. That makes it so the shuttle didn't need to use its life support systems. The shuttle did not need to use its life support systems while docked to the ISS, so the shuttle could stay up on orbit for longer periods of time. The space shuttle, guys, was not designed to be up there for a long period of time. The environmental control systems on board, the life support systems on board the shuttle had a maximum a week in free flight. Yeah, the shuttle could stay up there for a week by itself. They did make modifications to it called an extended duration orbiter pallet. They put a payload, they basically put extra consumables in the payload bay and hooked them up to the life support systems. That was the EDO. EDO was a good idea. That allowed the shuttle to be able to basically stay up there for about 2 weeks. Maybe 3, depending on how many crew were aboard. Unfortunately, the EDO was lost on February 1st, 2003. Columbia was carrying it when it came back down, because it had stayed up there for a 2-week mission. Yeah, Aqualix, that's why we're getting into stuff I don't understand, which is why I'm saying I don't know. I thought it was because of fuel cell limitations. On the shuttle, yes, the shuttle does not have solar panels, or the shuttle did not have solar panels. It has fuel cells, 3 redundant fuel cells. They're underneath the payload bay under the first and second bulkhead. 2 on the port side, 1 on the starboard side, with the consumable tanks configured in a way to help balance out the fact that you have 2 fuel cells on one side. John, the shuttle did use fuel cells, absolutely. And those fuel cells in the tanks that are underneath the payload bay only have enough time up there for only have enough free flying time for maybe a week. Shuttle wasn't designed to be up there for very long. So you got to think about the context in which it was designed. The shuttle was designed to go up there, spend 1 or 2 days up there, come right back down, or spend less than a day up there, deploy its payload, and come right back down. It's supposed to be like an airplane, right? So they didn't design the fuel cells with a really high margin because they didn't think they'd be using the shuttle as a space station. When they decided that the frequency of shuttle flights would go down after Challenger, they started looking into ways to bringing up extra life support, and fuel, and that's the EDO. The EDO gave extra liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen to the fuel cells. That flyback? I don't think so. Anyway. Have you tried to get your own NASA sources to come on the Twitch stream, or is that only for NSF? No. I mean, I could, but yeah, it'd probably be easier to do a collab with NSF. They have a lot more connections than I do. Anyway, that's what's going on with Starliner. That took a little bit of time. Sorry. I'm not. So, how about we switch over and watch a video for a second? Starliner uses solar for primary power. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Anyway, here, watch this. SpaceX posted this video the other day.
Attention all operators on countdown 1. This is the final go, no go poll for Starship Flight 4. Stage 1.
Go.
Stage 2.
Go.
Levi 2.
Go.
Flight directors, go for launch.
I'm not gonna lie to you, we've definitely watched this before on Space News. The last time we did Space News, I want to watch it again because it's really cool. Watch.
We have liftoff.
Vehicle is pushing downrange.
Ship chamber pressure is on move.
Max Q. Vehicle is supersonic.
Discovery, go at throttle
Booster
up.
engine cut off. Ship ignition. Stage separation confirmed.
Hot stage confirmed. Ship under its own power.
Who's confirmed startup?
View of the jettisoned hot stage.
Booster, the primary goal today is to do a landing burn and a splashdown in the water. You can see those grid fins on your left-hand screen rotating and turning to guide the booster. And there's that landing burn.
Damn, that's cool. That's pretty neat, man.
We have splashdown.
Ship engine cut off.
Our primary goal is to get through the extreme heat of Starship reentry.
Starship is approaching entry interface.
I don't hate that.
Starship is passing through 100 kilometers altitude, good altitude for entry. Vehicle is passing through
That's not
85
good.
kilometers altitude, flaps have control of the vehicle. Vehicle is approaching maximum entry dynamic pressure. External temperatures are dropping. Starship is in landing burn. Starship landing burn shut down.
What the actual frick? I still can't believe that happened. Dude, I don't think they can either. They had the plasma just remove a chunk of the flap, and it was just like, whatever. Why did that one booster engine shut down on liftoff? Any thoughts? Cryo, it shut off out of basically an abundance of caution. The computer saw something it didn't like from the sensors on that motor during ignition and shut it off. Cryo, you were here when I was talking about ignition and how transience is dangerous, right? I was talking about all those sensors that they have on it. If the computer sees something go out of range, like if something gets too hot too quickly, it'll just shut it off. The computer did it out of an abundance of caution. Does that mean anything is actually wrong with the engine? Probably not. Probably not. I'll bet you that's SpaceX dialing in their control mechanisms. Once again, say the computer detected a chamber pressure of 305 bar during a startup. The chamber is supposed to run at 301. And it detected 305 because there was a detonation during ignition. It'll just shut it off. It'll just be like, nope, not doing that. We have 32 other engines. We'll make those work. It's not even worth it trying to force it, right? Because it could blow up. And if it blows up, then it takes out 3 or 4 more engines with it. Those engines are super close to each other. So SpaceX is going to be very careful with their, oh crap, shut it off, control mechanisms. That's why they shut it off. They shut it off out of abundance of caution. Elon said that in Tim's video, in Tim's interview with him. Yeah, there's 33 of them, dude. It can make it on 32. It's not a big deal. What's crazy is that the computer not only will shut that engine off, but the computer, when it's in closed loop, will make adjustments to its trajectory based off of that loss of performance. That's how trick guidance systems have gotten with rockets. That's kind of what closed loop guidance does. This stuff happens more often than you might think. Sometimes the first stage does a little bit better. Sometimes it overperforms. Sometimes it underperforms. And the companies that show us their telemetry in real time, there are times where, and I'll point it out the next time I see it, but there are times where the second stage closed loop will make the adjustment and you can see the thing turn in a different direction or turn up or turn down to make the adjustment based off of the performance of the first stage. Yeah, it's actually super cool. The rocket will adjust its trajectory in real time, which, yeah, that's very, very trick stuff. Like, real cool. But anyway. From the last press conference regarding Starliner batteries, we read this. Yeah, I went through that entire thread, Hell Hydra. You came in, I think, when we were talking about it after I made it through the thread. But yeah, they're not in any rush. So that tells me that, yeah, they can charge them. And that tells me that the margin for the batteries is not a big deal. It's not a big deal compared to understanding what's going on with the helium. Anyway, so Elon said the Starship should be 3 weeks. 3 weeks from now, maybe a month from now. So sometime in the first or second week of August is what they're targeting right now. Which is awesome. I cannot believe that SpaceX is ramping to the rate that they are. We will have had 5 flights in less than 12 months, which is, I know it doesn't seem like it, but it does do that, Aqualex. Yeah. Super Heavy's grid fins during hot staging actually turn a little bit to catch the flow from the upper stage engines, and that gives it more moment and flips it around quicker. That's why it's kind of like, it looks like it separates, right? And then it's like, it just is like, okay, it's moving. Nope, it's backwards. Yep. The grid fins are turned to catch the flow from the rocket engines to help spin it around. I'm telling you, man, Starship's really freaking cool. That's really smart. That's really smart. That's really smart. I'm telling you, that's man, there's some really smart people working on this thing, dude. Like here's where we're talking. Right here, if you look, the grid fin turns a little bit. Or it's in a turned position. See? They're definitely bent. Absolutely. That one is definitely turned. And it's designed to catch the flow from the rocket engine to get the thing to spin around. Oh, well, frick you, man. Does this thing exist? Come on. Does this thing exist? Using grid fins in the vacuum. Yeah, right? But it actually makes sense. The grid fins just need gases flowing over them to work. Well, guess what? There's a lot of gases flowing out of the back of this thing. It makes sense. It's really freaking cool, right? There's a lot of gases. There's some gases right there coming out the back. Might as well. You're there. Dude, look, it's definitely turned. That one is too. And so is that one. They all are. What the frick, dude? Does stage 1 have RCS on it to make it turn? I don't think it needs it, to be honest. I know they're using the ullage vents for reaction control, Snake, but in this particular scenario, I don't think you need to. The reason why is because the booster never shuts down. SpaceX has MECO here. That's not main engine cutoff. That's most engines cut off. So they have the thrust vector control authority from the rocket motors combined with the grid fins. I'm going to go out on a limb there and say that that's enough control authority to not need reaction control systems. With that being said, the RCS vent is right there. There's 4 of them. There's one there, one there, one there, and then one at the top up there. Where did the idea of grid fins come from? Good question. Guns, Department of Defense. There you go. The top RCS are next to the grid fin. I must have been pointing at the AP. But yeah, the thrusters are up there. This is a bomb that's so big that they had to launch it on a track out the back of a cargo plane. It has grid fins there because the cargo plane flies at high altitude, so the bomb falls an extremely long way. And it starts getting into the supersonic regime. So they have grid fins to help steer it because it goes pretty fast. That's a Moab. It's called the mother of all bombs. I think it's a GBU-43. Yeah, GBU-43. Yeah, it's big. There was also the Daisy Cutter. I can give you another example. Soyuz has grid fins. See them right there? Anybody know what those are for? They deploy like Falcon 9s. Why would it do that? Hey, Phase Master, what's going on? Long time no see. It's part of the launch escape mechanism. In the event that the capsule has to be jettisoned, these grid fins will deploy out and basically give you aerodynamic stability by lowering the center of pressure so the thing doesn't spin around during an escape attempt. Those were utilized actually relatively recently from Soyuz MS-10. That's actually an old Soyuz. That's Soyuz TMA. This is an old picture. That's TMA-9. That's the previous version of Soyuz. Soyuz MS, the modernized Soyuz, is the one that's flying right now. Yeah, that was Nick Hague and Alexei Ovchinin on MS-10. The grid fins did deploy because the RDG traction motors shot the capsule off because the Soyuz second stage got tapped by a booster when the first stage separated. So I guess they were launching USA gear with the flag on it. If you want to call astronauts gear, sure. TMA-9 was a mission to the ISS with the US astronaut on board. That was TMA-9 that mission was over 20 years. No. 15 years ago? Gang and Young will have grid fins as well. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, yeah, grid fins. Falcon 9 wasn't the first one to use it. It's been utilized all over the place for different things. The N1 had grid fins on it, guys, for stability. If you look at the very bottom of the Soviet N1 rocket, not a lot of people know this. Grid fins. See them? Those would deploy when the vehicle launched. Help keep it nice and stable on the way up. Yep. Those grid fins, the funny thing is, those grid fins are almost as big as Super Heavies. They're almost as big. Super Heavy is a little bit bigger. If you look at the people, yeah, N1 was gigantic. The funny thing is the people are about as close to the camera as they are close to N1. These people are very much in the foreground. They're probably about 100 meters away from the rocket in this picture. Imagine if the thing worked. It's not a bad design, guys. As much as I want to dump on Russian stuff, it's really not a bad design. It's just dude, the control systems just weren't there. Like actually, I wouldn't even say that. I'd say the material science wasn't there either. An N1 could work. It could absolutely work. They probably would have gotten it to work had Sergei Krikalev Sergei Korolev, not Krikalev. Sergei Krikalev's still alive. Sergei Korolev passed away in 1966, basically at the height of the space race. They lost their chief designer halfway through development. That's why the N1 didn't work. Ironically, the N1 dealt with the same exact problems. FOD ingestion and filters, FOD FOD ingestion and filter placement in the plumbing for the rocket motors. Yeah, interesting. SpaceX had the same problem with Super Heavy. Weirdly enough. Yeah, their filters kept getting jammed. Weird, huh? It's not for the same reasons. The reason why they put filters in the N1 is because some dingbat didn't tighten a bolt down on something inside of the fuel tank, and the rocket engine decided to eat a bolt. This caused problems. You ever see those videos of a bird, like when they test bird strikes on engines and they like take a frozen turkey and they launch it with a spud gun at a jet engine that's on and it just completely obliterates itself? That. But inside of a rocket engine. Hot staging too. Yeah. Hey man, like I said, Korlov's a freaking genius, dude. Some of his advancements were absurd. Hot staging, he thought of that. That was his idea. Vostok, the R7 Semyorka was the first one to do it. Actually, it wasn't the R7, it was Vostok. Hot staging, to simplify the guidance system, that's all him, dude. A lot of his ideas are still being used in rocket science to this day. A lot of his inventions are still being used in rocket science to this day. Thaw that chicken. Yep. Anyway. I wanted to watch the Starship recap, but I also wanted to see this. Speaking of super heavy lift rockets, we don't have one, but we have two. This is a time lapse from Michoud of the SLS core stage moving out. That is a big boy. That is a very big boy. Oh, hell yeah. Something like that floating, yeah. Damn, that sure is pretty. Yeah, the whole thing's on a giant rotisserie, so you don't have to have a ladder going up there to work on a component. You just rotate it downwards. Oh, it's beautiful, man. No, that's beautiful. It's beautiful. She's beautiful. We should make more. We should make more of those. You know what I mean. Should make like 10. Doggo? Question mark, question mark, question mark? I have one more thing, Bree. Yeah, go ahead, bring him out here. That's fine. I have one more thing that I want to get through, and it's mostly SpaceX dumping on people, which is really funny. Like, the actual SpaceX Twitter account went bananas the other day and wrote an essay about environmentalism, which is pretty funny. Oh, dude, she's freaking beautiful. What a nice rocket, man. It's got the looks, man. It's definitely a looker. But it can back it up. Oh. Oh, it's so good, dude. Oh, it's so good, bro. Oh, we should make more of these. Make like at least 10. Why does she have her engines on? I thought we were putting them on. That starts with Core Stage 3 production, goalie. Yeah. The MPS right now, the main propulsion system, which is basically this part, at the butt end of the rocket. This is Core Stage 2, ARJ. This Core Stage 2 is the last one that's being fully assembled at Michoud. Core Stage 3, the main propulsion system will be assembled in the ISS processing area at KSC.
Do you have a bag of treats on here?
I don't.
I'll get you one.
Taito! Titan's here, guys. Taito! Taito! Hello? How you doing? Hey, Titan, lie down. Hey, buddy. Doggo time. Hey, get over here. Boy. Boy. Come on. Come on over here so chat can see you. We want that magical internet cloud. Come on. Right? Right? you doing, poppers? Come on up here, buddy. Hi. How you doing? Look. You like rockets? You're named after one. No! Yep. Alright, guys. He's busy. Oh, you got his planet. You got his planet Chewy toy. See? This is a very, very accurate and highly descriptive planetary model of the sun, Earth, and the moon. What? Get up here. Yes, I have a solar system Chewy toy. Why wouldn't I? They squeak? I didn't know that. I didn't know that they squeaked. Holy crap. I have a squeaky son. Come here. Yeah. All right. Okay. So, yeah. SLS core stage. Please. My son. Please, my son. He squeaks. Are those RS-25 engines are previously used? Those ones flew on the space shuttle. Yep, they've been converted. They're SSMEs that have been converted to RS-25D. They'll be replaced when they run out of leftover shuttle engines with RS-25Es. RS-25Es are no slouch. They're pretty damn good engines. Holy crap, I have a squeaky son. Hey, buddy. All right. Everyone knows the sun squeaks. Well, yeah, obviously. All right. So, the last thing that I wanted to cover for Space News that I thought was quite funny is... Oh, Primo's here. Streets. The compressor probably isn't picking that up, huh? All right. Titan, lie down, buddy. Okay. So, let me... Sorry. So check this out. I've never seen... This is coming from SpaceX Actual. The SpaceX Actual account. I've never seen this account tweet... No, we at least heard some of the squeaks. Okay. I've never heard of the SpaceX account actually, like, participating in the conversation here and doing something like this. Only saying when the next Starlink mission or the DM2 mission is, or when a Starship is landing. I've never seen them go on a crazy rant like this, but it's because of this here. So, this guy, Mike Pesca, posted this. It's a New York Times article here. If you aren't familiar with the grammar of the Times front page layout, here it is. The top right story is the lead story. The top left story is the sub-lead. Everything else above the fold is important news of the day. Today, the New York Times says the second most important story is mounting pressure from senior congressional Democrats to push Biden out of the race. The third most important story is a shocking French election results upending all expectations. But the most important story is Elon Musk's successful space launch destroying 9 bird nests. Oh, dear. It's the piping plover nests, no doubt. Also, what did they take a picture of right there? Oh, that's the launch site. Okay, cool. No, EJ, they're birds, not deers. They're not rocks, Marie, they're minerals. The second point also isn't true, so okay, Aqualex, here's the thing. I don't disagree. I'm merely using this as a point to call out what I've been seeing here. Now, is this about to be some epic political rant? Hell no, it's not. Don't get caught up in this crap. The political divisiveness is going to come at you hot and heavy. They're going to tell you what you want to hear, and they're going to get you all pissed off. You know why? So you keep reading. Don't get caught up in it. You shouldn't be ignorant to Rule 8 or politics, but also don't get caught up in it. It's been bad. It's already bad, and it's going to be bad until November. Okay? Don't get caught up in it. Aqualex, I'm not saying you're getting caught up in it. I'm just using it as a matter of fact to mention. It's a good thing to mention. Good thing to remind people about that. Don't get too swept up. If you see a news article that tells you everything that you agree with, they're probably lying about something, because nothing like that exists, right? They don't even look at what they're willing to say about stuff we know about. See what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's just the New York Times. I'm not saying there's some crazy conspiracy theory. They want you to keep reading. So they use anything that they can, and they'll take liberties with any story to get you outraged and coming back for more. Just remember that, okay? See, Titan agrees with me. Don't get caught up in it. Anyway, back to this article. See, SpaceX don't get caught up in it. They retweeted this post with a diatribe, and I've never seen the SpaceX Twitter account do this. Let's see what's going on here. What's worse is this story is super misleading. In one instance, it claims 3 years of data collected by the Coastal Bend Group near the SpaceX site indicated a 54% decline in threatened piping plover population through 2021. This is false. The frequently cited study conducted by Newstead and Hill 2021 is outdated and unreliable for describing potential piping plover population trends over time. The 2021 study did not consistently perform field visits during the same time of year. In some years, surveys included periods when piping plovers were actively migrating, and in other years, surveys only included months where winter residents were likely to be present. They also did not always check both kinds of habitats that are present during each survey. Point being, the piping plover population being sampled was inconsistent across years. This is important because the occurrence of piping plovers at any given location at any given time is highly variable. Presence or absence may be due to a wide variety of factors unrelated to changes in the population size. Birds may simply be someplace else or recharging their batteries. And the more times they look for piping plovers in a year, the higher their population estimate was. It's also important to understand piping plovers do not nest in Texas. With very few expectations, piping plovers observed in Texas are either migrating to or from watering areas further south along the Mexico Gulf Coast or in the Caribbean, or reside in the vicinity over winter. Piping plovers tend to return to the same wintering areas year after year, even when conditions at those wintering areas change due to extreme weather or human-caused disturbance. Now here's the kicker. In response to questions about the reliability of their study, Newstead and Hill reanalyzed their data and published a follow-up report in 2022, which found no significant change in the population abundance of piping plovers at Boca Chica over time. A decreasing trend in abundance over the first 3 years of the study was balanced by an increase in the final year of the study, once data from additional survey visits was added to the analysis. For our part, we have conducted 9 years of monitoring using a protocol developed with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, and for the past 2 years, we have ensured consistent sampling throughout the year by surveying monthly. The findings show little to no strong evidence of trends, either increasing or decreasing for any of the target species, including piping plovers. I don't think I've ever seen this SpaceX Twitter account go off like that, but boom, get roasted, New York Times. Get freaking fricked, guy. Get fricked. get wrecked, nerd. That clear, concise, right for the jugular, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you deal with these kids. How do I reach these kids? You do it by educating people. There you go. That's cool, man. That's really cool. It's very, you don't see bants like that from the SpaceX Twitter account very often. Look at me. I am the bird expert now. Reach these kids. It's awesome. Good. That shows, SpaceX shows pretty dang well that you can be environmentally conscious, you can care about the environment, and also push the forefront of human spaceflight and exploration at the same time. They're not mutually exclusive. They don't know nothing about bird law. In bird culture, what the New York Times did was a dick move. That's awesome. Question, is that article grounds for a lawsuit? I don't know enough about the law to be able to say conclusively, but libel is what comes to mind. Sue Origin would. That's awesome. Bork! Titan has a lot to say about this. What? What? What's wrong? It's okay, buddy. All right. If you stop barking, I'll give you a treat. What? Don't look at them. We're talking. We're having a conversation right now. Come on. Get up here. Up. Come on. Up. I don't know if I don't. I don't know. You did it. He did it. Good job. No, hey, where are you going? Do you want the food or not? Get up here. Oh, good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good job. Someone's dog like Titan tore up 9 nests taking a poop, and the dog owner works at SpaceX. I think we need channel points back to buy Titan treats. You guys would just feed him all the time. Libel suits require proving malintent. Yeah. Put one in your mouth? Nah. No, I'm not doing that. But yeah, that's... Yeah. I think that's personally really cool. That... How did you get cut? How did you get wound up in the keyboard wire? How did you even do that? How did you do that? He's sitting under my desk and he's like, I don't know what this is. I wound up in the keyboard. How did you do that, man? I don't think I could do that if I tried. Mama says there's my magic paws. Mama said they take me anywhere. I just feel like running. Oh boy. It's difficult to prove intent if they respond to criticism and then retract their analysis. Yep. See above auto-modded. I don't see what the auto-modder says, Bobby Dog. Oh, wait, no, I can see that link. I can see that link. Hold on. Milani's probably trying to tell me something. Who, Titan? No. Titan doesn't like being cooped up in this room and he wants me to pay attention. Good boy. He lied down. See him moving? See the buddy? Good job, Taito. Good job. We encourage this behavior. Good job. Hey, Yellow Jacket. Oh, he's chroming. How are you chroming out over there, buddy? Your dog is on the way to the vet to be put down right now. I'm sorry, man. I've had to deal with that before. Not with him, obviously, right? But, yeah. Doggo just took over the stream. Yeah, he does that. He's my buddy. We bonded. He's a good boy. Good job, buddy. How you doing? Want to come up here and work with Dad? Puppo happy. You can come up here anytime you want, pal. Anyway, yeah. Bobby Dog, I see that article from CNN. Yeah. I see that article from CNN. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, it's... Jackie Waddles helped write that. She knows better than that. That's ridiculous. I hear her ask questions. She asks good questions sometimes during press conferences. You know better than that. Come on. Not you, Titan. You're crazy. People like living next to SpaceX about as much as they like living next to a racetrack or an airport. I'll be 100% honest with you, dude. I wouldn't mind living in Boca Chica. I'd live in Boca Chica. It'd be like being in heaven every day. Might need to cage off the underside of the desk. I wouldn't mind living next to a racetrack either. Or an airport. Stay strong. Ignore him. You can do it. Alright. But can chat, Remo? We'll see. He can't read chat, they're fine. How could you possibly miss the context to that statement? How could you... Do you honestly think I was trying to imply that the dog can read chat? Lady, come on now. Come on now. You were half joking? I wasn't half joking. Or wait, was I half joking? I was like 66% serious. Repeating, of course. What? How can I ignore this? Jeez, that was up my nose. You can come up here if you want, pal. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Well, if a dog can go to the moon, they can read chat. Okay. I think dogs should vote. All right, this conversation is... He wants out. He doesn't like being in here, Serge. He's a worker dog. Doesn't like being cooped up. That's the reality of the situation. But here's the problem that Bree and I have. Bree's going to be gone for a little while at the end of July. Some work-related stuff. We won't get into details. I'm going to be the only one here. And I have to look after the dog. The reason why I've been bringing him out here late at night is so I can get him used to my office. And try to positively reinforce that this is a safe place for the doggo. Here you go, pal. You want to sit down under my desk? That's fine. Yeah, so there's going to be a week where Titan's going to have to be in here with me the whole time, or I put him in the, I don't want to say it because he knows what it means. You know. Is there a bed or a couch for him to chill? That, Falcon, yes. I might, Ordon, I have a couch in the garage. I might have to move it in here. No, he likes it just fine, Falcon, but, you know, Brima and I've been reading up on training dogs and stuff. You don't want the crate to be a negative place. You don't really want to leave him in there for a long period of time. Titan, if he was more trained, it wouldn't be a problem. I'm not leaving him in there for 10 hours a day. That's not happening. He's staying out here with me. I can't do that. That's cruel. Look, I voluntarily stay inside of my cage for 10 hours a day, but you have to be kind of nuts to do this, you know? I'm not doing that. He's got to be out here with me in the shop. One of my projects this weekend is basically clean up my office. I have a lot of stuff on the floor. Clean it up so he has more space to move around. Hey, buddy. Good boy. Yeah, Titan's a worker dog. He has a lot of energy. He needs to have an outlet. If he doesn't have an outlet, he'll start doing this. He's not trying to tell me something right now. I know because this dog will tell you when he needs to take a dump. He's very vocal. Do you have a fenced off area in the yard? Yeah, but it's not near the shop, BB. That's the problem. So I wouldn't mind leaving him in the crate on any other occasion, but I don't want to do that when we're still training him, when he's still getting used to being around here. It's gonna take some time. Titan, we were talking with the vet. We went to the vet yesterday. We were talking about it. We were talking about where he came from and maybe his potential history and stuff. He definitely had a little bit of a rough life. He was definitely a stray. I think he did have interaction with humans, but this dog was fighting over, and I don't mean to use this word in a negative context. It's just what it's called. He did fight with other dogs over a bitch. He does get a little snippy around other dogs because, he's from the streets. The dog's from the streets, son. How old is he? He's 2. All right, Elisers. See you, buddy. So, yeah, he's definitely had a little bit of a rough life. the MSPCA picked him up about a year ago, and he spent some time in a shelter in Tennessee, and then they shipped him up here when they couldn't find him a home. So he's definitely had a rough life. We gotta, part of us training him is kind of, so first of all, it's gonna take some time for him to open up. I mean, he's been around humans, he knows how to act around humans, and he is kind of trained. So that leads me to believe that when he was a stray in Tennessee, somebody was feeding him. Somebody was, you know, like a farmer or whatever. But he does have the reason why one of his ears is up and the other one's kind of down is because one of them has a bite scar in it. So he definitely got into it with other dogs. A barn dog. Yeah, there you go. So I don't want to basically do what was happening in the shelter, basically keeping him in a crate all day. I don't want to do that because what we're trying to do is it's going to take him some time to realize, because dog brain, it's going to take him some time to realize that, we're not the humans that you encountered before. We will take care of you and we will feed you. You don't need to eat your own poop. Hey, Sawyer, 80-month resub. Thanks, man. Tier 2, 80-month. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. You find more work yet? He tried to do it the other day when we introduced him to a lot of people. He took a dump and then tried to eat it, and I was like, no. Hey, dude, I got plenty of food. You don't need to eat that. Like, so putting him in the crate right now for a week is a bad habit to get into, especially when we're training him, you know? Like, I don't want to do that. I'm not doing that ethically, and I'm not doing that because he's my boy. My boy, I'll take care of him. I can deal with some barking. Are you guys cool with it? I'm not putting the dog in the crate all day. I'm not doing that. How long have y'all been eating poop? We're not here for that. Oh. Just going to have to tire him out. Yeah, Falcon, I might need to take some periodic breaks here and there, take him for a walk and go run around in the yard. The compressor catches most of it. Mike cuts most of the time. All right, cool. Yeah. Yeah, delivering beer, but I'm going back to school for mechanical engineering, so fingers crossed. Sawyer, no frickin' around, dude. Mechanical engineering's tough. It's a hard thing to do. No screwing around. You probably job hop for a while, got it. Yeah, me neither. We're gonna learn something new today. It's called math, and without it, none of us would exist. Your boxer died 2 months ago. I just got a brand new Bernese Mountain Dog. I had a boxer. I love that dog. Titan's cool too. I like Titan. Titan is our space puppy now. Squall, you know what the crazy part is? I didn't name him. His name was already Titan. You know how when if you go and pick a shelter dog, you don't pick them, they pick you. Dog's name's Titan. If that ain't the universe telling me something, I don't know what is. Dog's name's freaking Titan, okay? His name's Titan. And he's probably wondering why I keep saying his name over and over. Okay, Bree, we're gonna need a blanket and a bed for underneath the desk because that's where he likes to set up shop. It's okay, pal. I'm just giving you more space. Set up shop now. No dog named Shuttle? I don't think so. I'm jaded about pets ever since I had to put your Santino down. He was my kid, and I don't want to ever have to do that again. It took me better part of a decade, geek. My dog died right when I started streaming. Actually, about 4 or 5 months in. No, 3 months in. He died on March 13, 2013. That was not a good day. That was not a good day, dude. I'm with you. I had to take him to the frigging vet. That was hard. That was one of the hardest things I've ever done, dude. He had stenosis in his back, guys. He couldn't walk. He was okay, but eventually, because boxers, cancer would have got him. So Yeah, that screwed me up. Yeah, that screwed me up. That was one of those days where you age 10 years in a day, you know what I mean? Yeah, Bobby, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that because you want the dog to trust you. Don't put him in don't put him in the cage all day. Yeah, EJ I have my own dog meat now. Santino was the same thing. He couldn't walk anymore. Dude, it's difficult because the dog, Geek, I don't mean to bring this up. What kills me is that the dog doesn't know what's going on. Like, it sucks. Yeah, dude, I can't. You're talking about I can't do it. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. Can we change the subject, please? Please? Can we talk about like dick and fart jokes or something, man? No. Oh, jeez. Oh, that hit a lot harder than I thought it would. Crap. Mr. Dick. Nick, anything good? Oh. I'm all right. I'm okay. Yeah, Hellfish. Yeah, it sucks. Anyway, quick distraction. Ring Watchers, B12 updates. Let's go. Yeah, Booster 12 did roll out today, dudes. Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, no, it's not. It wasn't easy, man. It wasn't easy. It was really sucked. Think of it this way: that end would come to them one way or another with you. They had a wonderful life despite that. Yep. And it, dude, like it's taken me a while. It's taken me a while to want another dog, and even Bree had to kind of convince me over a very long period of time. Yeah. I figure after she put up with my bullcrap of going on a road trip for like 2 weeks and then working on a car for 2 weeks after that, I think I owed that to her, and I think I was ready. Booster 12 is on the orbital launch mount. That's right. Yep. 3 in the morning. All right, Rivian. See you, buddy. Yeah, Oakwood. Yeah, I still think about that, dude. Anytime I see a boxer, I'm like, I love your dog, damn it. You know? Yeah. Feels like replacing them feels wrong. Like I said, it took me a while to be cool with what's going on, dude. It's strange how much closer we are in life without ever knowing each other. Yeah, thankfully we got the internet. We don't need to worry about that. We got guys like you, got guys like Hernock, this entire community. Yeah, you guys are pretty cool. I give you guys a lot of crap. Yeah, can't think of a better bunch that I would love to work with. You know what I mean? Yeah, Bastardo, I know, man. Oh. Titan, just, yeah, he likes balls. Not like that, like chewy balls. Like, he loves playing, this dog loves playing fetch. I've never met a dog that likes playing fetch as much as this guy. I want ice cream. What do I do? DoorDash, bro. Per Forger, Joe Angle passed away. Yep, didn't need to hear that one, Thomas. Please. Are we there yet? No. Hey, Taito. Good boy. You're being a very good boy right now. Being a very good boy. I love you. Take you for a walk later. Walk around, buddy. Good boy. Thank you, Bree. All right. We played Kerbal today. And we reused Imahara's pad 2 times in a row. I want Coco. Poopy. Can we make a tennis ball launcher that is activated with channel points? there's not enough room in this office. It would shoot a tennis ball and it would hit me off the head. I mean, I'm not saying that wouldn't be funny, but if I'm gonna lose brain cells on stream, it's gonna be from drinking a lot. All right, not from getting hit in the face with a tennis ball. That was not my question. Oh. Could we make a tennis ball launcher that is activated with channel points? Yeah, I kind of glazed over that weather guy. I said, yeah, sure. I don't see why we couldn't. I have a Nerf tennis ball launcher in the house. We absolutely could. Yeah. Just have somebody have channel points and make an actuator to pull the slide back, and then another one to pull the trigger. That's the thing we should do then. I don't want to do that. We would get hit by the ball. No, yeah, I think we should bring the couch in here. Bring the couch in here so he has something to rest up on. But if I bring the couch in here, the only space I have for it is behind the damn green screen. Maybe I'll put the couch over there by the door. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Yeah, put the couch over there, move my shelves to the back wall, because there's nothing on the back wall anyway. Oh boy, I have a project this weekend. Just get a dog bed? Yeah. He does think every Amazon box is for him. He thinks every box is for him, Geek. I was opening up the box for the motor mounts that I needed for the Camaro today. Thought it was his. Yep. Yeah, we have a dog bed in the house, guys. We'll probably bring it out here. I'm telling you, man, this dog is the derpiest dog I've ever met. I don't know how a living thing can simultaneously be so dumb and so ridiculously smart at the same time. Camera in the backyard facing the trees, closed fence in, problem solved. Yeah. Channel points with a silly sing dispenser aimed at you, just actuate with a servo. I can tell you several reasons why I do not want to do that, man. Do we need to consider... Is that you or Titan? Yes. Dumbest smart dog I know. Right? Yeah, it's definitely that. Or Hellfish. Titan definitely is that. And we could tell you several reasons why we do. What's your point? I'm going to play workers now, just to spite all of you. I want to play workers. I want Coco. I got to go poopy. You see, comrade, is desert. Is warm. It's Morbin time. Stalin, 1937. For Titan to fetch. What I'm trying to say, Yannick, is that this room is too small and the tennis ball would bounce off a wall and hit me in the face. You think there's still hope for KSP 2? Squall, I'm going to answer your question with a question. Okay? I'm going to show you a picture. All right? I'm going to show you a picture. Do you think there's still hope for the Titanic? I don't know, man. Probably not. Look, man. A project like Kerbal 2, at least something with Kerbal 2's like scope, is going to require a lot of upfront investment and a lot of time. Doesn't matter if you have the best coding team in the world or three dudes from 3 different parts of the world trying to make the damn thing. It's going to require a lot of time. And it's going to require a lot of cash to make a game like this that surpasses the original. I'm telling you, man, Felipe's a genius, dude. Genius. One of the smartest people I've ever met. No joke. The way that guy thinks about things is so nuts, dude. Like, and he would say he's not, but that's, yeah. Whatever. Actions speak louder than words, and Take-Two clearly isn't willing to invest the time or money into something like this, so what's probably going to happen, and once again, I don't know, man, we don't have any information. I have no idea. Couldn't tell you. What's probably going to happen is they'll either sell off the franchise wholesale, which is kind of what we're hoping, so somebody else gets the rights to it. Or it's just going to stay in limbo. Oh well, time to make another game. Squall, there is hope though. I showed this during Space News, and I'll show it again. We use tennis, Serge. Lax balls would probably be a good idea. There is hope. No, but there is another. My buddy Dean Squall posted this the other day. So, Squall, you know Stationeers? Dean's the CEO of RocketWorks, the company that made Stationeers and Icarus. We played a lot of his games on here, and he was a modder for KSP1. He made Component Space Shuttle. He's a Space Shuttle fanatic too, so we're friends. Look who he had show up to his office the other day. Oh, yes, you do. That one's better. Look who he had. Now, I don't know if you guys know who that is. That's Harvester. That's the guy that invented KSP. All of KSP's back end, how KSP works with spaceflight and everything, like all the back end stuff, he did it. Him, Trigger, and no, it wasn't Trigger AU. Trigger AU came in later. Him, Moo, and C7. 3 dudes made the original KSP, but he made the foundations for it. Do you think Take-Two underestimated the amount of work required for a proper KSP2? I don't think so, Rem. I think Take-Two has a fiduciary responsibility for shareholders to cut unprofitable ventures if they don't see a return on investment within a certain amount of time. Short answer, yeah, maybe. Could be 1,000 different things, dude. They could have been promised a lot, and then Intercept maybe didn't deliver on their promise. Maybe. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know what happened. That one's better. Anyway, so Felipe was meeting with Dean. Dean did propose a bid for KSP2, for RocketWorks to make KSP2 back in the day. He lost to Intercept. Hindsight's 2020, I guess. But he's been, from what I can tell from his posts on X, he seems to be pretty gung-ho about making a space game all of a sudden, so maybe he knows something we don't. He's definitely meeting with Felipe. Whatever he's doing is enough to get Felipe down there. He flew Felipe halfway around the world because Dean's office is in New Zealand. Felipe lives in Mexico. So clearly it was something of worth to have to fly him all the way down there. You know what I mean? It's notable it happened when all the other companies were ruthlessly cutting. It's a contraction in the market. Aqualux. Here, I'm going to load up workers while we're doing this. Guys, market contractions happen. Unfortunately, the software, IT, and tech industry is contracting. It happens. That's just economics. In this case, I think it's happening. The contractions in the tech industry is most likely happening because everybody thought everybody was going to work from home more after the pandemic. And I think companies may have been a little bit hasty in thinking that people, after the pandemic, everybody stays at home, everybody's online all the time. I think they underestimated that people would not want to do that. I think tech companies made a gamble on thinking that COVID would just change the entire dynamic and everybody all of a sudden would just work from home all the time and need the internet all the time, et cetera, et cetera. So they expanded like crazy to deal with the demand that they saw during COVID, and we're seeing the resulting contraction from that not being the case. Geopolitical instability, yeah, Creation, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like you couldn't make some type of argument over chip shortages, et cetera, et cetera. And then also inflation on top of that, dude, like, yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Not sure that's the case with Take-Two. They clearly cut a bunch of unprofitable ventures. Not private division. Intercept wasn't the only thing they axed, dude. Here's the thing. Office vacancies are actually at an all-time high, even higher than during the lockdown. Hey, Neo, 75-month resub. Thank you. Psycho with a 19er. 5 months and a new doggo. My former shelter dog hangs out under my desk, too. Awesome. That's good to know. Inflation has reduced available disposable income dramatically. Oh, yeah. Creation, if I showed you the stream finances, there's definitely a dip, dude. Yeah, absolutely. I don't pay any mind to it. If it's happening to everybody, it shouldn't worry. Shouldn't worry me. You know, it'll rebound. The economy expands and contracts. It happens. Sometimes plants wilt when they don't get what they need. It happens. Does that mean the plant's dead? No, it's just wilting a little bit. It's not, I'm not too, it sucks. Don't get me wrong. Kerbal 2 apparently getting the axe hit me on a deep personal level, and I do take it personally, considering that game is such a big part of my life. But what are you going to do? Dude, believe me, I was not okay for a little while. I didn't show it on stream. Hey, FaZe. 27-month resub. I mean, offices without active leases specifically. Yeah, Aqualux, dude, I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that market contractions happen for several different reasons. There's not one underlying thing. It's like a spacecraft. It's most likely a cascading failure of, not even a cascading failure, it's a cascading change of market trends. One thing I can conclusively say that it's probably economic repercussions from the pandemic, if I had to guess. It's the only anomaly that I can think of. I mean, we could trace fault tree analysis here, but I don't know enough about economics to know what's bad and what's good. Every time I hear go at throttle up, I flash back to that day. Awesome. I just want to make sure I'm not rolling the chair into him. All right, we're going to cap off. We're going to wind down the stream with some workers and resources here. RocketWorks needs to buy KSP. You'll get no argument from me, W. All right, where did I leave off? We have the technical university. And we have plenty. I started basically loading out Zenith here with a bunch of experts. I actually, chat taught me the other day that you can look at the overlays and see where your highly educated workers are. Which is actually pretty freaking cool. The other thing that we did was we got the train up and running. The lines that go up here to start supplying the labor for the for the rail construction office, the asphalt plant, and the gravel processing plant are yeah, good to go. Look, we bought a little locomotive. It's a Tatras 678. Look at my first passenger train. Oh yeah, Creation, I mean, we're impacted by that too. Probably not as bad as you guys are, but yeah, I mean... I'm not saying nothing. If I open my mouth, I get in big trouble. What is this? Send it. This is Workers and Resources Soviet Republic, dude. If you like the granularity that I took Kerbal to, this game is a city builder that's as hardcore as that. Like, this is a city building game, but it's a twist on city builders because it's a Soviet Republic. So you have to... communism makes for a very actually challenging gameplay to make work for interesting reasons. Not so much in real life, but it makes it for a great gameplay mechanic. So this is a centralized Republic city builder. But here's the thing, there's difficulty sliders for Workers and Resources. If you slide all the difficulty settings to the absolute maximum, it doesn't increase the difficulty for the sake of making things more difficult. Let me explain. What should I pick? So this is a city that we've been working on building, right? I've been adding buildings to it. It was a city that was pre-existing on the map. Now, you have to build a kindergarten for kids. You have to build a school, right? You have to build a college if you want to unlock the research tree, for instance, right? But people also need food. You have to provide them with food. They need food. We're importing food right now. They need meat, they need clothes, they need electronics, they need basic goods, they need sports and culture and stuff. They need to do, in the downtime when they're not working, they need to do things, right? So you got to provide all that stuff for them. You got to build all these things. Now here's the thing. Building all this is not easy. This is a strip of road right here. It's not just, putting down the road and calling it a day. Doesn't work like that. In this game... Sorry, Taito. Let's just put my feet around. Try not to hurt me. He's underneath my desk. In this game, you want to build a road, good, place it down. You can place down a dirt road for free, right? Like, see? Place the dirt road for nothing. You want to make a paved road, and the dirt road, cars can only go so fast. They go 21 miles an hour. The paved road, they can go up to 68 miles an hour, right? I have lulls, yes. So you want to pave your road so vehicles can move around easier. See all this stuff that it needs? Gravel, man hours, asphalt, steel, electrical components, because this road has street lights. Where are those coming from? Where are you getting these resources from? You either have to produce them here or you have to make them. Now, gravel up here, right? I have a gravel mine up here, and we are making gravel. I have plenty of it. Asphalt, I'm taking some of that gravel and putting it in an asphalt plant and combining with tar that I'm importing to make the asphalt. You want to make this road, you have to deliver all those resources. How do you deliver it? With construction offices. These construction offices over here. The construction offices need trucks to be able to move this stuff around. You have to buy every single freaking vehicle for your application. Like this one I filled with cement mixers. So if I need to build a building that needs concrete, well, we can deliver a lot of cement really, really quickly. The dumper depot over here has a bunch of dump trucks. If we click on one of the mechanisms in here and we go and look, see where it is, what it's up to. This dump truck is going to get gravel from the gravel mine to work on that exact road, believe it or not. Oh, nope, it's working on a different road.
Good boy, Tom.
Good boy. Lie down. Good boy. Good job, buddy. There you go. Good boy. You get a treat. Here. We need to get you a blanket and a pillow out here. Definitely need a doggy bed. So, it's very granular. You want to make roads. I'm building out gravel roads so we can eventually pave over them over here because I'm building a highway. Building a highway out here to this port city, Kasask, so we can build a shipyard, right? And start making and trading with ships instead of trucks at the border, right? You want to do all that, good. Where's the resources coming from? Where are the vehicles coming from, right? Now, all these vehicles, they need fuel. Where's the fuel coming from? It's very granular. You need, like, if you're going to build a building, you're going to need lumber. You're going to need concrete. You're going to need prefabricated panel. You're going to need drywall. You have to build all that stuff. That's what makes workers so freaking good. The granularity. It's not just placing a road. No, it's good. You have to actually build the roads. Guess what? You want to pave a road? You're going to you need to buy a paver. You don't buy a paver, you ain't paving any roads. You don't buy a roller to roll the road after it's been paved. Guess what? It doesn't get paved. How do these vehicles get to the roads that you need to work on? You need trucks to pull them. And guess what? Every single vehicle has an odometer, and it has wear and tear, depending on how far it's going. It has fuel consumption. It has everything. That's what I mean, dude. This game is hardcore. It's such a good game. You know, you need a fire department. The fire department needs people inside of it, obviously. Where are the workers coming from, right? You need a repair depot to start repairing vehicles, right? That truck, if you notice, it has a little bit of wear and tear. The wear and tear is at 49%, right? So it needs to be repaired. Actually, it's gonna drag that bulldozer somewhere. Probably to grade one of those gravel roads. You start with what? Depending on your difficulty settings, you start with a good amount of cash and the map, and that's it. Figure it out. If you set your difficulty settings, you start with nada. This game will punish you. You will absolutely fail. Your republic can collapse. It's very easy to make it, to have your republic collapse. Another crazy thing about workers and resources, you're not trading on one currency. Because it's during the Cold War, you can trade with the Warsaw Pact, or you can trade on the dollar. You could trade with NATO, if you really want to. I have another border crossing over here, and this border crossing is connected to the Aloyo Balak fields right here. I'm pumping crude and exporting crude to NATO and making a lot of money doing it, right? You have rubles and you have dollars. You can trade on either one. Here's the craziest part. We were talking about economics and how I don't know so much about it. There are markets. The markets change dynamically. If I flood the market with too much oil, the price of oil goes down. There is inflation in this game. Inflation happens. Spikes in price happen because of market demands. It's RNG with some of the market demands sometimes, but I guarantee you I'm helping deflate the price of oil by exporting so much of it. But yeah, that's all the commodities in the game that you can trade with. This is Workers and Resources, Soviet Republic. I'm telling you, this is one of the gnarliest and best city builders around by a long shot. That's the name of it. You're not in a real life location. These are made up. They keep it arbitrary on purpose. This is not a real country. Yeah, Zelter, this is definitely a hard game. It's a hard game to play, dude. That's why I like it. Just like how we play Kerbal, it's very difficult to get anything of use working here. And because it's me and because I hate myself, only kidding a little bit, I play it on the maximum difficulty. It's really difficult. You have to be very careful. I've never seen a city builder. Well, let me put it this way. I haven't seen a city builder like this in a very long time. The last city building game that punished you for making a mistake that I played was SimCity 4. That really punished you. Now, don't get me wrong. City Skylines 1, you could make mistakes and you could screw stuff up, but you could rebound pretty easily, right? In SimCity 4, you made one mistake. A city that you put thousands of hours into could just fail instantly, and then, yeah, that's it. This game very much is like that. It's precarious. You got to be very careful. So yeah, 50. This game's hardcore, dude. I like playing games that are a challenge like this, man. Your mom still plays SC4 phase? Holy crap. Well, AMD just slam dunk Intel again. Just torture yourself. Hey, I do it for the content and for the memes. Granite Ridge Gen 5 CPU spotted. The 8 and 6 core variants for testing. Cool. There's a random map generator, Burke. You can have it generate a map for you. This is one of the maps that they added with their new DLC when they released 1.0 of the game. This game was in early access for 5 years and actually made it to release, and it is pretty damn complete. And then the DLCs added stuff to the game that made it better. They complemented the 1.0. They complemented 1.0. They didn't add to it to make a complete game. Workers and resources, the reason why I shine a light on it, one, first and foremost, it's a fun game to play. It's difficult, hard to do. Easy to understand, difficult to master, right? That's the biggest reason. Second biggest reason, it's early access done correctly. It had a 5-year development cycle and it's ready to go. Ready to go, released 5-year development cycle, released 1.0 this very recently and released a DLC to go with it. One of the DLCs was biomes. The biomes DLC added the desert, a tropical map, so like Vietnam or something. It looks like Vietnam. I looked at it. And then a Siberian one. A Siberian map where it gets freaking cold all the freaking time. That's probably the hardest one. I picked the desert. The challenges of the desert is that everything is spread out. This map's huge and there's very treacherous mountains in the way. Extra winter, no winter, extra rain. Yep. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, this is one of the maps that they added, and I'm trying to make an oil republic. We're gonna trade on the petrodollar, baby. Oil? We cooking? Yes. They finished this segment of road so we can get the highway. See these long strips of road, these highways? I graded them and we paved all of them. It's possible to blast through tunnels and mountains? Sure, Sven. Takes forever though, unless you buy a tunnel boring machine. Oh yeah, you can make tunnels. Tunnels, trains, subways, metros, trolley buses, walking paths, cars. You can make a car-centric republic, a car-centric communist republic, which is very strange, but you can do it. Heck, there's a... So, check this out, dude. Over here in Zenith, right? Zenith is the name of this city. I have a technical university. I put a bunch of experts, a bunch of really smart people in this city from around my republic. The reason why is that the technical university unlocks your research trees. There's tech trees in the game. There's 3 universities. There are three buildings that have 3 different tech trees. One of them is the medical university, where you can make your citizens more resistant to pandemics. Pandemics do happen in the game. Natural disasters happen. Bunch of stuff. You can have them make more children, or do a China if you really want to. Then you have the technical university. That's the stuff in blue. The stuff in red is the Communist Party headquarters. Communist Party headquarters can research policy, right? So like party member rankings, secret police, air traffic studies, tourism, logistics optimization, etc., fire prevention stuff. But the technical university researches all the technical stuff. What I'm doing right now is I needed a town so we could research fuel processing and tar production. The reason why I want that is because then you unlock the refinery. So instead of just exporting crude oil trades at about $52 a ton right now. I wish it was like that in real life. That makes us good money. If we get the refinery up and running and refine it, we're looking at a 3-fold increase. Fuel trades at 153, not 50. See what I'm saying? Tar, which is a byproduct from the distillation process at the refinery, they call it bitumen in this game, trades at 255. If we get into the fuel, we're in the crude oil export business right now. We get into the fuel export business, we're millionaires easily. The developers have said they want to add a space program DLC. Yeah. Oh, yeah, fellas, for what it's worth, we're only scratching the surface of what you can do in this game. And here's the kicker. I said that this game was engineered on a 5-year development cycle. It went into early access with a minimum viable product in 2019, and they released 1.0 this year. 5 years. 3 guys made this game. 3 dudes made this game. 3-man development team. Where did you find the research trees? Build a university and click the research tree button. Glad you evangelized this game, man. It deserves it and it needs it. It's an amazing game. It did early access correctly. It's fun. It's challenging. And best part, I can use it to teach people about how this stuff is built in real life. How do you go about making a road? Grading, curbs, bridges. How do you go about making this stuff? What resources do you need to do it? I can use this to teach people about civil engineering, which is what made my city stream so popular. Workers is the real deal. It's an amazing game, and more people need to know about it. It's one of, if not the best city builder I've ever played. Ever. How many city builders have I played? Cities XL, City Skylines 1, City Skylines 2, SimCity 4, SimCity 3, SimCity 2000, the original SimCity from 1989. Albeit retroactively, I wasn't around when that game came out, or I was too young. Also, I was a hardcore Roller Coaster Tycoon player back in the day. RCT1, RCT2, Loopy Landscapes, Corkscrew Follies, expansions for those games, RCT3. I love building games. Timberborn, yeah, right. Timberborn is fantastic. It's a good game. Manor Lords, yeah, that's right. Timberborn's a damn good game. But there isn't any trucks in Timberborn. There's trucks in this game. Timberborn now has aqueducts. Looks like it's high time to expand the oil fields over here, huh? Put a pump jack over there for a reason. Oh. That's the reason. Cool. We'll expand the Al-Baki Baba oil fields momentarily. I like flattening and grading the terrain around here. That way you don't have to deal with having the oil pump up and down hills and stuff. Can you make big pipelines to transport the oil? You have to unlock the better pumping capability, but yeah, of course. Yeah, man, you absolutely can. Initially, for now, though, it's better to... I like just flattening the area. It doesn't cost you that much. Oh, yeah, but I guess I should mention it. If you want to terraform stuff, guys, you have to... If you want to terraform stuff, you need to have bulldozers around. And those bulldozers need fuel. Yeah, you got to deliver fuel. So you kind of have to extend civilization a little bit. You got to build a gas station and stuff. Once again, I think that's super freaking cool. We might need a pumping station for this one. So we got to place down these pump jacks.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Rob. We got to place down the pump jacks. I placed down the pump jacks initially to mark where the oil should be. 69. want a better quality source, we'll be able to pump more oil. You have to have demolition crews. Yeah, demolishing buildings isn't just getting the bulldozer tool out and hitting it over a building and then having the building collapse. That's the other thing. Want to demolish a building? Good. Go get an excavator, demolish the damn building. Then it's gonna make a bunch of waste. Where's all that going? I'm telling you, man, this game's righteous. It's so good. Gonna need to bring electricity out here. Just wanted a place for the pipe to go, that's all. Might have to put a pumping station in. Let's just keep that in mind. Let's see if we have a... Good boy. I have flip-flops, and I took my flip-flops off, and I gave them to Titan, and Titan is now using my flip-flops as a pillow. My dog. He's sleeping under my desk right now. That's why he keeps seeing me looking down. That's what's going on. He's using my flip-flops as a pillow. What happened to NSF Live? Is it still going to happen? I didn't do NSF Live last week, 50, because it was my birthday. I was at a birthday party enjoying presents. What kind of dog do you have? He's an Australian cattle dog mix. Yeah, I'm doing NSF Live this week. I might not be able to do it the week after, though. We'll see. Oh, hey, happy birthday. Thank you. Prima didn't get you a lift for your birthday? SMH. This place is a prison, dude. Yeah, booze is that. Yeah, works. Okay, we're gonna need a pumping station. How far does that pipe go? We can pump about 1,000 feet, or about 330 meters. Okay, cool. That's where the pumping station needs to be. It needs to be right up in here. Problem is, I think that one's too far away as well. Alright, well, let's future-proof this then. If that's the case. Nope. You can only, these pumping stations can only create so much head pressure. Basically enough to push the fluids around. Now, if we're building another pump station out here, we might as well pick up on 2 more pump jacks that have decent amounts here. Yeah, see, like that one's picking up 65. What we can do is we'll run another pipe. How are we gonna get the roads to it? Archean is rough, early access, but so dangerous. Okay. Somebody bought, Tessa bought that game for me the other day. Don't know if you've seen this. How's your night going? It's going great, yum food. Smoked a cigar with Uncle Dad and you cut some drink and ate a lot. Not a bad birthday if you ask me. Yeah, but your birthday. But yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that Black. It's pretty awesome. I need that pipe to go underground right there because we need a road. All right, that pipe's good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Crawdad, 67-month resub. Thanks, man. Archean Kuro is what it's called. I don't know anything about it. Everybody says you'll like it, though. You'll like it. you know, enough people in chat have told me about it where I'm like, oh, all right, maybe I gotta figure out what this game is about. All right, that pumping station is good. Yeah, enough people have been like, dude, you need to play this. So maybe we'll check it out another day. All right, now we're gonna need another pumping station down here, so we gotta... And we gotta make sure everything has electrical power. That shouldn't be that big of a deal, though. What we're doing is I'm expanding my oil fields here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Don't want to disrupt pumping operations here, so... Oh, my bulldozers ran out of gas. Oh, crap. Wait, they ran out of gas. Where are they going for gas? Yep. They drove down the street to the gas station. Pumper operations, yes, precisely. All right. There is still more to this deposit up here, guys. I'll leave that pumping station line open. Then what we'll do is we'll get this tool out. Just modifying some of the roads here so the construction crews can get good access. Nice. Now we just got to make a pipe that goes this way. Oh, frick you. Too far away. Okay, we've added 4 more pump jacks, and now the last thing that we need to do is get the pipage down here. Oh crap, what's the distance? We have enough slack, should be able to run it. thank God. Okay. There we go. Going downhill will not make the pipe longer without the pump. I think it seems to be just a static distance, Shin, unless I'm looking at something incorrect here. The next thing we're gonna need is to bring an electrical substation up here. Where are my lines? What is that currently connected to? We have 2 substations up. Now we just need the power lines. We can do above ground. Shouldn't be that hard. Titan, you okay, buddy? Hey, how you doing? He's a good boy. I just noticed with 1.0 the substations now have 3 connections. Daisy chaining doesn't seem to work. No, that's not for daisy chaining. That's for giving more electrical inputs, dude. Hey, cats. Hashtag, hashtag. I think I got all of it. You're just looking at my merch? Impressive. Thank you. really going to increase the oil output here, probably double it, but it's not going to be without cost. But all this is financed on the dollar for better ruble export, so thank you for always being so welcoming. Rough day today. Oh, good, man. Yeah, bad days come and go. Happens. It's annoying, but it happens.
Discovery,
Hey,
go and
Reparry,
throttle up.
my alt prime sub getting lonely. Alt prime sub. Thanks for all the support, dude. Remember, if you're going through hell, just keep going. Just keep going. You're fine. All right, cool. That should keep my construction crews over here in Komrade pretty busy. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad. I don't want your dang lemons. What the hell am I supposed to do with these? All right, we'll just leave them to their devices there. Save the game. How's things going over here?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Daryl. "21 months. Thanks, dude. We're working on a sewage system over here from what it looks like. How does it look for oil expansion up here? Oh, not good. Oh, I put 3 more pumps down. Thanks, me. Yeah, this field is ready to be expanded as well. This game's incredible, not good for an addictive personality. Yeah. 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 Yeah, you're not wrong. That, I don't have anything else to say, 50. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I freaking love this game, dude. Love it. It's so good. So I put a pump down there. What was the deposit of? What about this one? What about that guy? Oh. Okay. Okay, you have some skill. This more looks more like Epinet than a video game. Eh? Are you starting from scratch or is this an expansion? This is the desert biome sheep. I don't know what you mean by starting from scratch. This is a republic that I have been working on for a little while. I don't know. I'm probably like 40 or 50 hours into this one, maybe. That road looks like a butthole. I'm changing around the way this road is set up because I didn't like that the terrain it was on. Cool. All right, now let's start inlaying some pipes. Pretty sure we could put a pumping station right here. Might need to be closer. Let's measure our distances. Yeah, that's about as far as that one's gonna go. Pumping station right there makes sense. Yeah, I guess it can pump up hills to an extent. Hey, pal. Hey, buddy. Titan's coming to say hello, guys. How you doing, buddy? You want a treat? You hungry? Here you go. Been very good, but thank you for not barking. Titan, you ready to go to sleep? You ready to go to sleep, buddy? Okay. We'll finish this oil well and then... All right. Now it just... We just need electrical and then we're good. Sorry, the dog makes me laugh. I'll finish the electrical for this another time. The noise he's making, I don't know if the filter is picking it up or not, or if the mic's picking it up. It makes... He sounds like he's trying to say something. Hey, what? He's like, I was good for an hour. I want to play for 3 now. Okay. All right. It sounds like he's trying to speak English. All right. We'll save and we'll work on this oil field another time. Maybe tomorrow or something, guys. I'm gonna go to bed, okay? Titan is telling me it's time for bed. Time for bed, buddy? Play with me! Play with me! Dang it! Oh, yeah. Boy, play with the boy. Mwah. You like that, don't you? Yeah. Squeaky son. Squeaky son. All right, guys, that's gonna do it for your boy. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Have you read through the project? EJ, what would you say you want most out of Capybara space program? Better simulation rates, Lols. You could make, dude, all someone has to do, and I'm saying this like this is some easy thing, okay? All someone has to do, if they want to make a good successor to KSP, is make KSP 1 exactly, but make it so KSP 1 can support like a 2,000 part build. That's it. That's all I gotta do. That's all. And maybe make some better graphics. You don't need to change it. Anyway. But that's gonna do it for me, guys. That was a nice long stream today. I hope you guys had a good Wednesday. Tomorrow, I don't know. I don't know what I said I'd play tomorrow. Maybe Workers again, dude. I really like Workers. I don't know if I said I'd play another thing tomorrow. But anyway, I'll see you guys play Ligma. Yeah, maybe. I'll see you guys tomorrow at noontime. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you have a good rest of your night. On the YouTube side of things, thank you everybody for watching over there. Hope you guys appreciated it, and I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Titan, what are you doing? What are you doing? I gotta go. See ya.